A lone messenger sprints through the territory, his breath ragged from pure desperation. He reaches the gates of the Muram Alliance, carrying news of a rising threat. The peaceful atmosphere shatters, as witnesses wonder why the capital is suddenly so noisy. Stories spread of a terrifying new warrior who makes legends look like mere amateurs. Travelers whisper that this monster is barely 20 years old and already completely unstoppable. Even the elite unstoppable force troops were crushed in a completely one-sided massacre. High-ranking officials listen intently, questioning if any man can truly be this remarkable. They say his blade controls the harmony of heaven while he decimates entire armies. With a single roar, he summons divine storms to incinerate everyone in his path. Yet the most troubling secret is that this master serves a much darker power. Reports suggest this monster wields forbidden dark sorcery to enslave his helpless enemies. He studies the ancient techniques required to defile the souls of the living. With a single cold touch, even the most legendary heroes fall into his grasp. Those who once stood for justice now serve as his mindless, glowing-eyed puppets. The Alliance trembles as they realize their greatest martial artists are already turned. Panic erupts within the capital as the true identity of the monster finally surfaces. A veteran master can only scream in despair as the ultimate nightmare becomes reality. Standing before them is the chaotic sword demon of the heretic faction, Yahello. His gaze burns with a blood-red thirst that promises total annihilation for his enemies. A terrified witness begs for mercy, wondering if this demon truly fears no heaven. The demon himself is stunned by the chaos he has allegedly unleashed. Reports confirm that the rear ambush squad has been completely annihilated. A lethal assassin is shocked that her presence was so easily detected. Deep in the shadows, a secret alliance determines the fate of the world. Treacherous secrets are leaked to shatter the Muram Alliance from within. Yahello realizes his legend is growing far beyond his actual control. Desperate masters scream about brainwashing as their world crumbles around them. The white-haired prodigy has become a puppet, ruthlessly silencing all dissent. Suddenly, a heavy message falls from the sky, striking the demon's head. The monster is officially declared a hero and the world's most wanted man. Yahello stares in shock as he is branded a brainwashed Muram hero. His mind drifts back to a time of absolute poverty and biting cold. They possessed nothing but rags and the embers of a dying fire. The young girl's screams for protection went unanswered in the frozen night. In their weakness, they were forced to endure a world of total despair. But from that hopelessness, a singular, ironclad resolve began to take shape. He looked at her and swore he would never be powerless again. The boy promised to become the greatest martial artist in the entire world. That vow was sealed in the snow, destined to change their lives forever. Today, that same white-haired girl stands as a legend forged by that promise. The green banner of the Merchant Guild flutters high above a deceptively peaceful village. A massive transport wagon finally arrives, carrying goods and secrets through the main gates. Inside a crowded tavern, the clink of a cup marks the end of danger. The travelers celebrate their narrow escape while neglecting their urgent duties to the headmaster. Among the crowd sits Jo Yoon, a warrior hiding immense power behind a gentle smile. The merchants express their deep gratitude, knowing they only survived because of her blade. Recognizing her rare talent, the guildmasters offer her a permanent place among them. Jo Yoon gently refuses the invitation, her journey far from over in this cruel world. Her expression hardens as she remembers a sacred oath that burns within her soul. The elder issues a chilling warning, sensing that the shadows here are beginning to stir. The traveler is asked if he knows the truth about the local martial world. An elder speaks of a monster lurking in the village, a creature defying logic. This beast hunts masters for sport, collecting their mangled remains in bloody sacks. Mentioning the legendary supernovas causes the traveler's sharp eyes to narrow. Despite the chilling warning, the warrior remains calm, sipping tea with unsettling composure. A sudden explosion of sound interrupts the conversation as the tavern doors fly open. A fresh corpse is tossed onto the floor, still dripping with warm blood. Standing over the body is the feared heretic leader, a man cloaked in fur. He strides into the room, his presence heavy enough to crush the weak. The two stars destined to shake the martial world have finally crossed paths. The heretic faction's most ruthless monster has finally emerged from the crimson shadows. Yahello demands the innkeeper's presence with a gaze that promises absolute death. The atmosphere turns heavy as the demon waits within the heart of the inn. A trembling worker offers to carry the heavy luggage dripping with fresh, warm blood. Lightning-fast reflexes clamp down on the man's wrist before he can even blink. The surrounding crowd freezes in terror as they realize a true predator has arrived. With a cold glare, he warns that his bloody prize is not for touching. The poor messenger can only stutter an apology while shivering in pure, unadulterated fear. He stares down at the mangled sack, confirming the brutal rumors are terrifyingly real. Suddenly, his sharp eyes narrow upon realizing the broken victim is somehow still breathing. He reaches out with a cold promise to end the victim's lingering pain. The hand descends toward the blood, preparing to silence the dying man forever. Suddenly, a foot slides across the floor, breaking the heavy silence of the inn. A spear tip flashes forward, interrupting the demon before he can finish his work. The challenger sneers, mocking the monster for daring to propose a formal duel. Panicked onlookers tremble, convinced the young warrior has just signed his death warrant. Shocked by the sheer audacity, the shadow leader can only stare in disbelief. The boy shouts that he will purge this evil and restore the Murum's honor. With a confident thumb to his chest, Jo-yoon declares his heroic arrival. A terrifying, razor-sharp grin slowly spreads across the face of the true predator. The predator bursts into a fit of chilling, unhinged laughter at the boy's declaration. Unfazed, the young warrior questions if the demon has truly abandoned all righteousness. The shadow leader sighs, clearly exhausted by the naive posturing of his challenger. With a single piercing gaze, he warns the boy that he is gravely mistaken. Jo-yoon sneers back, dismissing any excuses and demanding the monster stop wasting time. The heavy spear slams into the floor, vibrating with the intent to kill. He beckons the Dark Lord forward, fully prepared to stake his life on this duel. A flicker of genuine murderous intent flashes in the demon's narrowed, predatory eyes. Instead of attacking, the leader turns his back and commands the boy to wait outside. Stunned by the sudden dismissal, the challenger wonders if this is just another trap. A terrified messenger warns that a true monster has finally arrived. Rumors paint him as a cruel demon who employs every cowardly method. Despite the dire warnings, Jo-yoon prepares to face the legendary threat. He carries the weight of a solemn oath he refuses to break. He once dreamed of becoming the world's greatest to punish the wicked. A trembling hand grips the architecture as the crushing tension builds. But the feared leader simply exhales, hiding a secret no one suspects. Internally, the supposed monster is actually weeping and desperate to run. He reveals a heavy sack, claiming he only came to sell prey. The ultimate disaster turns out to be nothing more than a bore. The feared leader breaks down, lamenting that his terrifying face makes him a villain. In reality, he is just an untalented warrior who never learned true martial arts. He remembers the lunatics who attacked him with manic laughter and lethal weapons. One sudden strike almost ended his life, proving his enemies are far from normal. Gripping his blade, he desperately searches for an exit to avoid becoming skewered meat. He refuses to die in this place because his will to live is absolute. There is still one thing he must accomplish before his time finally runs out. Meanwhile, under a blazing sun, a legendary prodigy stands ready for a fated encounter. The white-haired hero demands the chaotic sword demon step forward and face him. The town erupts in shock as the prodigy calls out the world's most feared demon. A cold hand suddenly taps his neck, freezing his blood in an instant. He spins around to find a mysterious figure standing right behind him. Terror grips his heart as he recognizes the legend before his very eyes. The legendary prodigy demands a life-or-death duel amidst the falling cherry blossoms. Her piercing red eyes reveal she is hunting the feared chaotic sword demon. Trapped in the spotlight, the demon leader struggles to maintain his composure. Whispers erupt from the crowd as they identify the famous Sun Moon sword. She stands as the orthodox star and disciple of the world's greatest master. Realizing his reputation is at stake, he desperately searches for an escape. Gripping his spear, he claims he is there to hunt the legendary hero. The legendary prodigy finally catches a glimpse of the chaos she came to solve. Under the cherry blossoms, she realizes her hunt for the demon is nearly over. She prepares for a confrontation that will surely shake the foundations of the city. Even the lowliest messenger finds himself emboldened to join this world-class struggle. The feared chaotic sword demon accepts the challenge with a roar of false confidence. Suddenly, the demon leader loses his nerve and suggests calling for official help. Desperate to survive, he claims the duel is illegal to avoid the inevitable clash. A blinding explosion of power erupts as the demon screams in absolute terror. Smoke clears to reveal the demon cowering before a man who shouldn't be there. Broken and humiliated, the once feared leader begs for mercy behind closed doors. Lightning Hero finally corners her target after a long and relentless search. The once feared leader stares back in absolute shock as his past catches up. Broken and bleeding, the man reflects on the hollow title of the world's strongest. She reveals that her wealth and status are now beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Towering over her defeated foe, she prepares to deliver her final, shocking demand. With a blush, the legendary prodigy asks for his hand in marriage instead. Outside, the injured messenger is rushed away as chaos erupts among the witnesses. Spectators hold their breath, expecting a world-shaking clash between these two rising stars. Inside the quiet room, The power dynamic is completely and utterly one-sided. Desperate to escape, the demon points elsewhere, claiming his target has already fled. The legendary prodigy feels a sudden spark as the atmosphere shifts completely. Legends warn that those who ignore the laws of Miram are truly monsters. Looking at her now, he realizes she is anything but a normal warrior. Thinking he can finally escape, the demon prepares to leave the room. His heart stops when a powerful hand suddenly clamps down on his arm. She silences him instantly, refusing to be addressed by her former title. With a tender gesture, she pulls him close and demands his full attention. Amidst the falling petals, she whispers for him to speak like before. The once feared leader stands paralyzed, unable to comprehend this sudden change of heart. In a final show of affection, she reveals her true name as Bexiolwa. Long ago, a starving girl was sold into slavery while he served by her side. She became the sole reason he entered the dangerous world of the martial arts. Now, the legendary warrior wonders if this peaceful moment is merely a fleeting dream. The powerful prodigy sits right beside him, her presence as overwhelming as her beauty. They share a quiet table, yet the tension between them feels heavier than battle. He stammers out formal words of respect, clearly rattled by her sudden, intimate proximity. She grows cold, reminding him of a promise made during a day they remember. Titles and honors mean nothing to her, as she demands he drop the formalities. Finally calling her by a childhood name, the hardened leader feels his face burn. Her radiant smile blooms like spring flowers, leaving the feared demon completely defenseless. The feared leader freezes as she brings up a memory he desperately tried to bury. Noticing her blade, he realizes the girl from his past has become a lethal warrior. She admits her relentless training was all for the sake of a childhood vow. Confusion clouds his mind as he struggles to recall the weight of those forgotten words. A vision of his younger self reveals a desperate oath made under the falling snow. Terror strikes his heart when the true meaning of that marriage proposal finally clicks. He frantically argues the technicalities while she smiles, knowing she has already won. Seeking the truth, she followed a trail of whispers to find her long-lost companion. The legendary Chaos Sword Demon stands exposed, his fearsome reputation crumbling before her gaze. She lists his supposed crimes, leaving the once mighty warrior utterly speechless and disgraced. A childhood promise binds their souls together through a single, fateful touch. Now a peerless master, she demands he fulfill his vow and marry her. The legendary Chaos Sword Demon freezes, his terrifying reputation shattered by pure panic. Desperate to escape, he frantically claims his heart already belongs to another. Even supreme masters are powerless against time and the cruelty of fate. The feared demon discovers his home was lost to a common rental scam. It is a crushing blow that marks the lowest point of his journey. People wonder if this pathetic, crying man could ever be a legendary killer. Just as all hope fades, a merchant offers him a suspicious way out. To survive, the Chaos Sword Demon must now serve a powerful trading guild. A mysterious merchant demands the repayment of a debt that could ruin everything. The legendary hero steps forward to settle the score for her companion. This trading guild holds leverage more terrifying than any blade or spell. She accuses the merchant of treating human lives like property and worthless pawns. Behind the scenes, the feared Chaos Sword Demon is dying of pure embarrassment. He screams in agony as his past good deeds are twisted into villainy. Years ago, he was the secret benefactor who funded their very survival. Now the girl he protected has become a master who demands an equal. She questions his path while he wonders how his life became this mess. The weight of his lies finally breaks the world's most dangerous killer. The merchant realizes the situation is spiraling out of her control entirely. The legendary demon desperately begs her to play along with his frantic lie. She wonders if this terrifying warrior is actually asking her for protection. Coldly, the white-haired prodigy demands to know the exact price of his freedom. To end the farce, she prepares to name an impossibly high ransom. She smugly demands 100,000 gold pieces to settle the debt. Relieved, the demon cheers. Thinking no one could ever pay that fortune, he prepares to make his escape under the guise of finding the funds. Suddenly, a massive mountain of gold coins slams onto the wooden table. The girl pays the entire sum instantly, leaving the demon completely speechless. The white-haired prodigy smiles, declaring that all this wealth belongs to him after marriage. Overwhelmed by the terrifying turn of events, the legendary demon collapses in total despair. The merchant gazes at the gold, questioning if this is enough to release him. He stares in shock, realizing his life was bought with a mountain of coins. For a master of trade, every transaction is an opportunity to create a permanent debt. Panic sets in as the warrior wonders if even this fortune is truly sufficient. A gentle hand confirms the payment is accepted, yet the price is far higher. The merchant embraces him tightly, claiming the demon as her own husband before everyone. She orders him to remain still while she prepares to handle the white-haired threat. Suddenly, A surge of killing intent erupts as a cold voice demands their attention. Her eyes burn with lethal crimson as blue lightning tears the room apart. She looms like a goddess of storms, threatening to erase her rivals instantly. Terrified of a slaughter, he begs the white-haired prodigy to lower her blade. Cold fury radiates from her gaze as she demands they retreat or die. In a blind panic, he screams that the merchant is too important to lose. The sudden confession stops her heart, the crackling energy fading into stunned silence. He exhales a shaky breath, realizing he narrowly escaped a one-sided execution. Confusion washes over him as the once furious warrior offers a soft, unexpected apology. Before he can process her words, she turns away to leave the chamber. He reaches out desperately, terrified that this misunderstanding has changed everything forever. The Chaos Sword Demon freezes as the merchant begins her psychological game. He explodes in a panic, realizing he has walked straight into a trap. She moves with calculated grace, reading every weakness in his desperate eyes. The powerful leader of the heretics is left reeling from her ruthless observation. Rumors of the confrontation spread like wildfire through the stunned crowds nearby. He retreats into the shadows, his mind consumed by the weight of his secrets. Guilt gnaws at him, fearing his childhood friend believes he is a traitor. Long ago, they were just children bound by a simple, innocent promise. While she became a legendary master, he fought to finally stand beside her. Now, he must find her before their shared past is destroyed by misunderstanding. Whispers of a soul-stricken woman running toward the cliffs haunt the bustling marketplace. A vision of impending disaster flashes as lightning strikes behind a familiar, distant figure. The townspeople tremble in fear as a dark presence suddenly looms over their conversation. With eyes glowing like embers, the Chaos Sword Demon demands his friend's location. He tears through the dense forest, driven by a frantic need to reach her. Doubt wars with his desperation while he searches the wilderness for Seol's location. High above the jagged rocks, he finally spots a white-haired figure on the precipice. Lunging forward, he screams his surrender to her marriage proposal just to save her. But the person he catches is not his childhood friend, but a bewildered elder. The old man blushes, wondering if the demon truly intended to marry him instead. The Chaos Sword Demon stares in horror at the man he almost married. Overwhelmed by absolute shame, he tries to flee from this humiliating disaster. He desperately screams that the entire proposal was just a massive misunderstanding. A chilling sense of unease reminds him that his past is never far. He remembers the piercing gaze of the girl who once meant everything. He questions if her eyes were filled with anger or simple disappointment. Her departing silhouette warns him never to underestimate the strength of her heart. Still reeling, he questions the true nature of the old man standing before him. A frantic villager suddenly appears to chase down her senile, runaway grandfather. The world's most dangerous swordsman is now recruited to help with geriatric medicine. After visiting the doctor, the feared Chaos Sword Demon returns under the setting sun. He can't stop dwelling on the cryptic words regarding his childhood friend's hidden feelings. He dismisses the old man's ramblings, only to find the white-haired prodigy waiting. His heart nearly stops when he realizes she has been standing there the whole time. Panic surges through him as he desperately tries to process her unexpected presence. The atmosphere shifts as he notices the unmistakable pain lingering in her piercing red eyes. He frantically denies any wrongdoing, terrified that she has discovered his recent deception. She softens her gaze, claiming she knows his true nature, despite the scandalous rumors. Then comes the crushing realization that he would do anything to avoid their promised marriage. Haunted by her sorrow, the legendary warrior stands alone with the weight of his guilt. The crushing words of rejection leave the legendary prodigy in silent tears. Heartbroken, she prepares to walk away from the man she finally found. Desperation strikes as he suddenly grabs her, realizing he made a massive mistake. She freezes in shock, unable to process his frantic change in heart. He desperately shouts that he is simply too poor to support her. Confusion replaces her sorrow as his excuses become increasingly pathetic and strange. He reveals his humble reality, living in a shack while hiding his power. His blade remains a silent reminder of a sacred vow yet to be fulfilled. Memories of their youth flood back, showing a boy desperate for her affection. Long ago, he begged for the simple chance to love her forever. He begs her to wait just a little longer while holding her close. Her eyes widen as he vows to fulfill his promise and propose again. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shouts that he will endure the long wait too. She finally agrees to wait, her intense sorrow transforming into a new resolve. They stand together in the cold night, bound by a sudden, desperate pact. She pulls him in tighter, her grip proving she will never let him go. He panics as she suddenly declares she is waiting for their eventual marriage. Pinning him down, she insists their future union will be something truly special. Under the starlit sky, she leans in, leaving the flustered warrior completely defenseless. She envisions a grand wedding performed in front of all their future children. Night breaks with a frantic cry as a lone messenger carries dire news. The heavy weight of his burden is nothing compared to the truth he bears. A shocking scroll confirms that the orthodox order has been violently overturned. Whispers fill the tea houses as the official discusses the demon's first strike. Panic ignites like wildfire, with rumors of innocent families being taken hostage. Across the horizon, the terrifying gossip spreads faster than any army could march. A blade pins the official report, sealing the fate of a fallen star. The young prodigy finds the unfolding disaster to be nothing but a game. The hero rejects all loyalty, seeking only the thrill of the ultimate hunt. A cold ambition takes hold to finish off whoever survives this bloody war. The Tang clan prepares to unveil the greatest prodigy the heavens have ever seen. But peace is a fleeting illusion in a world ruled by cold-blooded killers. A sudden confrontation shatters the silence as a challenger steps into the light. This desperate messenger screams for the demon sword of chaos to finally face him. He pours every ounce of his spirit into a strike that will decide everything. Before he can even move, a cold blade is pressed against his trembling throat. The lightning hero appears like a ghost, whispering a question that chills his soul. She cruelly reminds him that today marks the very day he is destined to die. With a predatory gaze, she claims absolute dominion over this blood-soaked territory. The once brave challenger breaks down in tears, begging for a life he already lost. The legendary lightning hero returns to collect a debt that must be paid today. While a simple meal simmers, a different kind of hunger begins to take hold. Even the feared chaos sword demon flinches when confronted by his own failures. The innkeeper explodes in accusing his guest of choosing murder over rent. He collapses in despair over his ruined home and a worthless dead boar. Desperation turns to fury as he seizes the legendary warrior by the collar. But a terrifying presence watches from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. Her eyes glow with murderous intent as she stalks her prey from the darkness. Suddenly the tension breaks, leaving the two men alone in the heavy silence. He frantically whispers, questioning if this beautiful woman is a hero or a demon. Yahello reveals his past devotion to a lady he once served. The messenger gasps as a legendary rumor finally proves to be true. News of their connection has already spread like wildfire across the distant mountains. Whispers of their meeting have reached even the lowliest taverns in the village. Dark tales claim the demon sword hypnotized his prize to steal her power. A lavish meal arrives to break the tension of their heavy conversation. Instead of a battle, the legendary hero tenderly feeds her flustered companion. The messenger watches in disbelief as the predatory warrior shows her softer side. He warns them that such public displays are drawing far too much attention. The world is watching the union of two stars who should be enemies. He grips her arm firmly, swearing that their days of suffering are finally over. The invincible hero softens, realizing she finally has someone to stand beside her. He reaches out toward a future where they no longer live in squalor. A dark resolve takes hold as he vows to become the ultimate master. No more hiding their bond, they decide to face the world's judgment together. But the dramatic tension breaks when a messenger arrives to demand unpaid rent. Their isolated mountain hut becomes the center of a very different financial crisis. The messenger collapses in relief, having finally tracked down the elusive legendary duo. Meanwhile, the powerful merchant leader observes their every move from the shadows. The debt is settled instantly as a massive bag of gold changes everything. Yahello insists on saving their newfound gold to fund a future move. He humbly credits the massive fortune to Sealwa's incredible and tireless efforts. Their hands interlock as she firmly rejects his attempt to credit her alone. She beams with joy, declaring that everything they possess belongs to them both. The legendary warrior stands frozen, completely overwhelmed by her sudden display of affection. The disgruntled landlord scoffs, clearly unimpressed by their sentimental and romantic display. He questions if their family has grown while demanding strictly punctual rent payments. A stern warning follows, demanding they keep their destructive martial arts elsewhere. Yahello laughs heartily, promising that no chaos will ruin their humble home. But a nervous sweat reveals the true pressure of maintaining this peaceful facade. A sudden inferno erupts, consuming the night and drawing every terrified eye toward the flames. Yahello stares upward in disbelief as a manic laughter echoes through the burning wreckage. A chaotic force descends from the sky, striking the blaze with overwhelming and violent power. The mysterious girl lands before them, claiming to be the one they were all expecting. She reveals the glowing jade of the four heavens, a symbol of her lethal lineage. The poisonous phoenix stands amidst the fire, her twisted smile promising nothing but absolute carnage. Panic grips the crowd as she screams her true, murderous intent for all to hear. A massive wave of blue energy tears through the darkness, shattering the very atmosphere itself. Destructive beams rain down, fueled by the insanity of a girl who thrives on chaos. She turns with a chilling laugh, completely unfazed by the devastation she just unleashed. Yahello watches in absolute horror as his home is reduced to smoking rubble. Violent arcs of electricity dance across the steel of a legendary, glowing blade. The lightning hero glares forward, demanding to know who dares challenge her next. A sinister greeting echoes through the air as a predatory smile is revealed. Tang-hee stands bathed in emerald light, her murderous intent reaching its peak. Two masters of destruction face off in a duel that defies all logic. Despite the shift in plans, the poisonous phoenix thrives in this unexpected carnage. She invokes a forbidden secret technique, screaming for her rivals to finally perish. However, the terrifying display ends abruptly as she is slammed deep into the earth. The overwhelming flames are suddenly extinguished, leaving only silence and charred remains. Yahello stands amidst the ruins of a home he just accidentally destroyed. But the chaotic poisonous phoenix is too busy laughing while buried in the dirt. She warns that her family's true power is only just beginning to wake up. Suddenly, a mysterious assassin erupts from the earth in a blinding flash of energy. A powerful hand reaches out, seizing the intruder before they can even strike. Without a second thought, the elite warrior is ruthlessly slammed back into the ground. Now, two legendary killers find themselves humiliated and trapped side by side. The lightning hero stands tall, effortlessly neutralizing the threat with terrifying precision. Yahello can only watch in horror, questioning the absolute insanity of this situation. Yet the manic girl just laughs, claiming this madness is all for justice. The manic girl laughs wildly as a terrified messenger screams for his life. Yahello reels in shock as dark rumors of his own villainy are revealed. He struggles to maintain his composure while his secret identity hangs by a thread. Confronting the buried assassin, he questions her previous murderous intent toward their group. A stoic captive reveals that the legendary Sun and Moon sword was the target. The lightning hero remains unmoved, her eyes burning with an intense, quiet authority. The truth emerges regarding a humiliating defeat suffered during a past martial arts competition. Amidst the wreckage, they realize their current strength is no match for the hero. Yahello realizes he accidentally gained immense honor by defeating a supposed demon. Tensions rise as the group questions the mysterious connection between these two powerful warriors. Tang-hee screams in fury while trapped helplessly beneath the cold earth. She refuses to accept the humiliation dealt by the girl who defeated them. Even buried alive, the two warriors struggle to find a way out. The lightning hero stands tall, unleashing a massive shockwave of green energy. Suddenly, the captive assassin breaks free and lunges past a stunned Yahello. Yahello stares in shock as the prisoner escapes while demanding immediate compensation. Cold and calculated, the white-haired prodigy unsheathes her blade for the final hunt. Her crimson eyes lock onto her target with a terrifying singular focus. The group discovers a mysterious figure standing atop the high, jagged cliffs. Tang-hee smiles, knowing her desperate gamble is finally beginning to pay off. The desperate assassin plays her final card, dragging a helpless hostage into the light. Yahello freezes in total disbelief as a mysterious woman is held at sword point. Tang-hee laughs maniacally, convinced this leverage will force the demon to surrender. But the legendary Chaos Sword demon can only stare back with a hollow expression. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the battlefield as the grand plan fails. She frantically screams that this captive is the mother who gave him life. Yahello simply scratches his head, explaining his mother died many years ago. The realization hits Tang-hee like a physical blow as her logic completely crumbles. Even the hostage explodes in fury, screaming that they have the wrong person. Completely defeated by her own stupidity, the poisonous phoenix sinks into the dirt. Tang-hee screams in a desperate rage, demanding an impossible surrender from her enemy. Trapped and humiliated, she frantically insists that her hostage is his long-lost mother. The assassin tightens her grip, threatening to end the old man's life instantly. Yahello watches in sheer disbelief as the scene descends into absolute chaos. Onlookers whisper in horror, convinced they are witnessing a cold-blooded hostage execution. He desperately tries to explain that this stranger shares no blood with him. The crowd brands him a monster for seemingly abandoning his own flesh and blood. The once feared poisonous phoenix trembles as her grand scheme crumbles into pathetic dust. Her family's legendary honor is shattered by this humiliating display of incompetence. As green energy flickers out, a powerful ally steps forward to end the farce. The pride of a generation crumbles as the greatest genius hits rock bottom. Lightning Hero intervenes, her sudden arrival leaving the Chaos Sword Demon completely paralyzed. Tang-hee finally snaps, unleashing a toxic green aura fueled by pure humiliation. Yahello watches in terror as she commits the ultimate, unforgivable martial taboo. The poisonous phoenix lunges forward with a scream, desperate to reclaim her shattered honor. Steel clashes against poison as the white-haired prodigy effortlessly parries the lethal strike. Her crimson eyes flare with cold determination, refusing to let the enemy escape. With a single swing, her blade carves a brilliant path of lightning through chaos. The silent demon mocks her effort, revealing a sinister truth behind the distraction. A hidden needle streaks through the air, aimed at a target she failed to protect. The lethal needle finds its mark, sending the Chaos Sword demon reeling in pain. Seolhwa freezes in terror as her childhood friend's name escapes her trembling lips. She desperately catches his falling body while the messenger watches in absolute disbelief. Tears of regret stream down her face as she fears the worst for him. Every second feels like an eternity, while she stares into the face of tragedy. Despite the blood, he manages a weak smile to comfort the girl he loves. Overwhelmed by relief and sorrow, she pulls him into a desperate, crushing embrace. He softly apologizes for the pain his recklessness has caused her heart today. He insists the wound is minor, dismissing the thick needle as mere child's play. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoes, revealing the poison's true and fatal nature. She gleefully reveals the legendary 100 fragrant root poison to her doomed prey. This lethal concoction from the Sichuan Tang clan is designed for absolute assassination. The villainous girl gloats that the toxin has already breached his vital dantian. He realizes a single needle prick was enough to seal his grisly fate. The poison thrives by feeding on the victim's own internal energy to multiply. Ironically, the stronger the martial artist, the faster this horrific death will consume. She demands his power betray him as she counts down his final seconds. An awkward silence hangs in the air when the expected explosion never happens. The group casually ignores the ultimate weapon as if it were a mosquito bite. She screams in pure confusion while he focuses on comforting his crying companion. Tang Hai stares at her needle, realizing her deadly plan has gone horribly wrong. She frantically checks her supplies, fearing she brought the wrong concoction for the job. A sudden sting forces her to realize she accidentally poisoned herself instead of him. The powerful duo watches in stunned silence as the assassin's confidence completely vanishes. Her internal energy backfires, causing a violent and humiliating collapse right before their eyes. She bolts upright in a strange room, screaming as consciousness finally returns to her. Confused and vulnerable, she finds herself trapped within the walls of a local clinic. Her eyes flare with immediate hostility when she sees her target standing over her. He calmly explains that he saved her life after her pathetic display of incompetence. The demon leader demands answers, refusing to let her leave in such a state. Tang Hai realizes the poison is real and only perfect energy control can save her. She senses a presence whose overwhelming power rivals the legendary heads of the Great Sex. Trembling in her bed, she finally asks why her sworn enemy chose to spare her. She recalls the terrifying fury of the lightning hero who hunted her through the night. The demon leader looms over her, declaring that their unfinished business has just begun. Despair sinks in as she learns her powerful ally was defeated and captured by him. She desperately clutches the sheets, realizing even the most righteous heroes are now powerless. Terror paralyzes her as she realizes she is the only target left for his wrath. The tension breaks momentarily as she realizes her survival wasn't a cruel trap after all. But the demon quickly returns to the main point, demanding the truth she is hiding. She desperately screams that her noble family must never be dragged into this mess. Trembling with fear, she vows to protect her clan from his reaching evil hands. The demon leader simply smirks, asking if she truly thinks she can handle this. He raises a single finger, demanding a staggering ransom that shatters her pride. While he laughs at her misery, she realizes her entire life's value is forfeit. A dark shadow looms over her as he prepares to collect her debt. To her absolute horror, her high-stakes punishment turns out to be manual labor. The once proud assassin is now forced to serve customers in a low-rent tavern. Gagging at the stench of commoner food, she questions how life became this pathetic. She explodes in rage at the demon, who turned a legendary warrior into a waitress. The demon leader mocks the fallen assassin with a terrifyingly suggestive and cruel ultimatum. Meanwhile, he keeps his childhood friend close while navigating through the crowded tavern. Despite his polite request for space, she refuses to leave his side for a second. The humiliated waitress watches in horror as her reality crumbles under her new debt. With eyes burning red, the prodigy vows to never let him face pain again. He realizes that being a human shield makes it nearly impossible to defend himself. She leans in closer, surrounded by an aura of blooming flowers and hidden intentions. Suddenly, her grip tightens as she claims her territory with an aggressive, possessive hold. The world-class hero completely abandons her dignity to cling to her long-lost friend. Bystanders can only watch in pure disgust as this legendary warrior makes a scene. The search for the missing Tang clan successor begins amidst the bustling city streets. Rumors spread like wildfire about the monstrous power of the legendary lunar sword. A mysterious figure in the crowd mourns the destruction of her masterfully crafted disguise. Shedding her false skin, the hidden assassin finally breathes a sigh of pure relief. She prepares to vanish into the shadows after successfully completing her secret objective. She whispers a final farewell to Master Yahello before disappearing into the night. Elsewhere, the lightning hero confronts the poisonous phoenix in a clash of titans. Backed into a corner, the pink-haired assassin decides to throw away the plan. She gambles everything on one final, lethal strike of her ultimate poison technique. The inferno finally settles, leaving behind nothing but the silence of scorched earth. Yahello demands an explanation while the messenger mourns his destroyed home. Even buried neck-deep in dirt, the unhinged assassin continues to laugh. She proudly declares herself the true successor of the legendary Tang clan. Suddenly, an elite assassin bursts from the earth to turn the tide. But a powerful hand immediately crushes any hope of a grand escape. The world-renowned killer is slammed back into the soil with total ease. Now, two elite assassins find themselves trapped in a truly humiliating defeat. Yahello can only stare in disbelief at their sheer, mindless audacity. The girl claims her destructive actions were those of a righteous hero. As she laughs, the messenger desperately demands payment for his ruined life. Yahello recoils in horror as the true depth of her deception is revealed. The supposed hero's reputation crumbles under the weight of her own blatant lies. He reminds the buried assassin of the murderous threats she made just moments ago. An accomplice confesses the truth while the girl screams in a desperate, pathetic panic. The legendary Sun and Moon Sword watches the chaotic scene with cold, unyielding eyes. A humiliating defeat from years ago is dragged into the light for all to see. The dark history of their rivalry burns as brightly as the smoke on the horizon. Yahello realizes that taking his head is the only way they regain honor. The world's greatest prodigy flatly denies any connection to her long-lost childhood friend. Trapped and exposed, the poisonous phoenix can only howl at the sky in fury. The poisonous phoenix snarls with rage as she exposes the truth of her humiliation. She claims that even the legendary Sun and Moon Sword isn't safe from disgrace. Trapped in the earth, the two assassins realize their desperate gamble has completely failed. The prodigy stands over her prey as a massive burst of energy rocks the forest. Exploding from the dirt, the silent demon makes a desperate break for her life. Yahello can only watch in disbelief as the debt-ridden assassin flees the scene. With a cold gaze, the white-haired hero draws her blade to end the pursuit. But a sudden presence in the distance makes the world's greatest disciple freeze. High atop the jagged rocks, a mysterious silhouette appears to change the battlefield's tide. Tang Hai flashes a wicked grin, revealing her final, most dangerous trump card yet. The tides of battle shift as a desperate hostage is brought into the light. The silent assassin holds a blade to a helpless elder to force a surrender. Yahello freezes in horror as the high stakes of this confrontation finally hit. Tang Hai laughs maniacally, believing she has finally found the ultimate leverage to win. But the feared leader can only stare in complete and utter confusion at the scene. Silence falls over the battlefield as the warriors try to process this bizarre turn. The pink-haired brat screams that they have captured the hero's very own mother. A puzzled Yahello questions why they would bring a complete stranger before him. The assassin's face pales as her grand plan crumbles under a single tragic truth. The furious hostage screams that they have kidnapped the wrong man's mother entirely. Tang Hai grovels in the dirt as her master scolds her for this pathetic failure. The pint-sized assassin explodes in rage, demanding her enemies surrender through her tears. Confusion reigns as witnesses wonder why a legendary hero would side with this unorthodox brat. A cold-blooded killer holds a blade to an old man who begs for his life. Yahello watches in horror as the absurd hostage situation spirals completely out of control. Rumors spread through the crowd that the Chaos Sword Demon's parents have been captured. He desperately screams the truth, but nobody believes that the hostage is a total stranger. The surrounding warriors brand him a heartless monster for seemingly disowning his own mother. Hidden in the ground, Tang Hai trembles as her prestigious clan's reputation is dragged through mud. The weight of her title as the Poison Phoenix has never felt more humiliatingly heavy. Tang Hai is forced to the ground, her poisonous pride shattered by a single command. Every ounce of her dignity as the Tang family successor is currently being trampled. Suddenly, the legendary lightning hero is insulted by a brat who doesn't know her place. Tang Hai erupts in a toxic fury, ready to kill anyone who mocks her lineage. Yahello watches in terror as his childhood friend's most sensitive nerve is finally struck. With a scream of pure hatred, the Poison Phoenix launches a lethal, high-speed strike. But the world-class prodigy won't let a single needle touch her while she stands. Her red eyes sharpen as she realizes this fight is about to escalate beyond control. A massive wave of sword energy clears the battlefield with overwhelming, godlike power. From the shadows, the silent demon watches, unimpressed by the hero's effortless display. A chilling realization strikes as a lethal blow finds its mark through the chaos. Yahello collapses, his body finally failing after taking the brunt of the attack. The legendary hero freezes in horror as she watches her closest friend fall. Desperation takes hold as she rushes to his side, fearing the worst has happened. Tears well in her eyes, shattered by the thought of losing him forever. Regret consumes her soul, wishing she had just a moment more of strength. But through the pain, Yahello offers a weak smile to calm her heart. Relieved beyond words, the world-class prodigy pulls him into a desperate, crushing embrace. For a brief moment, the battlefield fades away as they hold on to each other. Despite the terrifying display, he insists it was merely a scratch from a needle. The assassin cackles, declaring the hero is already a walking corpse. She reveals her trump card, a legendary acid known to melt the strongest souls. Horror strikes the fallen warrior as he recognizes the lethal scent of the tang. The toxic energy surges toward his core, promising a slow and agonizing end. But as the green lightning crackles, the demon leader remains strangely calm. She explains that his own power will be his ultimate downfall. This poison targets masters, turning their internal energy into a deadly weapon. She points a finger, waiting for the inevitable explosion of blood and gore. The silence stretches painfully long while he complains of a minor sting. Utter confusion fills the air as the supposed victim simply walks it off. The demon leader stands unscathed, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. The assassin panics, questioning if she actually remembered to lace her lethal needles. Desperation takes over as she wonders if she brought the wrong vial of toxins. To prove her failure, she recklessly pricks her own skin with the deadly tip. The onlookers watch in stunned silence as the girl begins to act strangely. Suddenly, the poison takes hold, sending her into a violent and uncontrollable seizure. She jolts awake in an unfamiliar room, her heart racing from the experience. Her target reveals they are at a clinic, having saved his own assassin. Rage flares in her eyes as she realizes her humiliating defeat is not over. He sighs heavily, explaining that her dramatic suffering forced him to take pity. He stares her down, questioning if she truly wants to continue this hopeless struggle. Realization strikes as she confirms the lethal toxins coursing through her veins were real. He unleashes an advanced purification technique that only a true sect leader could master. Waking in the clinic, the failed assassin demands to know why her target saved her. Meanwhile, the legendary Sun and Moon Sword watches from the shadows, her fury simmering. He leans back with a smirk, reminding her they still have debts to settle. Fear paralyzes her, as she realizes her life now belongs to this terrifying man. She grips the sheets tight, cursing the righteous path that led to her downfall. Darkness looms over her as she prepares for the inevitable punishment that comes next. An unexpected apology echoes through the halls, shifting the weight of their complicated history. Yahello shifts the conversation back to the cold, hard reality of her situation. She refuses to let him drag her family into this mess with a snap. Rising from her bed, the assassin demands her kin be left out of this. He mocks her pride, questioning if a failed killer can survive on her own. The price of her freedom is set at a staggering 100,000 yang. Her home and her very life are now just chips in his high-stakes game. A dark shadow looms as he prepares to collect on her impossible debt personally. Suddenly, the feared poisonous phoenix is forced into a humiliating new role as shopkeeper. She screams prices at customers, her deadly skills wasted on selling cheap trinkets. The demon leader wonders why his new employee is screaming at her generous boss. The Chaos Sword demon finds himself pinned under an intense and deadly gaze. Forced into the public eye, the legendary prodigy refuses to release her grip. He begs for space, but she clings tighter to ward off unseen threats. Meanwhile, the poisonous phoenix struggles to maintain her composure in the shadows. A chilling promise burns in her eyes as she vows to handle everything. He realizes that staying in this position makes a real fight nearly impossible. The atmosphere shifts suddenly as the white-haired hero softens her approach. She boldly claims her place, leaving the feared warrior completely frozen in shock. Onlookers watch in pure disgust as the legendary demon loses his remaining dignity. Across the bustling city, the search for a missing brat begins in earnest. Word of the monster, known as the Sun and Moon Sword, spreads through town. An elite assassin laments the loss of her perfect mask amidst the sweltering heat. Shedding her false identity feels like a breath of fresh air within the chaos. The silent demon finally reveals her true form, before making a daring escape. With a cold glare, she promises a lethal reunion with her most hated rival. Elsewhere, a sudden footstep alerts the guards to a presence that shouldn't be there. Yahello and his captive companion attempt a desperate and ridiculous infiltration plan. However, the local sentries are far from impressed by their pathetic green bandana disguises. Their cover is blown instantly as the guards realize these intruders are total frauds. Patience snaps as the poisonous phoenix ends the conversation with a devastating physical strike. The local sentries tremble as a mysterious force demands to know their leader's location. A mysterious figure looms in the smoke, claiming to be the long-awaited reinforcements. Tang Hai erupts in fury, berating the incompetent guards for their absolute lack of discipline. Trembling with fear, the low-level grunts beg for mercy after their pathetic display. She casually crushes their pride underfoot while Yahello watches the chaos in disbelief. A wicked smile crosses her face as she prepares to infiltrate the stronghold's gates. They arrive to find the massive fortress completely gutted by a terrifyingly powerful force. A survivor explains that a single strike of blue energy obliterated the mountain peak. Dread washes over Yahello as he realizes his childhood friend is closing in. His sudden terror doesn't go unnoticed as Tang Hai questions why he looks deathly. Yahello suddenly feels a heavy weight of responsibility to protect his fierce companion. Tang Hai blushes deeply, hiding her face while dismissing his unexpected, sentimental words. They reach the hidden stronghold's depths where the darkest secrets remain locked away. Yahello moves with lethal silence, closing the distance to an unsuspecting guard. The man barely has time to react before a terrifying shadow looms over him. A botched strike leaves the guard incapacitated, highlighting Yahello's lack of precision. Snatching the heavy iron keys, they prepare to breach the final, cold barrier. The duo sprints through the shadows, racing against time before the alarm sounds. They arrive at a massive iron cage where a high-value prisoner is held. A familiar voice echoes from the darkness, revealing a shocking face from their past. The iron bars finally reveal the captured girl, who gasps at her unexpected saviors. She recognizes the Chaos Sword Demon, praising him for having a shred of true honor. Yet the moment of gratitude vanishes as she frantically demands they finally untie her. The heavy wooden shackles hit the floor as she is finally freed from her chains. She scoffs, explaining the bandits released the porters because they were worth no ransom. Their companion sighs in frustration, knowing the girl is just trying to save face. They prepare to flee the dungeon before the next patrol cycle begins their rounds. A sudden sense of dread washes over them as the silence of the prison breaks. She warns them that opening the cell door has triggered a massive, hidden emergency bell. Torchlight floods the hallway as an army of guards corners the trio in the darkness. The bandit leader laughs, convinced the righteous faction fell right into his trap. Tang Hai suggests blowing the entire prison sky high to clear a path. But her face pales as she realizes her deadly arsenal was lost during the landslide. Chaos erupts as the girls bicker while Yahello wonders how they will survive. Their fear vanishes instantly as they turn toward the guards with a terrifying confidence. Pure terror grips the soldiers as they recognize the monster standing before them. Tang Hai mocks her captors, claiming she was only holding back to protect her burden. Yahello stares in disbelief at the sheer audacity of his supposed allies. The realization hits the bandits like a physical blow. They are the ones being hunted. With a wicked grin, she tells them to struggle before their inevitable end arrives. Yahello desperately bluffs, his clumsy acting barely holding the tense situation together. The low-level bandits tremble, already planning a retreat from the suffocating pressure. But a monstrous presence looms from the shadows, silencing their cowardice with dread. Enter Wusuk, the ferocious 8th commander of the legendary Green Forest Division. Even the Tang clan assassins freeze, recognizing the arrival of a true powerhouse. He is one of the 8 tyrants, a monster serving the Green Forest King. The commander points a finger, instantly identifying Yahello as the Chaos Sword Demon. Pure terror strikes the hidden leader as his secret identity is finally exposed. Instead of attacking, the tyrant extends a hand with a shocking proposal to unite. He suggests sharing the massive ransom and cooperating as fellow unorthodox masters. Tang Hai screams in desperation, begging the tyrant not to break their fragile deal. But the commander only laughs, reminding the demon he has no choice but compliance. In this cold world, the assassin realizes that only gold and power hold value. The giant extends his hand, offering the Chaos Sword Demon a path to wealth. Suddenly, Yahello snaps, burying a defiant fist into the commander's massive chest. He roars in fury, cursing martial artists who steal whatever they please through strength. A haunting memory of a young girl's cry flashes through his fractured mind. Tears stream down his face as he vows to never lose his people again. Just as the tension peaks, a thunderous explosion shatters the wall behind them. Out of the smoke steps the Sun and Moon Sword, radiating pure killing intent. The Sun and Moon Sword glares with a terrifying, blood-red gaze. A calm spring breeze carries the scent of death beneath the pale moonlight. The surrounding crowd stands frozen, mesmerized by her otherworldly and lethal beauty. She emerges from the shadows, drenched in the blood of her fallen enemies. Her absolute killing intent suffocates the air, leaving everyone trembling in pure terror. But the cold monster suddenly melts as she throws herself into a warm embrace. Yahello can barely believe his eyes as he checks her for any injuries. She clings to him with tears of joy, apologizing for arriving so late. Behind her lies a trail of butchered nuisances she cleared from the hideouts. The hidden assassins watch in disbelief as the legendary prodigy acts like a child. Her gaze carries a lethal weight that suffocates everyone in the room. The legendary assassin stands frozen, unable to process the monster before her. One wrong move, and her life will end before she can even blink. Lightning crackles as she issues a cold ultimatum to the terrified intruders. She vows to slaughter every soul present, just to keep her friends safe. Even the Chaos Sword Demon struggles to restrain her overwhelming bloodlust. Her terrifying declaration sends chills down the spines of the most hardened warriors. A massive blade suddenly tears through the air to silence her arrogance. She effortlessly parries the heavy blow, proving her title as a world-class prodigy. The enemy finally realizes they are facing the legendary Sun and Moon Sword. The brute sneers at her delicate face, underestimating the storm brewing within. Exhausted and covered in blood, the legendary prodigy finally shows signs of weakness. Her enemies sense her fading energy, certain that she is completely drained and defenseless. A massive axe comes crashing down, threatening to shatter her value as a commodity. Watching from the shadows, Yahello hears them dismissed as nothing more than amateurs. Wusuk unleashes the power of an ultimate master, proving the gap in their strength. Forced to her knees, the growing monster realizes she cannot defeat a fully fledged one. Driven by instinct, the Chaos Sword Demon prepares to reveal his true, terrifying identity. But a sudden realization stops him cold as the battlefield shifts once again. He hesitates, wondering if exposing his secret is worth the price of her survival. The tyrant roars in fury, ready to crush the insolent brat beneath his feet. Exhausted and drained, the hero realizes she is facing a monster beyond her limits. Her strength fades completely as the giant prepares to end this one-sided struggle forever. Suddenly, her childhood friend steps forward, shielding her from the impending killing blow. Enraged by the interference, the Bandit King vows to make them suffer for their arrogance. Despite his lack of talent, this monster mastered a single, terrifying principle of pure power. From the sidelines, the poisonous phoenix screams a desperate warning as the air turns heavy. He concentrates a lifetime of mediocrity into one final, world-shattering strike of absolute destruction. While her protector shouts for her to move, she frantically searches for a hidden solution. With eyes glowing like a demon, the tyrant unleashes his full wrath to erase them. Yahello screams for everyone to look ahead as the very air begins to vibrate. A cataclysmic pillar of light descends, capable of splitting the earth itself in two. Even while pushed to her limits, the world-class prodigy refuses to kill her foe. She draws her blade with a single purpose: to shatter the tyrant's overwhelming power. The Sun and Moon technique erupts, leaving the legendary Chaos Demon completely stunned. As the cave collapses, a hidden shadow tries to slip through the rising dust. A sudden, crushing grip catches the infiltrator before they can disappear into the dark. The feared leader of the heretics stares in disbelief at the unfolding madness. Recognition flashes in the assassin's eyes as she faces the true demon of chaos. Desperate pleas for survival echo through the ruins of the absolute destruction. The group barely escapes as the mountain stronghold collapses into absolute ruin. Amidst the settling dust, a legendary artifact is pulled from the wreckage. Yahello stares in disbelief as the lunar sword is returned to him. Nearby, the white-haired prodigy offers mercy to the tyrants who begged for death. Massive bounties are now the only way to cover this level of destruction. A cryptic message is delivered, hinting at a past the hero keeps hidden. The mysterious infiltrator departs, leaving behind a warning about touching forbidden treasures. A terrifying new title echoes through the air, questioning the hero's true identity. She knows that even without martial arts, he is a monster among men. He tries to explain the tactical necessity of their strange combat matchup. She questions why he didn't sacrifice her to a more dangerous foe instead. The legendary warrior stands speechless, unable to find a logical response. She recalls his solemn vow to take responsibility and keep her safe. Despite the chaos of the caravan, her teasing laughter fills the air. She finally admits that he might actually be someone she can truly rely on. But in the world of merchants, every wasted second is a grave sin. Suddenly, the hero finds himself locked in chains and facing a cold cell. The world stops as he hears the final, crushing sentence of death. The bounty is confirmed, but the aftermath of the battle leaves the officials shaken. The head merchant accepts the praise with a smile that hides 1,000 deadly secrets. Despite his legendary power, the demon sword feels a cold chill within government walls. A sharp gaze follows his every move, realizing this man is more than he seems. The chief magistrate seethes. Forced to tolerate monsters, because of a cursed imperial decree. He questions if they truly understand the carnage the demon sword is capable of inflicting. She clings to her husband, warning that provoking him will only lead to certain death. With a bitter heart, the official relents, though the tension remains thick as smoke. Over a tense meal, the group discusses a law that protects criminals from justice. The era of the emperor is fading as martial sects seize control of the world. Laws protect the wicked, as government officials are forbidden from touching martial masters. A secret delivery is planned, requiring the demon sword to vanish into the shadows. Terror grips his heart as he learns the recipient is a literal legendary dragon. True power is born when internal energy explodes outward as the devastating chi. This ethereal strength has long been the only benchmark for a true martial peak. Now, clashing dragons and phoenixes signal the rise of a terrifying new generation. Among these world-class prodigies, a very familiar face suddenly takes the spotlight. The youngest monster of the group is revealed as the lethal poison phoenix herself. She brags loudly, completely unaware she is insulting the world's most dangerous man. Their journey leads them toward a confrontation with the mysterious future of Manhwa. The poison phoenix is outraged that anyone would dare underestimate the legendary martial dragon. She warns that this man is far beyond the limits of any normal human. Even among monsters, the group realizes they are dealing with a truly abnormal existence. As the sun begins to set, the head merchant decides to find a place. They arrive at a local inn, seeking private rooms to hide their identities. Suddenly, a violent strike shatters the wood as patience finally wears thin. The lightning hero demands separate rooms, leaving the poor innkeeper trembling in pure terror. With a cold, murderous gaze, she orders the woman to make rooms appear immediately. After the chaos, Tang Hai finally enjoys the simple luxury of a hot wash. But her momentary peace is shattered by a sudden, unexpected presence in the dark. Tension inside the inn reaches a boiling point as the two women clash. Tang Hai refuses to back down, sparking a heated argument over their shared space. Exhausted from the chaos, she finally collapses onto the bed to find rest. The head merchant is left stunned as the next guest finishes their refreshing bath. The legendary lightning hero emerges, her usual icy gaze replaced by a gentle smile. She focuses on her breathing, radiating a calm energy that fills the quiet room. Yu Hyul stands frozen in total shock at this rare, intimate display of vulnerability. She leans in close, explaining that she simply had to borrow some spare clothes. The feared leader of the heretics is completely paralyzed by her sudden, soft proximity. Breaking all her usual rules, she pulls him into a deep and silent embrace. She asks if her touch is unwelcome, pulling the feared leader into a tight embrace. The legendary hero declares herself his, her eyes radiating a dangerous and soft devotion. Completely paralyzed by the sudden confession, the chaos demon can barely find his words. He finally snaps, returning the hug with a desperate shout of pure, unfiltered joy. A rare, genuine smile crosses her face as she basks in his honest, frantic reaction. Their hands interlock tightly, sealing a bond that transcends their status as martial legends. Every rule of the cold martial world is forgotten in this single moment of intimacy. Under the falling blossoms, she leans in close to confirm her feelings forever. Nearby, the head merchant reaches her breaking point, her patience snapping from the noise. She screams for silence while the exhausted group struggles to find any actual rest. A mysterious red chest is suddenly hurled into the air with violent force. The head merchant watches in horror as her most valuable possession takes flight. Inside the room, the chaos demon is caught in a suffocating embrace of panic. She screams toward the window, warning of a disaster that has already begun. But the true catastrophe is the deadly, electric aura radiating from the lightning hero. A massive explosion rocks the night sky, scattering debris across the dark horizon. Looking up, the chaos demon realizes the heavy chest is plummeting toward him. He lunges forward with desperate speed, catching the artifact just before it shatters. His footing suddenly gives way, sending a jolt of pure terror through his heart. With a deafening crash, the world's most feared warrior disappears into the abyss. Miraculously surviving the plummet, the world's most feared warrior wakes in a daze. But before he can even stand, a cold hand grips him with murderous intent. Surrounded by blades, he is branded a scoundrel by the very people he served. The accusation is lethal, claiming he dared to strike down the high-ranking magistrate Ji Hyun. Behind him, the official lies broken and bloody, framed by a crime he never committed. Overnight, the legendary chaos demon becomes the Empire's most wanted public enemy. Deep within the silent stone walls of a dungeon, the night air grows cold. A mysterious prisoner watches from the shadows, sensing a powerful new arrival. Desperate and broken, the fallen hero begs for anyone to believe his innocence. Trapped in a heavy wooden collar, he realizes his nightmare has only just begun. The guard's fury erupts as he blames the demon for the official's critical state. Thrown into a dungeon, the warrior is told to prepare for the coming consequences. Alone in the dark, a mysterious voice suddenly pierces the silence with concern. From the shadows, a calm prisoner offers to hear the demon's tragic story. Staring in awe, the demon realizes his new cellmate is literally radiating light. The brilliance intensifies, leaving the warrior speechless as the shadows are completely erased. The stranger introduces himself as Guangdu, a disciple of the famous Manhwa. This confession brings total confusion, as the man's appearance suggests a different sect. Narrowing his eyes, the glowing prisoner feels an unmistakable aura from the new arrival. He points a finger, asking if this broken man is actually the chaos demon. Consumed by rage, the white-haired prodigy vows to save her friend at any cost. A desperate woman pleads for the hero to restrain her world-shaking power. She warns that storming the government offices is a suicide mission for everyone involved. With glowing red eyes, the warrior declares her intention to slaughter every single enemy. The companion desperately questions if the hero wants her friend to live as a fugitive. A sudden realization halts the killing intent as the hero considers the surrender's true meaning. The blinding aura finally fades as they decide to clear up this deadly misunderstanding. Coldly, the hero promises total annihilation if her friend suffers even a single scratch. Exhausted, the woman agrees to negotiate while demanding the volatile warrior stay hidden. Left behind in the silence, the two wonder if this fragile peace will actually hold. High above the stronghold, a mysterious girl prepares to launch a reckless rescue mission. She smiles with a dangerous hunger, eager to finally show off her lethal style. Meanwhile, deep inside the high-security dungeon, a legendary master sits in total silence. He listens intently to the prisoner's story, acknowledging the heavy burden he carries. The falsely accused warrior is left speechless by this unexpected display of genuine trust. This strange monk refuses to judge a man based on the world's cruel rumors. A divine golden light suddenly erupts as he calls the prisoner his martial brother. Overwhelmed by the first kindness he has felt in years, the warrior breaks down. The dazzling sage of Manhwa proves that his legendary title is well-deserved. The tone shifts as the master asks what embarrassing secret brought him here. A wild beast once terrorized the market, leaving the villagers paralyzed with fear. But this legendary creature was defeated by nothing more than a blinding reflection. The monk explains his ridiculous arrest while the warrior listens in total disbelief. One single punch to a village elder was all it took to land him here. Even a demon finds it hard to believe who the real victim is. Now his sentence is over, and he promises to clear the warrior's name. But a simple errand at a nearby inn hints at a much larger conspiracy. Suddenly, the dungeon walls erupt in a violent explosion that shakes the foundation. Both prisoners freeze as a familiar voice calls out for the legendary demon. A chaotic ally has arrived to break the world's most dangerous prisoner out. The sudden mention of a legendary name leaves the prisoners frozen in total shock. Their greedy rescuer demands a fortune while the demon questions the cost of freedom. She boasts of perfect stealth while the Imperial guards lie paralyzed on the floor. Even the dazzling sage of Manhwa cannot believe this brat is their savior. The chaotic infiltrator snaps back as she recognizes the old monk from her past. Trapped between two lunatics, the warrior wonders if the dungeon was actually safer. She hides a secret debt, claiming this rescue is merely repaying a complicated favor. With a violent snap, the heavy wooden restraints finally shatter into 1,000 splinters. Standing free for the first time, he stares at his hands in utter disbelief. The sage urges him to vanish before the magistrate's full wrath descends upon them. The sage waves them away, with a chilling warning about the approaching lunar sword. A knowing smile stretches across his face as he prepares for the coming chaos. Hearing that name sends a jolt of pure terror through the tattered prisoner heart. The infiltrator casually drops the bombshell that the legendary hero is actually his fiancée. Suddenly, a violent and overwhelming energy explodes from the old monk's calm form. He shatters the reinforced stone wall with a single strike of concentrated martial power. The two fugitives can only stare in disbelief as the old man loses control. He quickly masks his rage, claiming he simply let his personal feelings overwhelm him. With a firm grip, he pulls a heavy staff from the wreckage of the wall. He warns them that his fiancée's involvement changes the stakes of this entire war. Guangdu, the pride of Manhwa, throws himself into a hopeless battle. But even the sect's greatest prodigy is left broken against the wall. The lightning hero stands tall, her power far eclipsing any human limit. He accepts his defeat calmly, believing his sacrifice saved those behind him. Suddenly, the hero reaches down to claim a strange and humiliating prize. Terror strikes as he realizes his very voice has been stolen away. He watches in agony as she plucks the final remnants of his pride. The hero mocks his pathetic state while bestowing a new, shameful name. The proud warrior's spirit finally snaps under the weight of utter despair. Now he can only wail in silence as his world turns to ash. The memory of a cheerful companion only deepens his current, agonizing torment. He remembers the kind face of the elder, who once offered him guidance. But that warmth is shattered by a brutal strike against his very soul. A fleeting vision of a loved one praying for his safety flickers away. Everything changes as a blinding, celestial light begins to consume his entire world. The power of the sun itself descends, drowning out his silent, desperate screams. In that moment of absolute despair, the legendary sun and moon sword awakens. Far away, the true master of this devastating power senses the shifting tides. Ignoring every warning, the hero storms the government office to reclaim her friend. A massive explosion rocks the facility as her unstoppable wrath finally arrives. A sudden surge of blinding energy erupts as the prisoner loses his mind. Terrified by the raw power, the duo flees before the explosion consumes them. Overwhelmed by grief, the warrior vows to make his enemies suffer the same fate. The infiltrator explains that the legendary sword has driven the man into total madness. Faced with an impossible choice, the demon wonders how to survive such overwhelming force. A cunning realization crosses her face as she mocks his inability to fight back. Frustrated by her arrogance, he realizes she has completely misunderstood his dire situation. Stepping into the line of fire, she orders him to find his stolen gear. While the monster looms behind them, she gives final directions to the secret vault. Seizing the chance to escape, he rushes toward his only hope for true power. The legendary sage erupts with a blinding aura, ready to strike down his foe. But the infiltrator only laughs, eager to witness a clash between dragon and phoenix. While they fight, the prisoner frantically tears through the vault in search of hope. His eyes light up as he finally recovers the blade that defines his existence. Tears stream down his face as he reunites with his most precious, stolen treasure. The moment of relief is cut short when he stumbles upon a terrified elder. Both men scream in absolute horror as their eyes meet in the dark room. Recognition sets in as the official realizes the Chaos Sword Demon has returned. Suddenly, a violent shockwave rips through the building, nearly knocking him off balance. Outside, the duel reaches a fever pitch as two monsters trade life-threatening blows. The pink-haired infiltrator unleashes a devastating strike to start the battle. She invokes the Tang clan's deadly poison dance to overwhelm her opponent. The bald prisoner counters with the legendary plum blossom swordsmanship stances. He stands his ground, declaring he has no interest in her weak attacks. He suddenly screams, accusing her of being the sun and moon sword's fiancé. The confused protagonist wonders why he is being dragged into this drama. The infiltrator rolls her eyes as the bald warrior continues his emotional outburst. She begins to list every single flaw of the notorious Chaos Sword Demon. Insulting him to his face, she calls him a reckless and arrogant troublemaker. She finally admits that despite his faults, he is still a man of honor. The infiltrator mocks the warrior for turning his blade against his only true friend. Realization hits the bald master as he finally understands his own hypocritical mistake. Yahello remains utterly baffled by the sudden shift in the dungeon's chaotic energy. Overcome with shame, the fallen sage mourns the tarnished honor of Manhwa. He offers a sincere apology to the man he once sought to destroy. Suddenly, a massive surge of lightning shatters the heavy silence of the prison vault. The legendary sun and moon sword appears, throwing herself into her childhood friend's arms. Her crimson eyes narrow with a cold, murderous intensity that freezes the entire room. She coldly demands to know the identity of the man standing in her way. Fueled by pure rage, the warrior's aura erupts as he prepares for an ultimate clash. A heavy footfall signals the arrival of a force that cannot be contained. The night sky shatters as a deafening explosion rocks the government stronghold. Confused citizens gather as chaos erupts within the walls of the imperial office. Disdain fills her heart as she watches the authorities fail their simplest tasks. She strides through the crowd, disgusted by the incompetence of the ruling elite. The infiltrator screams in terror as the legendary sword prepares to level everything. Two monstrous powers collide in a display of raw, world-shaking internal energy. The terrified magistrate begs for mercy as the world's strongest warriors face off. Consumed by a decade of bitterness, the fallen sage demands his final revenge. Coldly, the goddess of lightning asks who this pathetic man even thinks he is. Unexpectedly, the falsely accused prisoner steps between the goddess and her vengeful attacker. He boldly declares that he will take full responsibility for any perceived wrongs. The fallen sage freezes in disbelief, unable to comprehend this sudden act of nobility. Even the legendary lightning hero is stunned as her childhood friend shields her. He reveals his deep hatred for the endless cycle of theft within the Jianghu. Silence falls as the world-class prodigy realizes the true weight of his resolve. Before the gathered witnesses, the tattered prisoner demands an end to the senseless violence. Overwhelmed by emotion, She struggles to find words for this man who risks everything. With a desperate roar, he offers himself as the target for the sage's wrath. Lowering his blade, the warrior asks if he is truly prepared to pay that price. The bald warrior screams for silence, his pride wounded by the sex interference. Yahello steps forward, his body a shield against the coming blade. Terrified, the legendary hero begs him to stop this reckless sacrifice. She watches in horror as the situation spirals beyond anyone's control. Emitting a violent aura, the prisoner vows to settle his petty grudge. But the chaos demon can only stare back in utter confusion. The onlookers watch in disbelief as the high-stakes duel turns into a joke. A sudden strike from above sends the arrogant prisoner crashing to the floor. The once threatening warrior is left face down in the dirt, completely broken. With a respectful bow, the Manhwa elder finally restores order. The Manhwa elder offers a humble apology for the chaos her student caused. She turns her attention to the infiltrator, acknowledging her deadly new title and accomplishments. Her sharp eyes shift toward the legendary hero and the man beside her. Tension explodes as a new protector steps forward to shield the accused demon. The elder pauses, claiming she has no intention of using her overwhelming power. She mentions a dark rumor that makes everyone in the room freeze with dread. A cold, piercing gaze reveals the terrifying depth of her true martial intent. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as she offers herself as a shocking form of apology. The chaos demon stands paralyzed, unable to process this absurd turn of events. Despite his visible disgust, the persistent elder refuses to let her new prize escape. The pink-haired girl screams, accusing the elder of shamelessly hitting on her brother. A shadow from the past emerges, revealing the lies told during the Great War. Cheonyang erupts in anger, cursing the position she was forced to accept. A playful smile hides a terrifying truth about the elder's actual age. Even the chaos demon is left stunned by the sheer absurdity of Manhwa. A cold, decisive step echoes as the atmosphere in the room suddenly freezes. Yahello looks back in terror as a familiar, overwhelming presence approaches. To the legendary lightning hero, the man beside her is her entire world. The peaceful future they promised was stolen, leaving only a heavy, dark burden. One fatal mistake has left their strongest ally lying broken on the cold floor. The enemies have finally set their sights on the one man she swore to protect. Every ounce of her restraint vanishes as her fingers tighten around the cold steel. A murderous intent explodes from her soul, demanding the blood of those who dared. Even against this overwhelming pressure, the elder moves with a terrifyingly calm grace. Bystanders can only cower in fear as the building begins to crumble around them. Two legendary forces stand poised to turn this hall into a graveyard of ambition. She mocks the young prodigy, treating this life-or-death struggle like a mere child's game. Before the final blow lands, a familiar hand reaches out to stop the madness. The monster beyond imagination suddenly softens, her eyes filling with a deep, silent sorrow. Confusion takes over as the terrified magistrate begs for a life she barely remembers. A trembling man offers a mysterious red chest while begging for his life. He frantically confesses that the chief magistrate forced him into this plot. The legendary warriors watch the pathetic display in absolute, stunned silence. Outside the office, a ruthless official prepares to crush the martial artists. A sea of imperial soldiers completely surrounds the building under the moonlight. He bellows for their surrender, invoking the absolute authority of the law. With the perimeter secured, the trap for the heroes is finally set. The official waits with cold confidence, certain that his victory is inevitable. However, the eerie silence and missing subordinates suggest a hidden danger remains. He mocks his own men for fearing the legend of the Chaos Demon. The corrupt magistrate plots to use the Manhwa elder as political leverage. His eyes gleam with greed while imagining the legendary treasure finally within his grasp. He scoffs at the terrifying rumors, calling the demon a fraud who seduces women. With arrogance, he declares that no mere youth could ever survive his ultimate trap. The absolute silence is shattered as the roof collapses under an overwhelming spiritual pressure. He gazes upward in disbelief as his fortress is reduced to a pile of rubble. Bathed in moonlight, the legendary warriors stand atop the ruins like gods of death. Terror consumes him as he recognizes the monster he thought was already dead. Safe at last, the demon laughs off the danger while his companions catch their breath. The elder scolds them for being reckless, but their power has changed everything tonight. Cheonyang stands over the wreckage, dismissing the magistrate's panicked demands for justice. She shocks the crowd by declaring the demon will become her husband this very day. The official reels in horror, certain that a forbidden seduction spell has been cast. Meanwhile, the pink-haired infiltrator corners the messenger to expose the hidden conspiracy. She reveals how they sabotaged the delivery just to frame an innocent man. Every detail of their elaborate theft is laid bare before the judging eyes of onlookers. The magistrate's face twists in agony as his carefully crafted lies crumble away. Cornered and desperate, he points a trembling finger at the man who shouldn't exist. He bellows about his authority, trying to drown out the truth with sheer volume. A death sentence is declared, and the demon realizes his troubles have only just begun. The magistrate screams for the blood of the infamous Chaos Sword Demon. He offers a desperate bargain to let the others go for one head. But the lightning hero's killing intent flares as she prepares to end him. A single authoritative step echoes through the courtyard, halting the impending slaughter. The legendary elder of Manhwa intervenes to keep the peace. Rage and humiliation boil over as the official's face turns a deep crimson. He insults the elder's sect, blaming her for the destruction of his office. His threats to report her to the imperial court meet a cold silence. Before another word can escape, a firm hand silences his arrogant tongue. She dares him to try, revealing she has a damning report of her own. The elder exposes the official's greed for Manhwa's most sacred treasures. Her fury boils over for the innocent disciple he dared to imprison. The magistrate trembles as his false authority is stripped away in public. Her eyes ignite with a killing intent that signals an impending war. Faced with a legend, the corrupt official realizes his life is over. A desperate apology echoes through the courtyard as the sun finally sets. Inside the stolen chest lies a mysterious shard pulsing with ancient energy. To her companions, it looks like nothing more than a piece of metal, but she recognizes the relic that vanished over 30 long years ago. Keeping the secret close, she hides the truth behind a cryptic smile. With the relic secured, the elder commends her subordinate for a job well done. She clings to the demon's hands, leaving his white-haired companion fuming with silent rage. Suddenly, a desperate cry for dignity erupts from the most unlikely of places nearby. The fallen master is bound and humiliated, his pride shattered before the entire group. He glares at the legendary duo, his heart burning with a long-standing personal vendetta. The demon sighs deeply, exhausted by the mention of a few lost strands of hair. A true warrior knows that every blood feud must be settled on the battlefield. All eyes turn toward the impending Dragon Phoenix duel where the strongest will finally collide. He bellows a final promise to meet them again and reclaim his stolen glory. The legends watch him leave in utter confusion, having no memory of his existence. The elder drags the captive away, leaving the group to face their exhaustion. Their brutal journey finally concludes, leaving the weary survivors in desperate need of rest. The liaison suggests a carriage, hoping to ease the physical toll of their mission. But a sudden, intimate touch reveals a hidden tension between the legendary warriors. He questions her fatigue, completely oblivious to the chaotic emotions swirling within her. She hides her true feelings, haunted by a romantic vision that defies her logic. They reach the transport hub to finalize the long journey back to safety. A sudden, violent impact shatters the calm atmosphere of the travel office. The demon reacts with pure panic, desperate to escape an awkward seating arrangement. She demands a separate carriage, forcing him into a situation he cannot escape. Chaos Demon wonders if this absurd reality is even possible. Meanwhile, the legendary hero is trapped in a beautiful, romantic delusion. The infiltrator panics as the carriage groans under their terrifying aura. Suddenly, the demon unleashes a crushing blow known as the 1,000-pound hammer. Not to be outdone, the hero counters with her forbidden absorption technique. A brutal battle erupts, fueled by sheer willpower and hidden desires. The clash rages for 3 days, leaving everyone around them completely exhausted. Their combined power is so immense that even the distant mountains shake. Terrified for his life, the messenger remains frozen on the carriage seat. The elder screams in shock as he detects the presence of lethal energy. The pink-haired brat mocks her elders with a sharp, shark-toothed grin. Inside the guild, the legendary demon explains the terrifying precision of his blade. But even a cold-blooded killer blushes when the world-class prodigy leans close. The merchant leader chokes on her tea as the atmosphere turns incredibly awkward. Panicking, she frantically tries to hide her embarrassment with a desperate, rambling excuse. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the table as they try to regroup. He recounts how their legendary battle cries once shook the very foundations of heaven. The hero stands tall, her overwhelming presence leaving the demon completely stunned. A sudden, painful blow interrupts the tension, forcing them back to reality. Now, they must finally discuss the massive price on their legendary reputations. The demon happily calculates a fortune that could change his entire life. A sudden report of lost supply wagons turns his joy into pure horror. The crushing weight of financial ruin strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He looks toward the merchant leader in a state of absolute, silent shock. She begins to speak, her cold expression softening as she reconsiders the situation. Despite the massive losses, she acknowledges his bravery in protecting her during battle. The disgraced magistrate is forced to offer a heavy bag of gold as compensation. A glittering fortune suddenly falls into the hands of the stunned, penniless warrior. He bursts into tears of gratitude, while she turns away in deep embarrassment. She claims it is only special treatment for the man who saved her life. Hyul finally believes his luck is turning around after receiving a massive reward. With 10,000 yang in hand, he prepares to secure a new home. But the innkeeper loses his mind, screaming for the warriors to leave immediately. They travel to Yukachon, a strategic settlement nestled within the mountains of Shaanxi. The local guide points out a homeowner who might finally accept their coin. The owner freezes in terror the moment he sees the legendary figures approaching. The messenger tries to introduce the white-haired prodigy to ease the rising tension. However, Hyul's terrifying aura makes him look like a monster ready for slaughter. The man collapses in a desperate plea, begging them to spare his property. Despite their mountain of gold, no one will rent to these dangerous, unorthodox masters. Hyul apologizes for dragging his companion into this chaotic and dangerous situation. He remembers simpler days when they could walk through villages hand in hand. Just feeling her presence by his side is enough to calm his dark aura. The legendary prodigy softens, finding peace in this rare moment of quiet intimacy. But their romantic atmosphere is suddenly shattered by a loud, teasing voice. A mischievous companion mocks them for acting like a pair of love-struck brats. She is quickly dragged away before she can ruin the mood any further. Under the clear blue sky, the tension finally begins to fade away. Hyul asks what she desires most for the home they will soon share. She smiles, dreaming of a massive estate filled with countless empty rooms. Hyul realizes his partner's noble upbringing makes her expectations for a home incredibly high. She dreams of a massive estate where their future family can finally grow together. However, the romantic atmosphere is instantly crushed by a looming, incredibly frustrated presence. Their guide explodes in rage, demanding to know if they think house hunting is easy. He reminds them that their meager deposit couldn't possibly afford such a luxury mansion. But a sudden realization strikes the exhausted messenger, sparking a dangerous new idea. He claims there might be one place that fits their budget and their status. They arrive at a breathtaking estate that looks like a palace for the gods. While the warrior is stunned by the beauty, their guide hides a deep exhaustion. The deal seems too good to be true, leaving everyone wondering what the catch is. The messenger leans in, whispering a terrifying truth that the magnificent estate is cursed. Our legendary warriors freeze in disbelief, wondering what kind of evil haunts these walls. It began with the very first resident who dared to step foot inside this mansion. Then came the next family, and the one after that, all meeting the same fate. 4 times in a row, every single tenant fell victim to a recurring nightmare. He reveals the horrifying curse is actually the most brutal monster of all, rental fraud. The chaos demon screams in pure agony, realizing his hard-earned money is at stake. Suddenly, footsteps approach as the messenger suggests confronting the landlord to settle the score. Forcing a pained smile, the warrior prepares for a negotiation more dangerous than any duel. A cheerful girl appears with a golden aura, welcoming them to their potential new home. The chaos demon points a trembling finger, accusing the woman of being a master scammer. A fortune in gold glitters within the bag, the price for a new beginning. With a single handshake, the most dangerous contract of his life is officially sealed. Tears of absolute relief fall as he clutches the paper that secures his future. The landlord beams with a predatory warmth, welcoming her newest victim to the estate. He screams his thanks to the sky, holding the lease like a holy relic. A massive mansion looms ahead, the perfect sanctuary for a warrior seeking peace. This house represents more than shelter. It is the key to a long-awaited promise. But the celebration ends abruptly when grim officials arrive to deliver a crushing blow. The nightmare returns as a cold seizure notice is nailed to his front door. The dream of a peaceful sanctuary shatters as he learns his home is being auctioned. His blood runs cold when he realizes a heartless scammer stole every last cent. Fury ignites within him as he lunges at the woman who betrayed his trust. He screams for answers while the messenger watches the legendary warrior lose all control. The crushing weight of reality hits as he identifies the thief who ruined him. He begs for an explanation, but her cold indifference only fuels his burning rage. A predatory smirk crosses her face even as he screams for his fortune back. Suddenly, the predator plays the victim, shrieking for mercy to manipulate the crowd. The world's most dangerous man stands frozen, completely blindsided by her sudden acting. She begs for her life, claiming the stolen money is already long gone. Hyul stands paralyzed as the woman who robbed him suddenly plays the helpless victim. She flashes a deceptive smile, claiming the law has already forgiven her past crimes. The legendary warrior demands his fortune back, but she mocks his desperation with indifference. Seolhwa draws her blade, threatening to end the thief if she speaks another word. The predator shrieks for mercy, successfully turning the entire crowd against the heroes. Hyeol watches in horror, as his reputation crumbles before a sea of judgmental eyes. Disgust fills the air as the commoners curse the arrogance of all martial artists. With no other choice, the group retreats into the estate to settle the matter. The legendary warriors sit defeated, forced to negotiate with the woman who ruined them. She wears a triumphant smirk, knowing she has the world's strongest men completely cornered. He questions the legitimacy of the deed, while the messenger trembles in fear. The warrior demands the entire estate as compensation for his stolen fortune. She bursts into mocking laughter, treating his serious proposal like a pathetic joke. The thief taunts his ignorance, claiming the mansion's value far exceeds his loss. Enraged by her arrogance, he threatens to liquidate everything to reclaim his honor. She dismisses his anger, insisting she is finally ready to settle her past. She eyes his last bag of gold, plotting to take every single coin. She proposes a final trade, offering the mansion for every coin he has left. Stunned by her sheer audacity, the legendary warrior finds himself completely speechless. He grinds his teeth in silent fury as she pressures him for an answer. The manipulative landlord mocks their intelligence, urging them to accept her final offer. Cornered and desperate, the legendary warrior wonders if he can truly trust a snake. He finally bows his head, admitting that he is completely out of options. Just as he prepares to surrender, a cold hand stops him from signing everything away. Standing tall with icy resolve, the white-haired prodigy flatly rejects the crooked deal. The landlord freezes in total shock, unable to believe her prey is fighting back. When the scammer tries to argue, the hero silences her with a sharp command. Her eyes burn with murderous intent as she demands their stolen fortune be returned. Even her companion watches in awe as she takes full control of the situation. She reminds him of her previous warning while firmly grounding him in her strength. She looks at him with a soft smile, finding solace in their shared journey. The scammer snaps, realizing her manipulative games have finally reached a dead end. She mocks their loyalty, predicting a miserable life of poverty on the cold streets. The hero remains silent, enduring her insults while his dark energy begins to boil. Even the messenger is stunned by the sheer audacity of the woman's crooked demands. But the white-haired prodigy's gaze turns lethal as she prepares to end the farce. The landlord makes the fatal mistake of suggesting a truly disgusting price for her. In an instant, the demon's restraint snaps as a crushing blow shatters the air. She is sent hurtling through the estate, her arrogance broken by a single strike. As he steps forward, the time for talking is over and the nightmare begins. The fallen landlord screams threats, desperately clinging to the law to save her skin. But the demon's voice cuts through her panic like a cold, jagged blade. A sudden, paralyzing chill washes over her as she realizes her fatal mistake. With eyes glowing like embers, he declares that no authority can protect her now. The onlookers watch in frozen horror as the air itself begins to scream. He invites her to call for help, his killing intent burning brighter than fire. This monster will make her pay every cent for insulting the woman he loves. She scrambles to her feet, cursing the savage nature of all martial artists. The chaos demon simply sighs, completely unimpressed by her pathetic, dying gasps. Arrogance blinds her until the very end as she prepares to scream once more. The desperate messenger screams that she has a hidden trump card for this monster. She lets out a piercing whistle, summoning the reinforcements she believes can end him. She threatens his precious wife, making him clarify they aren't even married yet. He prepares to strike, but his companion stops him from interfering in her fight. A sudden blush creeps across his face as she offers to handle his rage. Her eyes ignite with a terrifying light, signaling a shift in the battlefield's energy. Massive footsteps shake the ground as the supposed masters finally make their entrance. The girl cheers with malicious joy, convinced her brothers will provide her salvation. The two warriors watch with deadpan expressions, completely unimpressed by the arriving backup. 3 pathetic bandits emerge, claiming to be the legendary heroes of the Green Forest. The bandit leader roars, demanding to know who dared touch his precious sibling. His bravado vanishes instantly when he faces the monstrous duo standing before him. Realizing they are facing a living nightmare, the thugs break into pathetic tears. They slam their heads against the ground, begging for a mercy they don't deserve. Desperate to survive, they renounce their forest sect and discard their iconic colors. The messenger watches in horror as her only hope for salvation turns into betrayal. They scream that they have no sister, choosing cowardice over their own family. Now isolated, the girl trembles as the demon's suffocating killing intent locks on. She flashes a forced, terrified smile, desperately trying to talk her way out. Violence is bad, she stammers, offering anything just to keep her head attached. She screams for forgiveness, praying a desperate apology can save her skin. The demon watches in silence as she attempts to negotiate her way out. She reveals a massive forgery scheme involving a mysterious woman and stolen seals. His killing intent surges as the depth of her deception finally comes to light. With a forced wink, she offers one last pathetic plea for her life. A sudden strike echoes through the air, marking the end of her freedom. Now, broken and bandaged, the former messenger is forced into grueling manual labor. She grumbles while mopping, realizing her grand revenge has become a debt. Her eyes widen in shock when she hears that a new rookie has arrived. A mysterious figure stands at the entrance, ready to face the same fate. Her world shatters as she realizes her fate is now tied to her captors. Homeless and exhausted, the duo faces the harsh reality of their failed search. Tempers flare as the greedy innkeeper demands double payment for their stay. A heavy footstep echoes as a mysterious figure enters the crowded establishment. The legendary warriors turn their gaze toward the newcomer with cautious suspicion. A humble man approaches, seeking the identity of the infamous Chaos Sword Demon. Respectfully bowing, he reveals his origins from a village the demon once knew. Shock fills the room when the innkeeper recognizes the young man's lineage. Dark memories resurface of a burning home and a mother stolen by shadows. Consumed by grief, he vows to butcher the kidnapper who destroyed his family. The group nods in awkward agreement, while hiding a secret right under their noses. The young villager expresses deep gratitude for a debt he believes he owes. Confusion washes over the demon as he realizes the weight of the man's words. He reveals that the very same scammer recently targeted his family's ancestral home. That house was a lifelong dream stolen by a legend of the underworld. Fury erupts as he vows to tear the fraudster apart with his bare hands. The warriors maintain a tense silence, knowing the culprit is hiding just rooms away. Overwhelmed by emotion, he struggles to find a way to repay their perceived kindness. A sudden offer to stay at his empty estate leaves the legendary pair speechless. He insists they occupy the property for free, to keep the family legacy alive. The legendary demon stands speechless as a massive estate is offered for free. Panic sets in as he realizes what sharing a roof truly implies. The goddess claims her prize, whispering bold promises of their future together. The innkeeper erupts in fury, demanding they take their romance elsewhere immediately. High within the clouded peaks, a dark sect reels from their latest failure. A powerful elder watches from the shadows, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She declares a ruthless hunt to bring her wayward daughter back to heal. Night falls over the village as the weary travelers finally seek rest. The sound of splashing water signals a rare moment of absolute tranquility. Even the captured scammer finds bliss, unaware of the storm brewing nearby. The messenger finally enjoys a moment of peace in the warm bath. But reality hits her hard as she realizes she is still a prisoner. Nearby, the sword goddess waits patiently, her gaze fixed on the future. Meanwhile, the chaos demon attempts to tap into his hidden internal power. He exhales sharply, but the surge of energy he seeks never comes. Despite his legendary reputation, he sits defeated by the mystery of true mastery. He questions the very nature of power, feeling like a complete fraud. Even with a new estate, he cannot find the strength he truly craves. He screams at the heavens, desperate to understand why he feels so weak. He wonders how his partner achieved the terrifying strength she wields so easily. The messenger cornered him, demanding to know why he was suddenly standing there. She laughed off her laziness, claiming that true legends never sweat the small stuff. Then came the ultimate question. What is the lunar sword's one true weakness? Images of his partner's devastating beauty and power flooded his dazed mind. He frantically shook the thoughts away, screaming that the rumors were all lies. Suddenly, the messenger's expression shifted as she realized a shocking new truth. He turned bright red when she claimed their bond was nothing but a misunderstanding. With eyes burning like emerald flames, she swore to destroy the legendary warrior. She vowed to strip away his secrets, until his martial arts were completely exposed. He stood paralyzed, unable to believe she was declaring war right to his face. A sudden scream echoes through the forest as a dangerous plan begins. The legendary sword goddess remains eerily calm while others prepare for a feast. Hiding in the shadows, they question why she is even in this town. He wonders if her overwhelming power comes from a secret training method. Even while shopping like an ordinary woman, her presence commands absolute respect. The messenger reveals she has already set a trap for the unsuspecting master. With a shameless smile, she admits to stealing the funds for her scheme. Back at the inn, the victim realizes his life savings have vanished. The stakes escalate as she confesses to hiring a professional killer. He tries to stop the madness before the assassin makes a fatal mistake. The messenger reveals a legend of a man who once sliced lightning in half. Suddenly, the chaos demon recognizes a senile old man standing before the goddess. He watches from the shadows, terrified of what this unexpected reunion might actually mean. He screams in horror as the goddess violently disciplines the man he once feared. Within moments, both the messenger and the old master are buried in the dirt. Ignoring the chaos, she rests her head on his shoulder with absolute, terrifying devotion. She calmly admits that her legendary skills are fading because she only wants him. The buried witnesses scream in pure agony at her total lack of martial pride. They can only watch in silence as she dismisses the importance of supreme power. For this peerless monster, the only goal left is to never spend a moment apart. The demon stares in disbelief as his partner reveals her shocking decline. They stand together, mourning the loss of the peerless strength she once held. Suddenly, she proposes a secret technique to stabilize his spiraling internal energy. The buried master claims this ritual will refine his power through shared meditation. Panic sets in when the demon realizes they are meant to start immediately. Both warriors blush at the thought of performing such an intimate act outdoors. She ignores the witnesses and prepares to initiate the soul-binding energy transfer. A brilliant spark of pure mana ignites the moment her palms touch him. Their combined auras explode into a radiant beacon that pierces the midnight sky. He trembles, finally experiencing the terrifying weight of the goddess's true power. Her warm energy floods his system, blurring the line between training and intimacy. For the first time, he feels the raw weight of true martial mastery. Even the buried master watches in silence as their destinies finally intertwine. She stands over him like a deity, demanding he push beyond his limits. Sitting amidst the swirling mana, he struggles to contain the exploding power. A sudden realization strikes him as he looks toward his mentor in shock. Pure lightning surges beneath his bandages, rewriting the very foundation of his strength. She calls his name softly, witnessing the birth of a new legend. Gazing at the horizon, the world suddenly feels smaller than ever before. With a triumphant grin, the Chaos Demon finally grasps the secret of the gods. The goddess stands frozen in shock as the training takes a sudden turn. He flashes a confident grin, thanking her for the breakthrough he just felt. But as he heads back to train alone, her eyes betray a deep unease. He disappears into the woods, leaving her desperate warning hanging in the air. Deep in the shadows, the high of victory quickly turns into a nightmare. A mysterious seal burns within his chest, violently suppressing his newly awakened power. He grits his teeth in agony, feeling the divine energy slip through his fingers. A primal scream of pure rage echoes through the silent and darkening forest. He strikes out with desperate force, shattering everything in his path for answers. Driven to the brink of madness, he demands to know why the heavens mock him. He slams his bloodied fist against the wood in a fit of pure desperation. Tears of frustration fall as he questions why his body refuses to evolve further. Standing alone, he fears he is destined to remain a pathetic failure for eternity. A cold voice suddenly cuts through the silence, mocking his newfound sense of humility. His heart stops as a paralyzing chill of recognition washes over his entire being. Emerging from the shadows is Baek Sok, the legendary head of the Baek clan. The master reminds him that a decade has passed since their last fateful encounter. Stuttering in disbelief, the demon wonders how his former master could possibly be here. With a sharp command, the master demands a proper show of student submission. He is instantly crushed into the dirt, proving that his legendary strength was just rumors. The master looms over his former student, mocking his pathetic lack of growth. He sneers at the demon, exposing the false rumors used to hide his weakness. With a brutal strike, the master declares the demon nothing more than a liability. Nearby, the goddess approaches as her companions watch the unfolding chaos in absolute silence. The messenger trembles in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in the atmosphere. A mysterious figure greets the goddess, his voice dripping with an unsettling, forced familiarity. The man bows deeply, questioning if she still carries memories of their shared past. His creepy smile widens, hiding a dark intent behind a mask of polite respect. Enraged, the goddess commands him to vanish, her eyes burning with a lethal intensity. The stranger stands dejected, realizing he has been completely erased from her royal memory. The steward reveals his identity, claiming he was sent by the girl's powerful father. Coldly, she dismisses the stranger, completely unaware of the family ties he mentions. Confusion fills the air as the goddess struggles to recall her own noble lineage. Beside her, the messenger watches the goddess's strange behavior with growing, silent disbelief. The steward erupts in fury when she barely acknowledges her father's very existence. He demands to know why she ignored the countless letters sent from her home. She admits the messages arrived but shows no remorse for her complete lack of response. The tension peaks as she confesses to burning the royal summons for mere warmth. Driven to the brink of madness, the steward trembles at her sheer lack of logic. She declares her loyalty belongs elsewhere, forcing the steward to take drastic measures instead. Her eyes narrow as she realizes they have targeted the only man she loves. The steward boasts that the boy is already beaten and being hauled away. He believes he has finally discovered the goddess's one and only weakness. But his smugness vanishes as she instantly seizes him by the throat. A violent blue aura erupts while she warns him to stay away from Heel. Her gaze turns demonic as she promises to slaughter everyone in his house. A sudden, authoritative voice commands her to end this display of blind rage. The old master watches as the goddess prepares to commit a bloody execution. He warns that killing the steward now will only make things much worse. The goddess stands silent while forced to choose between her vengeance and her lover. The steward collapses in agony as her overwhelming killing intent finally breaks his spirit. Pure terror fills his gaze when she demands to be led to her partner. A violent aura erupts as she prepares to slaughter anyone in her path. Her eyes glow with demonic light, signaling the end for those who crossed her. Decades earlier, a young boy arrived to serve the family that would ruin him. He bowed before his new lady, unaware of the tragic destiny they now shared. A sudden realization of the coming horror leaves the young boy completely paralyzed. A dark figure looms over his trembling form, sealing a fate written in blood. Whispers spread of a scruffy boy sold into service by his own father. Rumors suggest he was assigned to serve the forgotten lady of the annex. Servants gossip about the cruel isolation forced upon the master's unwanted daughter. Deep within the estate, the young lady sits in a world of silence. Desperate for a connection, the boy offers a rare treat with a hopeful smile. But her eyes reflect only a cold, haunting emptiness that chills his soul. She turns her back on his kindness, rejecting the warmth he offers. Even his most precious gift cannot break through her walls of absolute indifference. A crushing realization of her broken spirit leaves the young servant utterly devastated. She stares blankly at the horizon, a hollow shell lost in the void. Looking at her back, he finally sees the reflection of his own shattered soul. The realization strikes like a lightning bolt, shaking the foundations of his reality. Bound and gagged, he can only watch as the nightmare begins once more. Cold sweat drips down his face while confusion turns into absolute, raw terror. Nothing makes sense as he struggles against his restraints in complete and utter bewilderment. Within the darkness, a silent presence watches his pathetic struggle with cold judgment. A mocking voice echoes through the room as the heavy prison door swings open. The legendary Chaos Demon freezes when his secret identity is so casually revealed. His captor wears a sadistic grin, clearly savoring the taste of this long-awaited victory. He stares in horror at a mansion that was supposedly destroyed a decade ago. He wakes to find his destroyed home rebuilt by those who claim to help. Suspicion flares as he demands to know why rivals occupy his family estate. A mysterious young master reveals himself as a member of the elite Hebei Pong clan. The stranger admits his long-standing desire to finally meet the legendary Chaos Sword Demon. Enraged, the demon accuses his smiling host of orchestrating a violent kidnapping. Shock paralyzes him when he learns he was unconscious for 10 whole days. His captor reveals a secret recovery pill was used to mend his broken body. Memories of the silver-haired goddess flood back, explaining his completely drained internal energy. He reluctantly admits to his recent struggles while his host struggles to contain laughter. The atmosphere turns cold when the stranger mentions the goddess by her legendary title. The legendary goddess once descended like a comet, capturing every eye during the duel. Jin Taeyang leers while recalling the untouchable flower he desperately wishes to pluck. The young master mockingly asks the demon about his intimate night with the goddess. Enraged by the foul insults, the demon lunges forward and grabs his smug captor. Taeyang continues to provoke him, daring the weakened warrior to strike like a man. Losing all control, the demon throws a punch fueled by pure and unbridled hatred. A sinister smile spreads across Taeyang's face as the confrontation reaches a breaking point. A massive shockwave erupts, tearing through the room with a sudden and devastating force. Caught in the crossfire, the terrified innkeeper barely clings to life amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the looming shadow of the Beck clan hall marks the next dangerous destination. A heavy step marks the beginning of a cold and unforgiving family confrontation. Baek Sok reminds his daughter that he raised her with strict, unwavering discipline. He gazes with deep disappointment at the child who now dares to defy him. Ignoring his lessons, the goddess demands the immediate return of her captured companion. She levels her blade at her father, treating him like a common enemy instead. But her father mockingly questions who truly holds the power right now. A flicker of sudden doubt and confusion crosses her face as things change. Nearby, a broken warrior collapses to the floor as his strength finally fails. The Chaos Demon erupts in a guttural scream of agonizing, soul-tearing pain. Taeyang stands over him, savoring the sight of the legendary demon's total humiliation. Taeyang mocks the fallen warrior, relishing the sight of his broken body twitching. He savors the moment like a predator enjoying a meal stolen from another. To him, the ultimate pleasure comes from taking what belongs to his enemies. Fueled by pure rage, the demon forces himself to stand despite his agony. Taiyang merely claps, mocking the desperate strength born from the boy's pathetic love. With a twisted grin, he prepares to crush the demon's remaining spirit personally. A cold, authoritative voice cuts through the air, demanding an end to the chaos. The clan leader looms over them, declaring the matter already decided and finished. Total shock freezes the demon's heart as he hears that the goddess submitted. She stands hollow and silent, now bound to a fate she once desperately fought. The servants whisper in disbelief as the forgotten lady of the annex finally reappears. She stands before them in radiant robes, a chilling beauty masking her lethal intent. Taiyang laughs, mocking the clan leader for this unexpectedly grand and desperate display. A single heavy step echoes through the hall, silencing the arrogant taunts of men. Before anyone can react, a cold blade flashes, nearly claiming the young master's life. Paralyzed by pure speed, he stares in terror, wondering if his head remains attached. The goddess erupts with a terrifying aura, her eyes burning with a murderous light. Her father watches in frustration as the situation spirals beyond his absolute control. Turning her back on the clan, she coldly declares her choices are hers alone. The master is left wondering what power a lowly servant holds over his daughter. The goddess stands firm, her icy gaze promising to reclaim everything she once lost. High above the estate, a hidden observer watches the legendary swordmaster finally freeze. A twisted grin spreads as the messenger realizes she has finally found a weakness. Suddenly, a desperate hand strikes out, fueled by a rage that cannot be contained. The demon erupts in fury, demanding to see the woman who risked it all. Guards struggle to restrain the boy while the terrified steward curses the entire clan. His voice thunders through the halls, a raw cry for the only person he trusts. The innkeeper sneers at his prisoner, mocking the arrogance of a man with nothing. Every cruel word is a reminder that his bond was used as a lethal trap. Broken and alone, he refuses to doubt the woman who sacrificed her status for him. Trapped and isolated, the Chaos Demon realizes the heavy security is for him. He knows his very existence is now being used to manipulate his ally. Desperate to escape, he prays for any distraction to break his cage. Suddenly, the messenger crashes through the door in a chaotic whirlwind of debris. She stands there stunned, having stumbled into a rescue she never intended. Terrified of the consequences, she immediately bolts into the night in a panic. Though her motives remain a mystery, she has provided the perfect opening. Together they race through the grounds, questioning why he is constantly being captured. He demands confirmation that the goddess is truly being held in the annex. High above, the sword goddess radiates a lethal aura that chills the night. The messenger frantically demands to know the goddess' only hidden weakness. Haunted by his own weakness, he sprints toward the source of the aura. He refuses to be a burden any longer while she risks everything. Determination fuels his broken body as he pushes past his physical limits. The two finally arrive at the mysterious annex hidden within the estate. She attempts to abandon him, but he refuses to let her flee. His only priority is finding the woman who has protected him so far. A massive crash echoes through the night as the front doors fly open. He calls out her name into the darkness, expecting a lethal response. A chilling realization settles in as the entire situation feels unnervingly wrong. Her voice trembles as she realizes they've walked straight into a lethal trap. There she is, standing alone in the moonlight like a ghost from his past. Overjoyed, he promises to take her away from this cold, silent prison. But her chilling command stops him dead. A wall of ice between them. He tries to justify her presence, desperate to believe she's still on his side. Reaching out, he ignores the warning, praying his touch can bridge the gap. The rejection is instant and violent, shattering his hope in a single heartbeat. Her apology cuts deeper than any blade he has ever faced before. His heart shatters as she admits she is staying for her own wedding. A sadistic laugh erupts from the darkness as the cruel scheme finally succeeds. The messenger watches in pure horror as the ultimate betrayal finally unfolds before her. Taeyang basks in the demon's agony, savoring the fruit of his long-awaited cruel scheme. A desperate cry for the goddess echoes through the room, fueled by mounting, helpless rage. The villain pulls the goddess close, forcing the demon to witness his greatest failure. Every ounce of his remaining sanity shatters as the truth settles in his soul. With a sadistic grin, he declares that the woman he loves now belongs to another. He roars in defiance, demanding the monster release her from his filthy, grasping hands. The young master remains unmoved, his aura radiating the absolute confidence of a victor. Even the legendary goddess can only watch as the situation spirals into total chaos. Suddenly, her hand strikes out, silencing his desperate pleas with a single, heart-wrenching blow. To save his life, she strikes her beloved with a heart-shattering blow. The demon's soul fractures as he realizes the magnitude of her sacrifice. Tears stream down her face while she prepares to leave him behind forever. She walks away, abandoning the man who risked everything just to find her. The young master mocks her cold fury, enjoying every second of their misery. Amidst the emotional carnage, the messenger arrives to witness the chaotic scene. Desperate to escape the brewing storm, she warns of the danger approaching them. Taeyong continues his cruel taunts, belittling the fallen warrior's pathetic level of power. She attempts a frantic escape, only for a powerful grip to halt her flight. A legendary elder intervenes, proving that the nightmare is only just beginning. The messenger trembles as their fate is pushed to a dark tomorrow. Taeyang cackles with sadistic glee, savoring every moment of their growing despair. The goddess remains cold, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. She walks away without looking back, demanding they finally accept their low status. Suddenly, a brutal hand seizes the girl, ending any hope of a quick escape. Heavy shackles of cold iron snap shut, sealing her away in total darkness. She stares at the chains, realizing the wedding has turned into a trap. Fear flickers in her eyes as she searches for words to break the silence. In the corner, the once mighty demon sits broken, his spirit crushed by betrayal. She desperately offers excuses for the goddess, but he already understands the painful truth. The broken warrior collapses under the weight of his own perceived failures. He desperately maintains faith that the woman he loves hasn't truly abandoned him. Yet far away, the goddess masks her own heartbreak with a single tear. Reality sets in as he stares at his chains, feeling completely and utterly useless. A crushing sense of unworthiness begins to swallow his remaining will to fight. He falls into a deep despair, his consciousness slipping into the cold dark. Suddenly, a vivid vision of a snowy mountain peeks through his fading mind. Disoriented, he wonders if he has finally succumbed to a peaceful, fleeting dream. Recognizing the ancestral estate, he realizes this memory holds a forgotten, vital truth. He gasps her name as the shock of the past finally breaks through. A young Seolhwa stands amidst the rising mist as voices scream for her return. The freezing water surges violently, threatening to swallow the lone girl whole. Watching from the shore, the young demon can only stare in paralyzed horror. He screams her name into the void, desperate to reach her through the storm. Suddenly, a cold, ironclad grip anchors him firmly to the spot. The cloaked figure snarls, reminding him that his weakness would only lead to death. He is forced to face the brutal truth that his presence only endangers her. Memories of his masters flash by, highlighting his own pathetic lack of power. Tears stream down his face as he realizes he was never anything but dead weight. Even as the strike falls, he desperately vows to stay by her side forever. Memories of a simpler time flash by, where her smile was his only world. But reality returns as he recalls the crushing weight of their final, desperate embrace. Her phantom voice lingers, demanding to know why he even bothers to wield power. He snaps back to consciousness, his face still wet from a dream of betrayal. Looking down, he finds himself adorned in fine furs and heavy, restrictive iron cuffs. The messenger watches him intensely, asking if he realizes the gravity of their situation. She explains that the goddess has changed, treating her with a terrifying, newfound respect. After checking his pulse, she reveals a medical discovery that chills him to the bone. A demonic parasite now sleeps within his chest, reacting only to a specific melody. The horrific realization hits that he was infected during the peak of the shockwave. He realizes the goddess struck him down only to prevent a larger disaster. The girl screams that their captors intentionally left their escape tools behind. His legendary blade and robes sit waiting like bait in a deadly trap. Escaping now means leaving his lover to face a forced marriage alone. The sadistic young master mocks his weakness, daring him to return and fight. Below, the grand estate prepares for a wedding built on blood and betrayal. Two powerful masters discuss the prestige of this shamelessly orchestrated alliance. The clan leader questions if this path is truly the right one. His own kin labels the boy a subhuman monster, fueled only by malice. A final warning is whispered, revealing the true danger his daughter represents. The clan leader offers a cold rejection that shatters all hope of mercy. To him, the lives of those involved are nothing but trivial weights. An elder watches in silence, realizing a father's love has been replaced by steel. The bride stands draped in red, radiating a presence that feels like a death sentence. High above the peaks, the demon contemplates a life of freedom far from this madness. His companion snaps him back to reality, insisting they must follow the secret plan. He calls her by name, breaking the tension between two unlikely allies. A forgotten memory of the goddess reminds him why he first sought power. She laughs off the danger, claiming the pride of her clan is worth everything. With needles gripped tight, she prepares to gamble her life on a single strike. The demon laughs with a madness that masks his true, desperate intent. He whispers a dark promise to wait, knowing the bloodbath is finally approaching. Elsewhere, the goddess prepares for a wedding that will end in total slaughter. Clad in ceremonial red, she vows to cut down every soul in her path. Beneath her robes, a hidden blade waits for the monsters who poisoned him. Those who betrayed her family are nothing more than rotten scum to be purged. Even the powerful elders are merely annoying trash in the face of her fury. She will reclaim the signaling whistle, even if she must paint it in blood. Every obstacle will be cleared until she can finally return to his side. The cold command is finally issued to show no mercy and kill them all. Her eyes burn with a murderous intent that promises a bloodbath for her enemies. But the man she thought she lost suddenly appears to reclaim her from hell. Casting aside her cold mask, the goddess throws herself into his waiting arms. A tender kiss replaces the smell of blood as her icy heart finally melts. Shock washes over her face as the weight of his presence truly sinks in. He whispers that the secrets are out, and he knows what she sacrificed. Meanwhile, the villainous architect of this nightmare prepares his final, desperate gambit. The demon commands they flee this cursed place and return to their home. A mocking laugh echoes through the halls as their escape is violently interrupted. The world watches in horror as the demon dares to steal the forbidden bride. The villain stands tall, mocking the man who was once feared by all. He sneers at the fallen legend, claiming his infamous title is now worthless. Even his allies are paralyzed by the mention of the lethal goo poison. With terrifying calm, he justifies the stolen bride as a simple business arrangement. A single gesture shifts the tension as he prepares to drop the hammer. He points directly at the demon's heart, issuing a challenge that shocks everyone. Before the silent crowd, he declares a duel for the legendary sword's power. He mocks the broken warrior for being an empty shell without internal energy. The demon stares back in disbelief, processing the weight of this impossible gamble. It is a devil's bargain that offers the only hope of saving her. The villain's arrogant wager finally snaps the last thread of the demon's legendary restraint. A heavy fist closes the distance before the smug young master can even blink. The impact shatters the silence as the broken warrior reclaims his lethal pride. He roars with a fury that shakes the foundations of the entire corrupt estate. Raw force sends the orchestrator of his torture crashing through the wedding screens. The goddess watches in stunned silence as her protector finally fights for her. He declares to the world that she is never to be a wagered prize. She belongs to no one, a truth backed by his overwhelming killing intent. Days earlier, the messenger proposed a desperate plan to counter the lethal goo poison. They must gamble everything on a sound loud enough to drown out death itself. Dang He doubts that a simple noise could ever hope to rival true sound arts. But as the demon ponders the idea, a deadly realization begins to take shape. Suddenly, the air shifts as he senses the arrival of their inevitable enemies. The corrupt masters grow restless, eager to end this nuisance once and for all. High above, the messenger descends like a vengeful spirit upon the unsuspecting crowd. The orchestrator calls forth his hidden guards, surrounding her with cold, lethal steel. A savage grin spreads across her face as she prepares to reveal her identity. She boldly declares herself the right hand of the Chaos Demon, stunning everyone present. With a thunderous roar, she unleashes a shockwave meant to butcher every single thief. The sheer force of her arrival sends the terrified onlookers into a blind panic. The Elder's roar of fury echoes as the chaotic battlefield descends into pure madness. Dongye cackles with twisted delight, relishing the absolute carnage her distraction has caused. The sound of her chaos drowns out every signal, sending the terrified crowd fleeing. Seizing the opening, he desperately urges the goddess to escape this death trap immediately. A hidden blade flashes through the air, but she reacts with godlike speed. Her crimson eyes burn with lethal intent as she reveals her true, hidden power. A veteran warrior blocks their path, refusing to let the wedding be disrupted today. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure crushes the air as a vengeful monster emerges behind him. The beast radiates pure, murderous energy. Driven by a rage that defies all reason, panic sets in as he realizes his strongest strike failed to leave a single scratch. The time for talk is over, as the duo prepares for a final stand. A seasoned master ignites his aura, proving he is far from a common soldier. She vows to protect him at any cost, even without her legendary blade. He remembers the only reason he survived was to stay by her side forever. A cruel laugh echoes as the enemy mocks his pathetic lack of power. The villain lunges forward, convinced that a third-rate warrior poses no real threat. A distant memory resurfaces, questioning why he ever chose the path of the sword. He admits he possesses no internal energy, yet he refuses to back down now. Steel clashes against steel as he miraculously halts the enemy's killing blow. Panic fills the villain's eyes, as his unstoppable strike is effortlessly redirected away. He meets the enemy's blade with a roar, refusing to let them pass. Though he was once a broken slave, he has finally found his purpose. Every ounce of his strength is dedicated to protecting the woman he loves. He proves he is no longer a helpless child by repelling the deadly strike. A veteran master watches from the distance, sensing the weight of the coming storm. Suddenly, the goddess descends like a meteor, her blade clashing against the enemy. The observer looks down at the ruins, lamenting how chaotic the duel has become. The villain snarls in frustration, shocked that a mere woman can match him. She faces him as a true equal, while holding nothing but a small dagger. Pure dread fills the warrior's eyes as he witnesses a truly impossible power. The desperate warrior screams for the nightmare to finally come to an end. He lunges forward with a strike, meant to end the demon's life forever. He realizes his enemies are far slower and weaker than he first thought. The goddess descends in a flash of light, watching the chaos unfold below. He mocks the strike, claiming it is too crude to even be called swordsmanship. His companion stares in disbelief as the battle takes a shocking turn. An old master explains the principle of softness that overcomes raw strength. A mere third-rate warrior now stands against a peak-level superhuman. He exploits the enemy's lack of control, turning their excitement into his advantage. With one final movement, he pours every ounce of effort into seizing victory. A blinding flash signals a collision of power that shakes the very air. He realizes the rat before him is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Every vibration through the blade threatens to shatter his bones into dust. Without his internal energy, he is merely a man dancing on a razor's edge. His opponent erupts with a terrifying aura, demanding a fight to the death. A precision strike barely scratches the surface of his enemy's near-impenetrable defense. One wrong move now means certain death in this high-stakes game of survival. He prepares to gamble everything on a single, desperate counterattack. The two warriors collide in a blur of steel and raw desperation. But as their blades meet, he realizes the true horror of his situation. A vengeful warrior erupts in a blind fury, desperate to end the fight. The Chaos Demon barely holds his ground against the sudden, overwhelming onslaught. A single, devastating strike descends with enough power to split the heavens. He screams for a lethal counter, knowing he cannot survive another exchange. Fear flickers in his enemy's eyes as the momentum of the battle shifts. From the shadows, an ancient master watches, judging every desperate move made. The elder knows that even a perfect strike can lead to total ruin. A sudden burst of energy leaves the Chaos Demon paralyzed and completely vulnerable. Confusion turns to pure horror as his own body begins to betray him. The Great Hall stands abandoned, a chilling silence marking the end of chaos. The Sword Goddess screams his name in a desperate plea for him to survive. A devastating blow lands with enough force to shatter the ground beneath them. He slowly drifts back to consciousness, wondering how he could possibly be alive. His broken body lies amidst the rubble, paralyzed by the sheer impact of the strike. Vision blurs as his very spirit begins to slip into a cold, dark abyss. Every fiber of his being screams to stand, but his muscles refuse to obey. He stares into the void, questioning what strength remains in his shattered soul. His arrogant enemy looms over him, radiating an aura of absolute martial superiority. A mysterious, glowing mark pulses on his chest as the lingering loneliness takes hold. In the face of total defeat, the Chaos Demon finally lets the darkness take him. A haunting vision of a young girl reaches out from his fading consciousness. His captor mocks him, threatening to use the forbidden power of solitude once more. Battered and broken, the Chaos Demon can barely keep his grip on his weapon. The goddess' sudden, joyful presence only deepens the warrior's confusion and mounting frustration. His patience finally snaps as he prepares to unleash his true, terrifying physical force. He sneers at the fallen hero, telling him to rot on the ground like trash. But even at death's door, a chilling command for him to move rings out. The warrior's eerie aura flares as he demands the demon stop blocking his view. He brings his massive blade down with enough force to shatter the very earth. In the face of total annihilation, the demon's breath hitches in a final gasp. A desperate scream echoes as the battlefield descends into absolute madness. The goddess watches in horror as her companion prepares for a final stand. Despite the agony, a faint smile crosses his face for her sake alone. A gentle hand reaches out, offering a forbidden spark of hope and power. In that brief moment, she grants him a miracle that defies all logic. His shattered core ignites with a brilliant, blinding light of pure energy. Even the legendary masters stare in shock at the impossible awakening unfolding before them. A violent storm of aura surges around him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. With his eyes ablaze, the demon finally reclaims his true, overwhelming strength. He meets the warrior's ultimate strike with a force that shakes the very heavens. He realizes that using his last bit of power on his arm is a waste. With a thunderous clash, the demon effortlessly deflects the warrior's desperate and heavy strike. His focus narrows down to the single, fatal opening hidden within his enemy's stance. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he prepares the final, lethal blow. The air shatters with a guttural scream as the demon delivers his devastating retribution. Horrified by the sudden brutality, she cries out for the slaughter to finally end. Life begins to fade from his eyes as the weight of defeat settles in. Broken and foaming at the mouth, the once proud warrior collapses into a pathetic heap. Standing amidst the silence, the demon's overwhelming aura finally begins to flicker and fade. Before he can hit the cold ground, she catches him in a desperate, tearful embrace. Exhausted from the brutal clash, he finds solace in her protective, warm embrace. Nearby, the scheme unravels as the girl mocks those who underestimated his hidden strength. She explains that his victory was no accident, but a calculated display of mastery. The realization of their fatal mistake sends a wave of pure terror through them. Fury boils over as the defeated elder refuses to accept this humiliating turn of events. From the balcony, she screams for answers, unable to comprehend the demon's overwhelming power. Desperate and cornered, she reveals a hidden flute, threatening to end his life instantly. Below them, the young master lies broken, a pathetic victim of the demon's wrath. Suddenly, a new powerhouse arrives, radiating a golden aura of absolute murderous intent. But something is wrong as a blinding flash of light tears through the battlefield. A lethal blade is effortlessly shattered by a man who shouldn't be there. The sudden intervention leaves the onlookers paralyzed by a sense of impending doom. He casually insults the elders for trying to meddle in a settled duel. A massive surge of energy confirms the arrival of a true martial legend. The Chaos Demon stares in horror at the overwhelming power manifesting before him. Panic grips the battlefield as the stranger is identified as the world's strongest. He looks down with contempt and orders the retreating cowards to stay silent. Stunned by the revelation, the demon struggles to process this impossible turn. Everything changes when the goddess reveals this titan is actually her own master. He proudly claims his disciple, while she ignores his boastful and annoying chatter. The legendary master reveals he has been secretly watching his disciple from the shadows. Even the Chaos Demon is left speechless by the dysfunctional bond between these titans. A desperate elder tries to reclaim authority by citing family honor and battlefield rules. With a single word, the old man releases a pressure that silences the entire area. He exposes the elder's cowardice for using forbidden demonic techniques against a defenseless girl. Shaming the man's lineage, the master watches as the elder's resolve begins to crumble. A pillar of celestial energy erupts as the world's strongest prepares to end the farce. He dares the terrified clan leader to make a move and face absolute annihilation. Paralyzed by the overwhelming gap in power, the coward can only tremble in silence. He grants a final act of kindness by letting the broken enemies crawl away. The Chaos Demon reels in shock, unable to comprehend the master's terrifying celestial pressure. He desperately hopes the nightmare is over, but his savior's cold gaze says otherwise. With eyes burning like embers, she senses a hidden threat still lurking in the shadows. A concealed assassin is instantly snuffed out, falling before he can even draw breath. The goddess stands tall, her overwhelming presence crushing the spirit of every witness present. Even the deceptive Dangyi is left speechless by the casual erasure of elite killers. The man who claimed to be her father is sent sprawling by pure intent. She looms over the broken man, finally severing the blood ties that once bound. He tries to mask his terror with a pathetic laugh, clinging to his dying ego. She delivers the final blow to his pride, exposing the cowardice of a fearful parent. The coward trembles, wondering why he now fears the child he once despised. A chilling memory from years ago returns to haunt this broken, pathetic man. A life was traded like a common commodity, born into a cycle of hatred. She looms like a god, forcing him to face the consequences of his sins. His mind snaps into a delirious laugh as he recognizes her true, terrifying nature. He spits venomous words, refusing to accept a monster as his own flesh. Fury consumes him as he mocks her devotion to a weak, mangled freak. Desperation drives him to strike, attempting to erase the evidence of his failure. The blade is stopped dead by a force far beyond his comprehension. Recovering from the brink, the demon watches his master finish this final reckoning. The demon reflects on the poison intended to rot his very soul. Suddenly, he casts aside his pride to beg for a humble life. The enemy master watches in disbelief as the broken warrior starts babbling. The goddess can only stare as he pledges his eternal devotion. In a moment of pure chaos, he claims her hand in marriage. A legendary kiss seals a pact that defies every law of cultivation. Pure rage consumes the villain as he realizes he is being mocked. Even the legendary Yangqian is stunned by this absurd romantic display. Surrounded by absolute maniacs, the master feels his sanity finally slipping away. Dang He prepares her needles, ready to turn this comedy into a bloodbath. The goddess is stunned by a savage insult mocking the very nature of life. Behind her, the broken warrior stands frozen as his past finally catches up. Years ago, a small girl sat in silence, pondering a monk's cryptic wisdom. While others sought enlightenment from the walls, she chose to search for nothing. In the vast emptiness of her world, she found a strange, hollow peace. Forgetting the physical agony was the only way to survive the crushing trauma. Nightmares would claw at her skin, leaving her drifting in a shallow, restless sleep. She watched the smallest creatures, wondering if their simple existence was also a curse. A tiny life under her finger became the only anchor in her fading reality. Suddenly, a distant voice breaks the silence, pulling her back into the light. In her hollow world, a tiny creature was the only anchor she had left. But then, a strange boy appeared, shattering the cold silence of her isolation. He offered her kindness and medicine, a gesture that completely shook her soul. Suddenly, she was doing things and making expressions she never thought possible. He forced her to feel overwhelming emotions that her broken heart couldn't understand. As he tended to her scars, every small act of care began to accumulate. These moments slowly resurrected feelings she had buried deep within her trauma. His constant presence began to obscure the emptiness that once defined her gaze. Her cold awareness scattered whenever he reached out to protect her from the world. But just as her heart softened, something unexpected caught her eye in the distance. Staring into the endless night, she finally begins to question her cold existence. He offered a smile so warm it threatened to shatter her frozen heart. Desperate warnings echoed as she prepared to sever every lingering connection to life. Despite the danger, she stood motionless while the world crumbled around her. Sinking into the abyss, she calculated that death was the only logical escape. Yet as the darkness took hold, a single question haunted her fading mind. She couldn't understand why his name was the last thing she reached for. Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced through the crushing silence of the deep. Without a second thought, he dove into the blackness to reclaim her soul. Breaking the surface, she wondered why he would ever risk everything for her. She wanders through the shallows, haunted by a question that defies all logic. Looking at his broken form, she realizes his face alone halts her descent. His existence somehow outweighs centuries of misery and the crushing weight of pain. Gasping for life, the boy demands to know why she gambled everything. With a heavy heart, she admits her feelings for him have become undeniable. Confusion fills his eyes, as she explains that standing by was never an option. Memories of his simple kindness flood back, proving he was always her anchor. Even in the darkest moments, his image remained burned into her very soul. The truth finally erupts as she confesses her love under the bright sun. That single word shatters her identity, teaching the legendary master how to feel. The realization finally hits as her long-held isolation crumbles before her eyes. For a boy born in shadows, this warmth is his first true taste of life. Awakening in a soft glow, she greets her protector with a smile of pure relief. He returns the warmth, finally finding peace after surviving the brink of total destruction. However, a legendary powerhouse emerges from seclusion to reveal his true, overwhelming identity. The recovering warrior struggles to rise, but the Grandmaster commands him to remain still. Confusion sets in as the hero questions the mysterious cause of his sudden collapse. The elder's patience snaps, erupting in a comedic yet terrifying display of martial authority. Playtime is over, as the master prepares to explain the gravity of the situation. Incredible news follows as the fatal poison once rooted in his heart is finally gone. The elder reveals a terrifying truth. The boy was already dead moments ago. Stunned by the news, the recovering warrior can only ask how he still breathes. Only a master of the highest caliber could purge such lethal poison with chi. A glimmer of pride shines through as he realizes the massive energy he possesses. That pride is instantly crushed when the Grandmaster demands he stay humble and silent. While elite techniques amplify flow, the boy's internal energy refuses to move at all. The mystery deepens as they discover his core was sealed by an overwhelming power. Invisible chains of ancient force bind his potential, locking his true strength away forever. He opens his mouth to protest, desperate to find another way out. The Grandmaster shuts him down, admitting even his godlike power couldn't break it. The Grandmaster admits even his legendary skills were completely useless against the seal. The boy's knuckles turn white as the crushing reality of his weakness sinks in. Broken and bandaged, he realizes his path to power has been permanently severed. She watches in silence, mourning the future they were supposed to build together. A sharp command cuts through the air, demanding the youth accept his fate. The master scolds him for his impatience, reminding him of the world's absolute laws. High above the secluded mountain peaks, a dark history begins to resurface. Long ago, a mysterious wanderer arrived with nothing but rags and hidden intent. No one suspected this unremarkable man would dare to challenge a true legend. Yet he was instantly buried in the dirt, a pathetic end for a common thug. The path ahead is littered with the bodies of those who dared to interfere. To the goddess, these fallen warriors are nothing more than a source of income. Even the legendary demon finds himself speechless at her cold and calculated efficiency. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as she demands a reward far beyond simple gratitude. A simple touch ignites a spark that neither of them expected to feel today. She leans into the affection, her cold exterior finally melting away in his presence. Overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy, he struggles to maintain his composure and dignity. Their private moment is shattered when a frantic survivor realizes her fatal mistake. He desperately tries to de-escalate the tension before the goddess draws her blade again. The girl wails in despair, knowing she accidentally offended the world's most dangerous master. Denghi frantically explains that the old man stands at the peak of the world. The demon ponders the weight of this sudden and overwhelming opportunity before him. He freezes in shock as the terrifying concept of sorcery is finally mentioned. Master Yangchuan recounts legends of ancient clans and the mythical powers they once wielded. A foreign energy pulses through the seal, binding him with chains of absolute will. The revelation that his martial arts are infused with dark sorcery leaves him speechless. Before he can process the truth, the legendary master prepares to vanish once more. The goddess stands stunned as she realizes her master's time here has ended. The old man smiles, choosing to leave the chaotic world behind for his home. He offers a final blessing to the young couple as he fades into history. A young girl suddenly interrupts, dragging the legendary master away like a lost child. The old man follows without protest, leaving his confused disciples standing in the dust. The chaos demon sighs, his patience wearing thin after days of endless searching. He stares down his latest attackers, tired of every low-level thug seeking a fight. A sharp voice cuts through the air, mocking him for his complete lack of awareness. A long-lost subordinate finally reveals herself, greeting her boss with a confident smirk. While he welcomes her arrival, the sword goddess watches with a cold, jealous gaze. The informant hands over a secret report, warning that the world is falling apart. They scan the latest bulletin, realizing the entire martial world is spiraling into chaos. Bloodthirsty sects and corrupt officials are now preying on the weak without mercy. A new power rises as the Jianghu Bulletin promises to reveal every dark secret. These lowly informants think they are heroes for selling gossip to the masses. But fear begins to take root when they realize who they have offended. Their headlines describe a demonic beast slaughtering a groom to steal his bride. They portray the chaos demon as a laughing monster who revels in pure tragedy. Deep in their office, the writers start to question their own dangerous games. Word spreads that the target of their lies has entered the city gates. The senior editor laughs it off, thinking his status makes him completely untouchable. He claims he would face the demon with honor and never back down. He has no idea that the monster is already standing right behind him. He trembles in the shadows, realizing the monster he slandered is inches away. A desperate plea for silence follows as his companion tries to speak up. Panic erupts when he realizes their lives are balancing on a razor's edge. He frantically tries to convince himself the demon is only here for a meal. The gravity of their failure sets in as the target remains impossibly elusive. Denghi warns the demon that his overwhelming aura is scaring away their prey. One sharp look from the master sends a wave of pure terror through him. He trembles while asking what the legendary goddess intends to do with them. With cold eyes, she declares she will start by severing their lying hands. His face contorts in absolute horror as the true price of slander is revealed. The demon realizes that his terrifying presence has pushed things way too far. A wicked smile creeps across his face as he shifts his strategy. He decides to use a softer approach to manipulate his trembling prey. His words of sweet persuasion are completely misinterpreted as a recipe for cannibalism. Pure hysteria breaks out as the informants fear they will be eaten alive. Amidst the chaotic screaming, he reaches out to snatch the truth he needs. Debris and documents scatter through the air as the secret hideout finally crumbles. He catches the fluttering evidence that confirms his darkest suspicions about the rumors. The group finally uncovers the Jianghu Bulletin responsible for slandering the demon's name. Behind them, the terrified victims continue to beg for mercy from their imagined fate. The word sorcery echoes through the halls as the truth begins to surface. With the informant secured, tracking the source of the rumors finally seems possible. While the demon ignores the noise, his companion prepares to silence the gossipers permanently. A gloved hand reaches out, dismissing the talk of dark arts as total nonsense. Dang Ye reveals a familiar name linked to the legendary dragon maiden of the Jaegal. Once known as the Muram's Brain, the clan lacked any real martial strength. That changed when a figure known as the Dragon of Jaegal finally appeared. Facing pressure from rival sects, the clan finally made a shocking public statement. They possessed a sacred relic and a prodigy capable of unlocking ultimate power. The demon realizes this suspicious medical offer might be his only chance left. Dangi questions why any clan would share such a convenient and suspicious power. Despite the red flags, the Jeagle clan gates open to a massive, hungry crowd. A legendary blessing from the Dragon Maiden awaits those lucky enough to win. The streets crawl with dangerous warriors, far outnumbering the usual groups of travelers. To survive the scrutiny, the Chaos Demon hides behind a lowly, patched-up disguise. He watches in silence as strangers spread terrifying rumors of his own cruelty. Overwhelmed by the noise, he fakes a painful migraine to avoid further suspicion. His silver-haired protector takes the bait, her heart racing with genuine, frantic concern. Her intense worry creates a scene that threatens to reveal their true identities. Before things spiral out of control, a companion drags him toward a needed rest. The informant teases the hidden demon about a powerful elder watching his every move. Whispers of the legendary Manhwa sect begin to ripple through the suspicious crowd. She ponders the true nature of a forbidden spell that defies all natural laws. A chilling question hangs in the air regarding the power to reverse death itself. Even the seasoned warrior is shaken by the mention of such a terrifying possibility. Their secret conversation is shattered when a loud intruder demands an immediate explanation. With a playful wave, she vanishes, leaving the disguised demon to his own devices. Her companions scold her for playing games while a high-stakes mission is underway. Her playful gaze turns cold as she prepares for the coming storm of violence. The die is cast as warriors draw lots to decide their ultimate, bloody fate. Calculations reveal the odds are nearly impossible among this massive, hungry crowd of warriors. The legendary lunar sword is suddenly summoned for a private audience with the clan. Dang Yi quickly realizes their high-stakes infiltration requires a lowly porter to avoid suspicion. A cold silence follows as the goddess prepares to enter the heart of enemy territory. The demon can only watch as his protector disappears behind the heavy palace doors. Nearby, a mysterious figure hidden behind a theatrical mask watches the crowd in silence. Resting on a lonely bench, the disguised master sighs under the weight of his secrets. He worries that his silver-haired companion has inherited his curse of making endless enemies. The air grows heavy when the suspicious masked stranger chooses to sit right beside him. One word from this intruder could shatter his cover and trigger a bloodbath. The masked stranger mocks the hidden master, laughing at the desperation of the crowd. He views the gathered warriors as nothing more than dogs fighting for scraps. To most, the path of the warrior is defined by raw, bone-crushing power. They are all drunk on the hollow promise of becoming truly invincible. He accuses the disguised demon of sharing that same narrow, violent ambition. But the stranger is stunned when the response isn't what he expected. For the young master, the blade is merely a tool for a higher purpose. He admits his heart is set on something far beyond simple martial dominance. The masked man listens as the demon reveals his true, hidden focus. A silent vow is made as he prepares to face the coming storm. The mysterious wanderers arrive, hoping their gamble finally pays off today. Bystanders whisper in confusion, unable to recognize the legendary demon behind his disguise. A chilling realization strikes as a crimson-tipped signal begins to glow with power. A thunderous cry erupts from the crowd, announcing the sacred maiden has finally arrived. She steps forward with divine grace, carrying the weight of a kingdom's destiny. The entire city cheers as the sacred ceremony officially begins under the sun. Hidden in the crowd, the allies realize their careful negotiations have completely fallen apart. The demon stands trapped in the lineup, shocked by this unexpected public display. Desperation sets in as he realizes a one-on-one confrontation is now inevitable. The legendary demon realizes his time to step onto the stage has finally arrived. He questions if the unremarkable rock before him is truly a powerful dragon scale. Masking his lethal intent, he introduces himself with a clumsy and awkward smile. The sacred maiden looks on in confusion as she senses something is terribly wrong. A sudden wave of panic hits as he realizes the situation is spiraling out. Without warning, the maiden loses consciousness and collapses into the disguised monster's arms. He stands paralyzed with fear as he realizes history is repeating itself once more. Panicked subordinates rush to inform their lord while he demands total and absolute silence. A heavy tension fills the hall as they desperately try to contain the growing disaster. A hidden power pulses within the stone, waiting for the right moment. But the legendary demon is currently more interested in a long, satisfying stretch. He looks over the mountain of charms required to sustain his mortal form. He mocks the ancient gods, calling them nothing but washed-up, forgotten idols. Smirking, he boasts that even his small pet is superior to their legend. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as he realizes he has crossed a line. The bird lunges forward with a punch that defies the laws of nature. A crushing blow connects squarely with the face of the world's strongest man. The mighty Chaos Demon is sent tumbling backward in a completely one-sided defeat. Talismans litter the floor as a modern device buzzes with an unexpected, urgent notification. He wakes up gasping for breath, his mind reeling from a dreamlike, crushing pressure. Sitting in his pajamas, the boy wonders if he has fallen into a myth. His eyes snap wide in terror as he realizes the nightmare is far from over. A small bird appears before a glowing tree, ordering him to surrender to fate. The creature radiates pure malice, vowing to end this matter with a brutal beating. It lunges with impossible speed, a glowing fist aimed directly at the boy's face. The impact is devastating, sending the legendary demon spiraling into a total, one-sided defeat. He slams into the stone, leaving a massive crater where his pride once stood. A terrifying presence emerges from the shadows, promising mercy while radiating pure dread. The boy trembles in fear, wondering how he crossed paths with such a monster. With a burst of green energy, the creature breaches his sanctuary like a nightmare. Desperate to survive, he launches his final spell in a frantic bid for life. But the creature catches the attack effortlessly, mocking his pathetic attempt at resistance. It analyzes the failed technique, dismissing his desperate struggle as a complete disaster. Every flaw is exposed as the beast insults his weak and amateurish craftsmanship. With a single snap, his only hope is crushed into worthless splinters of wood. Now, defenseless and cornered, the legendary demon realizes his magic is utterly useless here. A mystical tree pulses with an eerie light as a strange creature emerges. The intense radiance burns his eyes, signaling a power far beyond his understanding. Grasping his blade, the fallen legend decides to strike at the source of irritation. He lunges forward with desperate speed, hoping to end this nightmare once and for all. The air screams as he swings his weapon against the glowing green spirit. But the creature is a blur of motion, easily evading his clumsy, weakened strike. Mocking his pathetic efforts, the beast sneers at the once great master's total failure. Suddenly, the arrogant creature realizes that the tide has unexpectedly turned against it. Pure terror takes over, as the spirit finds itself trapped by an unseen force. The ancient spirit stares in disbelief at the blade that shouldn't be able to touch it. With a blinding flash, the boy lunges at the colossal source of the spirit's power. Golden blood spills as the creature realizes its spiritual body is no longer safe. Panic sets in as the once arrogant beast begs for the destruction to end immediately. Holding the lethal edge close, the young master mockingly questions the tree's true value. Terrified and broken, the spirit desperately lies to protect its only remaining lifeline. A cold smile spreads across his face while he points out the creature's pathetic state. Fearing total annihilation, the beast tries to bargain with forbidden knowledge and ancient spells. The legend in a child's body pauses, weighing the value of this unexpected offer. The young master plunges his blade deep to shatter the spirit's last remaining hope. Paralyzed with fear, the ancient beast watches its immortality crumble in an instant. A violent eruption of emerald energy tears through the surroundings like a physical scream. A blinding pillar of light pierces the heavens, signaling the end of the ritual. Amidst the falling dust, a haunting melody begins to echo through the wreckage. In the shadows, the deceptive informant tightly secures her target with heavy binding ropes. She draws a lethal edge, humming a tune about the fleeting nature of seasons. Looming over her captive, she radiates a terrifying killing intent, hidden behind a song. Flashing a predatory smile, she playfully welcomes her target to their worst nightmare. A haunting memory of a face glowing red flickers through the dying light. A young girl follows the hand that leads her toward the fading sun. Her small hand finds strength within the grip of a legendary protector. He was her entire world, the only constant in a life of betrayal. But dreams of a simple wish are suddenly shattered by cold reality. The master stands firm, shielding her from those claiming to be family. He offers her a final choice to walk away or stay and fight. Arrogant nobles call for blood, unaware of the monster they just provoked. The air turns frigid as a cold blade stops inches from a throat. Seolwa finally arrives, her eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Tensions explode as the elite Jeagle clan suddenly corners the group in the streets. Furious elders demand retribution for the blatant disrespect shown at their very gates. A cold, commanding voice cuts through the chaos, silencing the mounting aggression instantly. From the shadows emerges a masked enforcer sent directly by the clan head. The air grows heavy as they realize a legendary dragon guardian stands before them. This masked monster delivers a chilling invitation that no one dares to refuse. His reputation for brutal, unorthodox violence precedes every heavy step he takes. Beneath those bandages lies a power forged by the mysterious dragon maiden herself. The lunar sword remains unimpressed, her memory of past rivals long since faded. With the threat passing, Donghi scolds her companion for his absolute lack of caution. A heavy step signals their arrival before the most powerful mind in the Murim. Donghae frantically warns that their lives depend on surviving this one conversation. Instead of a tyrant, they meet Jegul Kang, a man radiating bizarre, chaotic energy. The legendary master maintains his disguise, while the eccentric leader laughs without restraint. He ignores every formality to flirt shamelessly, catching the deceptive Dang Yi completely off guard. The playful mood shatters when the clan head turns his focus toward a failure. A broken girl approaches, suffocating under the weight of her family's cold disappointment. Seeing her spirit crushed, the traveler steps between the child and her judging kin. His killing intent erupts as he demands to know what they did to her. His allies watch in absolute terror as he challenges the Alliance's most dangerous man. A masked guard snarls, demanding to know why a stranger dares judge clan business. He warns that the leader's hospitality is no excuse for such blatant disrespect. The tension shatters as Jegul Kang breaks into a fit of wild, echoing laughter. He suddenly seizes the traveler, his playful eyes turning cold and dangerously sharp. A memory of a cold, white-haired warrior flashes through the traveler's startled mind. In a shocking turn, the eccentric master admits their treatment of the girl was wrong. The traveler stands speechless as the man confesses to years of family cruelty. Even the silent guards are stunned by the leader's sudden change of heart. He raises his hands, swearing a sacred oath to grant the girl her freedom. But as darkness settles over the estate, a sense of deep unease remains. Dang Yi senses something is deeply wrong with the Jegul clan leader's sudden change. Her sharp eyes narrow as she searches for the truth behind this bizarre behavior. She explodes in fury at the legendary master for his sudden sense of justice. Her anger peaks seeing him coddling the woman he claimed was just a mission. The warrior stammers while trying to explain the strange sense of familiarity he feels. Deep down, they both carry the scars of being discarded by those called family. He admits he simply could not ignore a soul left all alone in the world. He attempts to deny the truth, claiming their connection is not what it seems. But she pulls him into a tight embrace, leaving the legendary master utterly speechless. She softly admits that his compassionate heart is exactly why she loves him. A mysterious masked figure frantically agrees to a plan while hiding her true identity. Suddenly, a massive alarm bell rings out, shattering the silence of the night. The news of an intruder reaches the group, catching the legendary master off guard. They debate if the clan can handle the chaos without their direct intervention. The warrior loses his composure when he hears the demon sword has struck. A violent explosion rips through the palace, signaling the start of a deadly raid. The eccentric clan head appears, seemingly unbothered by the growing carnage around them. He claims that ancient enemies have finally clashed, forcing the master into action. Deep within the shadows, a defenseless captive struggles against her tight bindings. The true culprits emerge from the darkness, laughing as their sinister trap finally closes. The masked informant boldly claims the legendary master has joined her twisted cause. Hearing such blatant lies sends the restricted master into a state of pure disbelief. She carves through the guards with a technique that mimics the sacred plum blossoms. High above, the eccentric clan head watches her effortlessly shatter his elite formation. They trade sharp insults about rotting flowers and scholars who have lost their way. Realizing the stakes are rising, she flees across the rooftops to avoid the heat. Meeting her subordinates in the shadows, she orders an immediate retreat to their base. A thunderous voice interrupts their escape, demanding to know who authorized this chaotic raid. The lunar sword descends from the sky, protectively clutching the master in her arms. Watching them together, the fraudster realizes shaking off these two will be nearly impossible. Trapped and desperate, the fraudster decides to reveal her most dangerous hidden trump card. She signals her squad to flee while they drag their captive into the shadows. Even her own men start to question the cruelty of using such a hostage. Ignoring them, she triggers a blinding technique that turns the night into day. A searing radiance erupts, burning the eyes of every warrior caught in the blast. Mocking her blinded enemies, she leaps away, convinced her escape is now guaranteed. The squad begins to celebrate, believing their mission is finally over, and they won. But a thunderous footfall breaks the silence, signaling a presence they never expected. The legendary master and his guardian emerge from the light with pure, murderous intent. Absolute horror strikes as they realize their ultimate killing move failed to stop him. Seilhua and Jaeseong are furious after the flash, cursing their enemy's sheer audacity. Dang He tries to play off her deception with a weak, playful apology. Jaeseong isn't buying her pathetic excuse for such reckless and selfish behavior. She attempts to mask her guilt with charm, but the deception fails completely. The legendary master demands the truth about why this chaos was even triggered. Meanwhile, the captors struggle to keep their high-value hostage under control. The bound woman remains silent as the weight of the situation sinks in. She finally screams the truth, revealing she is nothing but a fake shrine maiden. Back at the stronghold, the report of their catastrophic failure finally arrives. A broken spirit can only offer apologies for the power they failed to protect. The nightmare began with a plague that reduced a young girl's world to ashes. 10 years ago, she lost everything before being taken by a power-hungry clan. They discovered she possessed the terrifying gift to manipulate human souls as living flames. To her, the entire world was nothing more than a sea of flickering beauty. But she was never brought into the sect to be a mere disciple. Her true purpose was far more sinister, serving as a living, breathing key. Only she could unlock the cursed power of the ancient, forbidden dragon scale. While elite sorcerers died in agony, she was the only one who survived. Every time she channeled that darkness, her soul was torn apart by absolute suffering. Yet, to the ruthless clan, her screams were simply the price of ultimate power. Broken by the torture, the girl finally stopped screaming and gave in to despair. To protect the secret, they replaced the true artifact with a worthless fake shard. Deep in the shadows, an insider recalls the moment everything began to change. A simple wish to find love before the end reveals a terrifying incoming ritual. The tension breaks as cold steel is gripped tight, preparing for the slaughter ahead. Under the cover of night, she smuggled herself away in a simple wooden crate. Her unique eyes would scan the crowd for a soul she could finally trust. But even the best-laid plans crumble when the enemy catches you this easily. Now, the truth about the obsidian dragon scale is finally brought to light. She admits her deception, realizing she kidnapped a fake while the real prize vanished. They are confronted with a past they both recognize all too well. A memory of her father reveals a secret alliance born from pure desperation. He finally realizes the true nature of that cursed obsidian fragment. She realizes the horrifying reach of the evil faction extends further than imagined. As the sun begins to rise, the final day of reckoning draws near. The clan head smiles, knowing the stage for his grand ritual is set. Deep within the shadows, a monstrous hunger begins to stir with malicious intent. Trapped in her own despair, she falls to her knees as hope fades. He declares that the long wait is over and his true power awakens. An overwhelming aura of dark energy explodes as the real nightmare begins. A predatory gaze watches from the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hidden away in the forest, the legendary master questions his next move. He wonders if saving a girl he barely knows is worth risking everything. Memories of her strange lack of resistance haunt his every waking thought. Even as he hesitates, the loyal swordswoman remains ready for any command. Her crimson eyes reflect a devotion that outweighs the master's own growing doubts. Suddenly, the peaceful silence is shattered by a clumsy and unexpected intruder. A frantic shout echoes through the trees, signaling their location is compromised. Before they can react, a group of killers lunges forward, with blades bared. Without a second thought, the protector steps forward to shield her master. Blades clash as the hunt for the missing priestess turns into a bloody street brawl. A massive bounty is placed on the head of the man who took her. The clan leader watches the chaos unfold with a smug and calculating grin. Donning her mask, the informant prepares to exploit the growing madness for herself. She commands the crowd to stay back, claiming this mess for the righteous faction. But the legendary master finds himself caught in a trap he never anticipated. His protector moves in close, her eyes filled with a sudden and intense devotion. Without warning, she pulls him into a passionate kiss that halts the entire battle. Even the hardened killers are left stunned by the bold and public display. A single moment of intimacy leaves everyone on the battlefield completely speechless. Seolhwa admits that the sudden kiss was just the beginning of her absolute devotion. The legendary master stands frozen, his heart racing from the unexpected display of affection. She pledges her life and blade, vowing to follow his will above all else. Meanwhile, dark forces declare their experimental tests a success as the grand ritual nears. A young girl becomes the catalyst, her soul fueling a terrifying and ancient power. But the peaceful moment ends as Seolhwa arrives at the heart of enemy territory. She confronts the eccentric clan head, offering an alliance that smells of hidden motives. Hidden guards watch her every move, prepared to strike the moment she shows weakness. Little do they know, being underestimated is exactly what she needs to succeed. The clan leader laughs, believing he has just snared a legendary pawn for himself. A frantic messenger screams for his lord as the clan's defenses begin to crumble. The dreaded Chaos Sword Demon is coming, and he is thirsting for blood. Seolhwa receives her final instructions to locate the hostages while the chaos unfolds. A sudden, deafening roar echoes through the forest, stopping every heart in its tracks. The figure sheds her disguise, commanding the entire army to freeze in place. She declares herself the Chaos Sword Demon, striking fear into the souls of many. Panicked warriors prepare for a suicidal clash against a legend they cannot defeat. Even the witnesses are stunned by the sheer audacity of this impossible appearance. She reveals the stolen dragon scale, proving she holds the ultimate power of life. As she grips the artifact tight, the most dangerous gamble of her life begins. The crowd stares in disbelief at the supposedly divine relic that is just a rock. She exposes the deception, turning the clan's own lies against their terrified and confused soldiers. With a roar of defiance, she vows to burn the entire corrupt clan to ash. She promises a forbidden spell of empowerment to any warrior brave enough to join her. The choice is simple: seize ultimate power today or perish as a forgotten pawn. Her eyes glow with a murderous intent that promises a fate worse than simple death. Chaos erupts instantly as the defensive formations crumble under the weight of a sudden uprising. Even the righteous sects abandon their loyalty to serve the legend of the sword demon. Blood sprays across the battlefield as her new allies revel in the absolute slaughter. She accepts the weight of her dark reputation, ready to lead this army into hell. The legendary master finally prepares to unleash his true, unrestricted power upon his enemies. Chaos erupts as the clan leader realizes his worst nightmare has joined the fray. Their sharpest senses fail to detect the demon hiding right beneath their own noses. Desperate for time, the elders cling to a ritual that is their final hope. From the shadows, the command is given to deploy their most lethal elite units. Amidst the carnage, a reluctant alliance forms between the fraudster and the Sword King. Every warrior present knows the crumbling clan has finally exposed its ultimate fatal weakness. Driven by a hunger for strength, the hidden players finally make their move. A sudden shockwave shatters the courtyard as the true battle for supremacy begins. Absolute panic spreads the moment the dreaded black uniforms appear on the horizon. The Zhu clan's deadliest elite unit finally arrives, dripping with the fresh blood of enemies. Dongye warns that the clan is no longer hiding their sinister and forbidden sorcery. A fragment of the legendary heavenly demon sword pulses with an ancient, terrifying power. These demonic humans are monsters resurrected from the bloody shards of a broken legend. The masked beast roars as the terrifying power of the Chaos Sword Demon erupts, a tragic memory of a lost home and a hand he failed to keep holding. Years ago, the young boy was mocked for his hideous face and heart of malice. Jiggle Kang recognized the potential, deciding to sharpen the boy into a killing machine. Subject number 12 quickly proves his worth, surpassing every student in the training grounds. Despite receiving identical training, his monstrous aura makes it impossible for anyone to compete. While the other students struggle to keep up, one monster effortlessly eclipses them all. They whisper about hidden tricks, unable to comprehend the true depth of his talent. Finally, the clan welcomes their newest killing machine with a chilling and formal embrace. But this celebration is merely a precursor to a far more gruesome and bloody revelation. Amidst a sea of corpses, the young girl witnesses the birth of a true nightmare. A trembling, bandaged hand grips the blade as demonic energy begins to suffocate the air. The Chaos Sword Demon finally awakens, letting out a roar that shatters the silence. Even the Master of Deception is left paralyzed by the sheer weight of his presence. Steel clashes against steel, as a lethal dance of death begins within the shadows. Now, the time has come for a one-on-one duel between two legendary dragons. Dang Yi steps forward, claiming her prey while mocking his failed attempts at being cool. The warrior turns beet red, completely humiliated by her relentless and biting sarcasm. Her eyes sharpen with lethal intent as a bandaged hand reaches for the hilt. In a flash of motion, she delivers a crushing blow that defies all logic. He is blasted backward, gasping for air as his internal energy begins to collapse. She mocks his lone wolf act, laughing at the sheer absurdity of his pride. A terrifying presence suddenly descends, wreathed in a thick, crimson mist of pure malice. Violence erupts across the estate as the clan falls into a state of absolute ruin. The monster stares through his mask, eager to see if anyone can satisfy his hunger. Standing before the beast, the legendary master prepares for a clash that will shake heaven. The legendary master finally understands the brutal truth behind the Muram way of life. Gripping the blade means discarding every other desire for the sake of martial supremacy. The hidden assassin demands his full focus as her killing intent becomes suffocatingly thick. She vanishes in a blur, launching a relentless assault against her unsuspecting opponent. The monster laughs at the battlefield, finding their desperate quest for power completely ridiculous. He calls their corruption stale, mocking the excuses they make to justify their greed. Her eyes flare with a deadly light, promising him a pathetic end to match. A titanic explosion of energy erupts as their weapons meet in a desperate struggle. The shockwave is so violent that the legendary master struggles to remain standing. The fabric of reality begins to tear as the world shatters under their pressure. The legendary master trembles as the weight of the battlefield becomes unbearable. A sudden flash of blinding light tears through the darkness of the fight. Reality shatters around him as the master is thrown back by pure force. Moments earlier, the white-haired warrior flees the scene while carrying her hostage. The captive complains about the rough treatment while they rush toward safety. Her sharp eyes scan the area, desperate to find the secret ritual site. They breach the inner sanctum, knowing there is no turning back now. The sun and moon sword draws her blades to face an unseen threat. A voice from the shadows mocks them for acting like petty common thieves. The Supreme Master unleashes a torrent of soul-crushing energy to end the intrusion. They interrogate their captive to find a girl stolen 10 years ago. The elder refuses to talk, betting they won't waste time on torture. Every grand ritual requires a hidden sanctuary far from prying eyes. Dang Hai realizes the truth is buried deep within the clan's construction records. The prisoner mocks her, claiming the massive estate is impossible to search. He sneers that a lowly merchant could never understand their complex ledgers. Suddenly, she identifies a suspicious basement project hidden beneath the main hall. Arrogance turns to absolute horror as the elder realizes his secret is out. She explains that even the most careful villains leave a paper trail. A massive budget discrepancy points directly to the heart of their darkness. The white-haired warrior realizes the clan leader is desperately guarding the ritual site. Dang Yi corners her captive, using his own fear to confirm the secret location. He stares in disbelief that she deciphered their complex records so quickly. Pure rage consumes the traitor, as he realizes a mere merchant outsmarted him. While Dang Yi prepares to move, her companion senses something far more sinister. Her vision shifts as she focuses her internal energy to see the unseen. Deep beneath the grand hall, a hidden darkness begins to pulse. A faint but terrifying energy leaks from the cracks of the foundation. Suddenly, the true scale of the horror below triggers a sharp warning. She unleashes her full power, determined to slice through the clan's ultimate deception. The legendary Sun and Moon sword is finally drawn to end the corruption. She channels the dragon's departure, unleashing a blinding beam of pure internal energy. Even a disgraced clan leader proves he is still a monster in combat. He meets the strike head-on, fueling his defense with a dark, desperate resolve. The trajectory of the battle twists as the laws of physics begin to buckle. Shock paralyzes the warrior when she sees her absolute technique being held back. The enemy struggles to maintain his footing against the weight of her soul. With a violent gesture, he cleaves the energy apart to save his life. A catastrophic blast erupts, shattering the very foundation of the Jeagle clan's home. Not even the legendary master is safe from the sheer magnitude of this collision. The legendary master awakens, his vision blurred by the weight of a crushing impact. He is met by a piercing gaze that sees through the fabric of his existence. Stranded in a colorless void, he finds himself face to face with an unexpected observer. Confusion takes hold as he realizes the catastrophic quake didn't just bury him. She reveals the truth about the basement wall that shattered under the pressure. With a steady hand, she peels back the veil between life and something worse. The ultimate nightmare begins when he sees his own lifeless form in the dirt. Panic sets in as he learns his soul has been ripped from its shell. Ancient talismans and cursed traps have turned this ritual chamber into a spiritual prison. His body remains behind, a hollow vessel breathing uselessly in a dark, forgotten hole. Dang Yi questions his presence while the dark ritual continues to surge around them. She reveals her body as a mere puppet, chained and used as a vessel. Jae-seong realizes his desperate rescue attempt has only led him into a deadly trap. A chilling smile forms as she wonders why he would risk everything for her. Her spiritual pressure looms over him, a terrifying force he never expected to face. Suddenly, the ritual chamber erupts as the seal finally shatters under the pressure. Stone and debris rain down like lethal shrapnel across the clan's sacred grounds. A blinding explosion of pure energy consumes the entire battlefield in brilliant blue. Amidst the carnage, the white-haired ally engages her target in a lethal mid-air clash. Dang Yi watches the unfolding destruction, realizing this war is beyond her wildest imagination. No one realized her true identity until it was far too late to run. The Jeagle clan leader is a supreme master who survived the Great War. Yet this mysterious girl stands toe-to-toe with a living legend alone. Not even the word monster can describe the terrifying power she hides. High atop the temple roof, the ultimate defensive duel begins to unfold. He laughs as his elite formations are torn apart like mere scrap paper. She reveals her true title, as the wife of the world's most dangerous man. A single powerhouse joining this chaos changes the fate of the entire Murim. The Supreme Master ignites his internal energy for one final, desperate clash. With a cold glare, she moves to end his life once and for all. A single revelation leaves him paralyzed as the true stakes are finally revealed. He cannot comprehend why she tolerates the people who ruined her entire life. Facing certain death, he remains eerily calm while she begs him to escape. She questions the meaning of freedom when there is nothing left to love. Walking away, she asks what could possibly be worth living for out there. He tries to tempt her with promises of a world without constant agony. The mention of simple festivals sparks a long-forgotten warmth within her frozen heart. A sudden realization washes over her, changing the way she views her surroundings. She explains that the soul's flame changes based on the bonds we forge. Against the fading light, she declares that love burns as eternal as the sunset. He stares at her with a literal fire burning deep within his soul. She remembers the tiny flicker of hope she once fought so hard to protect. But looking down at the cold embers, she realizes that warmth is long gone. Even if he tries to reignite her heart, only bitter ash remains behind. He challenges her despair, asking if she truly believes the world is just pain. To her, the entire world is a frozen wasteland where nothing can survive. Suddenly, he stomps his foot with a force that shatters the oppressive silence. Before she can retreat further into her mind, he reaches out and grabs her. He sweeps her off her feet, refusing to let her wallow in her loneliness. He roars that he has walked that same dark path and survived it too. He demands to know if she truly thinks his inner fire never died. His own soul didn't just flicker out, it froze into a jagged wasteland. He screams that he knows exactly how much this world hurts to endure. The warrior carries that same agonizing burden every single day of his life. He promises to help her find a new, real flame to guide her. Suddenly, a cold voice mocks their desperate attempt at a heartfelt connection. An oppressive shadow reaches out to ensure that her salvation never comes. The enemy strikes with blinding speed, snatching her from the warrior's protective grasp. With eyes glowing like poison, he drags her back into his dark embrace. The warrior bellows in pure agony as his only hope is torn away. Dangi stares in absolute horror as the world begins to fracture around her. A blinding light reveals a divine presence that shouldn't even exist here. Above the Jeagle clan, the very sky turns into a swirling purple nightmare. Panic spreads through the ranks as the atmosphere itself begins to choke them. Realizing the danger, the elders scream for their elite units to retreat immediately. Even the most seasoned spies are left paralyzed by this impossible surge of power. Blades clash in the shadows as the desperate struggle for survival turns bloody. The enemy grits his teeth, realizing his overwhelming strength is suddenly being matched. A mysterious white-haired woman strikes a barrier that feels as solid as a mountain. With a sinister gaze, she mocks their futile efforts to change their tragic fate. The Jeagle leader reveals the ritual was merely a trap to gather everyone. But the white-haired warrior is finished talking and prepares for a lethal strike. Suddenly, a forbidden artifact activates as the legendary dragon finally begins its ascension. Malignant purple energy manifests into spectral hands that reach for the living. Chaos erupts as the Jeagle clan abandons their allies to the growing darkness. The shadows begin feasting on their life force, draining every ounce of spiritual strength. Warriors fall like flies as their very souls are ripped from their broken bodies. Even the Chaos Sword Demon finds herself ensnared by the inescapable, crushing grip. Dongye screams in pure rage at the ultimate betrayal of the Jeagle bloodline. As the masks finally fall, the true, horrifying scale of this conspiracy is revealed. The Jeagle traitor laughs, revealing the horrifying truth behind the creation of demonic humans. He claims the dragon scale sword holds a power meant for gathering, not dividing. The lunar sword strikes back, but her spiritual strength is already being drained away. Dangi screams in disbelief that her former ally would sink to such twisted depths. The villain reminisces about the great demonic war with a chilling, cold smile. The white-haired warrior reflects on the fragile peace that once held the world together. As ancient seals are touched, the hidden shadows finally begin their long-awaited move. He declares that the righteous sects will now tear themselves apart from within. Surrounded by spectral hands, the Chaos Sword Demon falls to her knees in despair. This twisted mastermind vows that his family will never be called the weakest again. Dangi stands broken as spectral hands claim her for the dragon's dark rebirth. A mocking voice offers one final gift before the world descends into total madness. The Jeagle villain erupts in twisted laughter as forbidden energy consumes the entire room. From the swirling shadows of the ritual, a legendary figure finally begins to manifest. He commands the world to kneel before the arrival of the new heavenly demon. But his arrogance turns to pure terror at the sudden sight of the lunar sword. Without a single word, the white-haired warrior closes her fist to deliver absolute judgment. A devastating strike shatters the mastermind's face, ending his momentary reign of terror. Far from the chaos, the mysterious survivor watches the sky turn a blood-red hue. He realizes too late that the nightmare has only just begun to spread. Desperate to survive, the warrior considers unleashing the monster hidden deep within his soul. A cold voice echoes through the darkness, signaling that the hunt has finally ended. He turns to find a masked demon standing over the broken body of his ally. Panic surges as he realizes his friend never stood a chance against such overwhelming power. But the killer ignores him, staring into the void as if listening to another world. Behind that mask lies a fractured identity, torn between a fraud and a true demon. She senses a new presence approaching, her instincts screaming that the real battle begins now. Before he can move, a devastating blow shatters his ribs and sends him reeling. The masked monster mocks his weakness, revealing he has no internal energy to resist. Bleeding and broken, he stares at his attacker, certain he is facing a complete madman. Long ago, she only wanted a simple life and a chance to escape. Now, the fear of losing her only source of power consumes her soul. She refuses to let go of the blade that defines her twisted existence. The survivor watches in horror, begging her to end this nightmare immediately. With a guttural scream, she unleashes a curse that defies the heavens themselves. A catastrophic explosion of dark energy tears through the ancient clan's stronghold. The mastermind watches his perfect plan crumble as he is thrown back. His dreams of reaching godhood shatter against a wall of pure, unbridled chaos. Desperation turns to madness as the self-proclaimed Demon King falls to the earth. One final blast of overwhelming power erases his ambitions from this world forever. Shock ripples through the battlefield as a power that shouldn't exist suddenly awakens. The white-haired warrior strikes with a blade fueled by stolen, forbidden energy. Dang He watches in horror as the legendary lunar sword begins absorbing the chaos. A chilling realization sets in that the situation has spiraled out of control. Demonic energy completely consumes her soul as she brutally crushes her opponent. A bloodthirsty monster is born from the ashes of the failed ritual. Desperate pleas for the blade to calm down fall on deaf, murderous ears. A scream of pure agony echoes through the dark, cavernous depths. He collapses in despair, calling out her name as the masked observer watches. Amidst the carnage, a ghostly vision of her former self briefly flickers. Exhausted from the chaos, Dang Ye barely has the strength to keep standing. The masked commander bellows for his men to strike down the remaining resistance. Total disbelief washes over the enemy as their ultimate defenses crumble into dust. A steady hand grips the blade, signaling a final change in the battle's tide. Out of the light, a divine warrior descends with a strike that shatters reality. Driven by guilt, Yahello carries his fallen comrade through the thick of the slaughter. Admitting his own weakness only fuels the fire burning deep within his soul. He throws himself forward, catching the arrogant assassins completely off guard. Every heavy step is a promise to those who sacrificed everything for him. But even with his new resolve, a shadow looms that he cannot yet overcome. A desperate hand reaches for the only weapon left in this nightmare. Yahello roars in fury, refusing to let his enemies take another step forward. Dang Ye finds herself lost in a cold, silent void where time stands still. Through the suffocating darkness, a familiar presence finally reaches out to guide her. A firm grip on her sleeve shatters the illusion, grounding her soul once more. She turns to see the first rays of hope breaking through the endless night. Yahello catches her as a blinding explosion of power consumes the entire battlefield. Safe in his arms, she smiles, feeling the warmth of life return at last. Nearby, the arrogant master screams in terror as his stolen power suddenly withers away. Surrounded by blood and broken steel, the enemy realizes their grand ritual has failed. She watches in shock as the master declares the ritual barrier completely unbreakable now. Yahello roars in absolute fury, cursing the bastards who dared to harm his friends. He grips his blade tightly, refusing to let the enemy walk away from this. Dang Ye strikes from above, her blade cutting through the air with lethal precision. Yahello panics, begging his allies to reverse the ritual before it is too late. A hooded figure watches from the shadows as the entire operation begins to collapse. The masked demon remains motionless, her expression hidden behind the cold porcelain of Hanya. Jugang stumbles back in terror as a familiar voice calls out his name. Dang Ye approaches with chilling calm, calling his pathetic behavior an insult to their past. He screams in rage, demanding to know why she stands with the evil faction. Dang Ye questions the insane decision to surrender their ultimate prize to a puppet. Jugang erupts in fury over the lost demon sword fragment and the key. His desperate denial echoes through the air as his grand plan falls apart completely. Yahello shields the girl, declaring she is a human soul, not a ritual object. The villain sneers, realizing the cold truth has finally been laid bare today. Gritting his teeth in pure malice, he refuses to accept this humiliating defeat. Driven by blinding greed, he lunges forward to reclaim his stolen power. Yahello watches in shock as a sinister purple flame erupts from the shadows. A lethal strike tears through the air, painting the cold floor in crimson blood. The masked demon laughs through the pain, leaving her enemy trembling in terror. Dang Ye clings to consciousness, shocked that the nightmare is finally reaching its peak. A mysterious figure lunges with lethal intent, demanding final words before the end. A blinding technique erupts, severing all ties to the mortal world with divine power. The villain's desperate screams are swallowed by a torrent of unstoppable, purifying energy. Silence falls as the white-robed warrior stands before the remnants of a shattered destiny. News of the impossible victory spreads quickly across the rooftops of the city. The common people roar in celebration, chanting the name of their unlikely savior. High above the crowd, the hero is hailed for his supposed legendary strength. Yahello stands frozen in awkward disbelief as the massive praise starts to overwhelm him. Dang Yi questions if destroying the dignity of the orthodox sects was actually worth it. Dang Yi realizes her plan to slip away quietly has spiraled into a massive scandal. She reflects on the public's reaction while her companion watches her in utter disbelief. Even the once calm warriors are left reeling from the sudden shift in power. The realization that their secret moves are now common knowledge is deeply frustrating. A violent strike marks the disappearance of another legendary leader from the great clans. With the Peng and Zhuge clans crippled, the entire martial world faces total collapse. The fierce Thunder Dragon screams for a total purge of the Chaos Sword Demon. Her gaze is fixed on a path of blood as she demands immediate retribution. Despite being ordered to stay her hand, her fury threatens to consume everything. A single step forward signals that an even greater storm is about to break. The first fragment is lost, leaving the clan master broken and bleeding out. A terrifying presence looms behind him, signaling that his time has finally expired. He realizes too late that his entire lineage was just a disposable experiment. The Thunder Dragon watches with pure disgust, unmoved by the man's desperate pleas. In the silence, she admits a brief moment of sympathy for the fallen commoner. With a heavy thud, the warrior's life spills out onto the cold ground. His eyes go vacant as the mastermind's cruel game reaches its bloody end. Back in safety, she sighs at the exhausting burden of her secret mission. Finally discarding her mask, she rises as the new ruler of the Zhuge. A single handshake marks a shift that will plunge the Murim into chaos. Long ago, the greatest warriors united to form the legendary martial arts alliance. But in those early days, many refused to acknowledge their fragile authority. Everything changed when a massive demonic invasion surged from the Dark West. The evil factions fought a desperate, bloody war to repel the invaders. Great clans collapsed, and entire sects were erased from history in the carnage. Only when the Tang clan joined did the tide turn toward a final victory. This hard-won triumph granted the alliance power beyond anyone's wildest dreams. Peace returned, but the world was left scarred and focused on rebuilding. That silence broke when the mighty Namgung clan drew their swords for conquest. They ruthlessly crushed the Zhuge clan, seizing absolute control of the entire Murim. The Zhuge clan fell from grace after their only heir was stolen away. Driven to madness, their leader spent years performing forbidden and dark experiments. Dang Ye mocks the warrior, claiming he never stood a chance against the demon. He desperately begs her to stop joking about his narrow escape from death. Though the mastermind escaped, they recovered a shard pulsing with pure demonic energy. With witnesses and evidence secured, the path to justice finally seems clear. Changing her appearance again, she promises that his worries will soon be over. But her playful uncertainty only makes the legendary hero even more anxious. The time for games ends as the Alliance prepares a formal greeting. Manhwa bows in gratitude, forever indebted to the man who saved them. Dong Ye leans in with a wicked smirk, demanding a debt paid in flesh. The heavy cart rattles away as they finally leave the bloody battlefield behind. Under a new sky, she offers a quiet thanks to her silent protector. But the word brother leaves the legendary warrior frozen in absolute shock. Deep in the shadows, a masked operative waits for the perfect lethal signal. The Sun and Moon sword is called forward to fulfill a dark purpose. A bittersweet memory surfaces of the day she was finally rescued from despair. With a final cryptic wave, the mysterious demon vanishes into the mountain mist. Now the real mission begins as they prepare to infiltrate the enemy stronghold. But even a master of deception can't believe the shocking discovery she just made. Sioyan finally caves to the pressure, agreeing to play her part in this charade. But the master of deception isn't satisfied, questioning why he didn't handle it himself. An old acquaintance smirks, ready to spill the secrets of their chaotic past. She reminds them of the day she was snatched away without a moment's notice. Even in the middle of a mission, her playful teasing causes absolute public chaos. The legendary warrior turns bright red as he's accused of finding a secret lover. Back at the hideout, she scolds him for risking everything for a complete stranger. The infiltration continues as they discuss how long this fragile decoy will actually last. Beneath the flowers and the fake identity, the true Chaos Sword Demon remains confused. Exhausted by the drama, he can only sigh and accept his complicated new reality. Dang He slams the table, demanding he take responsibility for his reckless promises. He recalls the heavy vow he made to help her start a new life. But his companions aren't impressed, mocking his complete lack of a real plan. The harsh reality of survival hits when they discuss their daily living arrangements. A casual comment about their sleeping habits sparks an immediate and awkward misunderstanding. Skeptical glares pierce through him as the group realizes they are completely broke. The legendary hero stands paralyzed by shame as his financial failures are exposed. Their host erupts in a fiery rage, refusing to house a group of freeloaders. Suddenly, the master of deception steps in, confidently claiming she can earn their way. With a defiant look, she prepares to reveal her secret method for gaining gold. The warrior recoils in shock as his fragile ego is suddenly stripped away. With a piercing gaze, she exposes his most embarrassing secret to the world. His fury erupts into a violent outburst that threatens to bring the house down. Ignoring the chaos, the deceiver reveals her secret weapon to a skeptical merchant. The woman stands frozen as the truth about Sioyan's divine power is revealed. A lucrative deal is struck, securing their survival through a most unusual contract. While the hero watches in disbelief, the group realizes they are now freeloaders. Exhaustion weighs heavy on the survivors as they witness this shameless victory lap. She leans in close, demanding absolute praise for saving their empty pockets. Amidst the brewing storm, a rare moment of peace settles over the travelers. A simple touch of praise is all the cunning deceiver truly desired. She smiles, knowing her performance was more than enough to succeed. But the moment is shattered by a man demanding the impossible truth. He presses the hero, questioning if he has mastered the forbidden spell. Yahello can only offer a nervous glance, hiding his true exhaustion. Under the open sky, a surge of ancient power begins to manifest. The warrior asks if the shackles of the seal can finally be broken. Her eyes ignite with a piercing light that defies the laws of nature. With absolute confidence, she reveals the strength to end the curse immediately. As morning light fills the room, a new, dangerous journey begins. Sioyan drifts into a peaceful dream, her heart finally finding a moment of rest. She whispers a name that carries the weight of a forgotten, gentle past. Finding solace in Yahello's presence, she clings to the only warmth she has left. High above the world, she watches the dawn of a new, uncertain era break. Echoes of old warnings begin to resurface, haunting her quietest thoughts. She remembers the master's final lesson about the one thing she still lacks. Ancient power surges through her veins as she finally looks deep within her soul. Surrounded by nature's silence, she prepares to embrace her true, terrifying destiny. Each step across the wet sand signals the beginning of her final transformation. Nearby, the exhausted duo sleeps soundly, completely unaware of the changing tide. The morning stillness settles over a world that was nearly torn asunder by darkness. Sioyan greets him with a warmth he thought was lost forever in the ritual. For the first time, the legendary warrior wakes without needing to reach for his blade. 7 days have passed since they escaped the Jew clan's twisted, soul-consuming nightmare. Despite the past, the former vessel easily integrates into their quiet, daily lives. Even the battle-hardened hero is baffled by how quickly his companions have bonded. An unexpected teasing remark leaves the formidable fighter completely flustered and speechless. But beneath this domestic bliss, the weight of their shared secrets still lingers heavily. A gentle touch confirms that this fragile new reality is finally within his grasp. Together they step into the unknown, knowing the world will never be the same. Sioyan offers a gentle smile, hoping her presence brings some much-needed peace. The Thunder Dragon erupts in fury as Yahello shamelessly shouts his affections. He demands to know what crime he committed to deserve such morning bragging. Relief washes over him despite the noise, glad his friend isn't drowning in depression. Yahello sips his tea in silence, the weight of the moment finally settling. Suddenly, a realization strikes the warrior, his voice trembling with newfound urgency. He grabs Sioyan desperately, begging her to undo a spell that feels entirely wrong. Her eyes glow with spiritual power, piercing through the veil of the mysterious magic. Within the light, a silhouette stands burdened by an overwhelming sense of guilt. She realizes the spell isn't an attack, but a desperate, silent plea for help. Yahello stands baffled by a restriction that prevents him from unleashing his destructive power. Dangyi reveals the shocking truth. The mysterious seal is actually protecting him from within. The weight of this revelation leaves the warrior stunned as the stakes suddenly shift. Despite his desperate urge to restart the process, the path forward remains completely blocked. Outraged by the delay, the Thunder Dragon demands to know why they are stopping. Even a genius like Sioyan was merely a pawn in a much larger game. She possesses the raw strength to destroy, but lacks the precision to survive it. His companion is shocked that the man known for violence is choosing patience over force. Yahello finds a rare moment of peace, deciding to play the long game instead. For the first time in his blood-soaked life, he realizes he is no longer alone. Sioyan's cheerful expression hides the absolute carnage left on the inn's broken floor. Her killing intent suddenly flares, forcing the terrified staff to beg for mercy. Yahello quickly intervenes, offering to pay for the destruction his companion caused. The innkeeper questions why such a powerful warrior refuses to live a normal life. Despite the constant danger, Yahello admits he can never abandon this path of blood. His soul is anchored by a single desire to protect the girl beside him. He holds tight to the mysterious sword bequeathed to him by his former master. Even the dark coat he wears is a heavy symbol of his master's legacy. However, a cryptic hint about his master's secrets leaves the warrior deeply unsettled. The man insists a true master would never hide such critical secrets from him. Yahello stares in disbelief, his entire worldview regarding his master suddenly being challenged. He struggles to find the right words to defend the man who raised him. Looking at the worn blade, he admits his master was never a legendary warrior. Memories of his humble beginnings resurface as a voice calls out from the past. Local disciples prepare to depart, unaware of the monster hiding in their own ranks. They grow impatient with the slow boy lingering inside the small, tattered tent. Harsh reminders of the rising sun force a clumsy apology from the young trainee. A younger version of the warrior emerges, promising to never be late again. Young Yahello bows his head, offering a desperate apology for his repeated failures. His superiors grow weary, reminding him that everyone here has a duty to fulfill. Suddenly, a playful voice cuts through the tension from deep within the tattered tent. His master emerges, pulling him into a scandalous embrace that leaves the crowd speechless. The onlookers recoil in shock, questioning the morality of such a provocative display. She only laughs, teasing the boy while ignoring the outrage of the righteous warriors. Beneath her casual mask, a predatory glint in her eyes hints at a dangerous secret. Disgusted by the lack of shame, the warriors abandon them to handle the caravan alone. Left behind, she mocks their departure while her disciple remains frozen in pure humiliation. After her wild display, the legendary master suddenly collapses in a fit of nausea. Her disciple desperately tries to steady her as she snaps at him to stop. He can only watch in disgust as she pays for a night of heavy drinking. She clings to him shamelessly, claiming alcohol is the only way to forget her past. Yahello stares in disbelief, wondering how this pathetic woman could ever be his master. His mind drifts back to the day his world burned during the clan's destruction. He remembers the tears of someone special before he was cast into the streets. Born as a nameless slave, he spent years. Even the lowest martial artists rejected him, claiming he was already too old to learn. Every master turned him away, claiming he was too young for a real job. He spent his days as a lowly porter, breaking his back for a merchant group. Just when hope vanished, a mysterious warrior finally offered to take him in. She claimed him as her own, forever changing the course of his tragic fate. But years later, his legendary master is currently dying from a pathetic hangover. The stench of alcohol and sickness makes the caravan guards recoil in pure disgust. Exhausted by her antics, the leader assigns her to watch the rear guard alone. He warns the group that the most dangerous mountain territory lies just ahead. Ma Yun boastfully promises to protect everyone, unaware of the horrors waiting for them. The caravan guards worship Ma Yun as a legendary warrior with an overwhelming presence. They openly mock the mysterious woman, laughing at her pathetic rank and useless disciple. Yahello listens in silence, wondering if his savior is truly just an ordinary person. In this world, the mastery of internal energy separates the weak from the gods. Third-class warriors are mere mortals who rely solely on physical strength and basic training. Second-class fighters awaken their chi, circulating a power that defies the limits of flesh. But first-class legends wield energy freely, standing at the very gates of transcendence. Looking at the woman who saved him, Yahello faces a crushing and bitter reality. His master is considered the lowest of the low, a bottom-tier fraud among warriors. The boy's blood boils as the caravan guards mock his master's pathetic reputation. She remains strangely calm, ordering her disciple to suppress his rising, violent instincts. He screams in frustration, knowing their insults are based on a painful, crushing truth. With a nonchalant shrug, she ignores the shame and hides behind a playful mask. Her vanity only adds fuel to the fire as the boy struggles with her antics. Their bickering is cut short when the merchant leader steps out for some air. He approaches the rear of the caravan, greeting the pair with a friendly smile. Despite the warning of imminent danger, the man refuses to take the threat seriously. He laughs at the mountain bandits, oblivious to the slaughter waiting in the trees. The boy awkwardly apologizes, feeling like a burden throughout their long journey. The merchant leader waves it away, admitting he expected little from cheap hires. Yahello laughs nervously, recalling how his master was the only one to accept him. The merchant dismisses his fears, claiming there is absolutely nothing to be afraid of. He boasts of his experience, certain the local scoundrels are merely exaggerating their strength. His arrogance peaks with a ridiculous bet just as the forest screams in warning. Sudden violence shatters the peace as the front line becomes a desperate slaughterhouse. Dang Yi takes control, sensing this ambush is far deadlier than any common bandit raid. Terrified by the carnage, Yahello urges his master to join the fight immediately. Dang Yi decides to abandon the slaughter, dragging the terrified merchant away from the front lines. Yahello begs to help the dying, but his master ruthlessly prioritizes their own survival. Enraged by her coldness, the boy screams for her to show a shred of pride. She snaps back that pride is a death sentence, mockingly questioning his future back home. Their argument is cut short when the merchant points toward a new, looming threat. A wall of armed bandits closes in, leaving the master and disciple completely surrounded. Her hand rests on her blade, sensing the overwhelming numbers they now face. With a sharp ring of steel, she prepares for a fight she cannot win. Moments later, the pair finds themselves bound in a cage, victims of a calculated surrender. Trapped in a cage, she coldly blames her disciple for their humiliating capture. The merchant stands frozen, hearing his protector admit she would have abandoned him. Facing his confusion, she prepares to reveal the brutal philosophy that keeps her alive. She reminds him that honor and revenge are worthless once you are dead. Her golden eyes flash with a lethal warning to prioritize survival above all else. Frustrated, he demands to know why she even bothered teaching him the sword. The merchant desperately clings to hope, believing their last warrior is still fighting. He guarantees their rescue, completely unaware of the grim reality of their situation. Suddenly, the man they were waiting for appears to confront their captors. Relieved, the merchant cheers for his savior, certain that their nightmare is over. The great warrior falls, bound and defeated before the merchant's disbelieving eyes. Shame hangs heavy, as the guard admits he never expected such a monster. A chilling voice cuts through the air, belonging to a predator enjoying the hunt. Emerging from the shadows, a bloodthirsty beauty greets her terrified new prey. This is the Crimson Shadow Butcher, a name that strikes fear into every soul. Recognition turns to pure horror as the merchant realizes exactly who stands before them. She sighs with boredom, explaining that personal reasons forced her to handle this alone. The captives can only wonder what kind of crisis brings a legend to them. Beneath her terrifying mask lies the ridiculous truth of crushing gambling, debts, and misfortune. Desperation takes hold as the merchant offers every coin just to survive the night. She laughs off the absurdity of her situation while keeping her lethal edge. The shipment isn't nearly enough to cover the massive debt she's accumulated. With a cheerful smile, she decides to sell everyone into slavery by morning. Fear paralyzes the captives as they realize their lives are now just currency. Dang He mockingly reminds Yahello that his status hasn't actually changed that much. She laments the inconvenience this poses for a master of her unmatched beauty. Broken and defeated, the others can only pray for a miracle that won't come. Dang Ye whispers for patience, waiting for the perfect moment to strike and escape. But her disciple's sudden outburst shatters the silence and her carefully laid plan. He boldly calls out the butcher, drawing the predator's deadly gaze directly toward them. Yahello risks everything by proposing a ransom deal to save the captives. The defeated guards can only watch in despair as the boy bargains for lives. The deadly bandit leader grows curious about the lowly disciple standing before her. Watching from the dark, his master fumes at his suicidal lack of caution. A cold hand drops onto his shoulder as the predator closes in. She mocks his selfless courage with a smile that promises only pain. Realization hits like a physical weight as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly dark. Without warning, a brutal strike shatters his defiance in an instant. He is reminded of his place by a monster who despises the weak. His master watches from the shadows, cursing the boy's reckless interference. The bloodthirsty butcher suppresses her rage to keep her valuable merchandise alive. Her crimson eyes warn that any further defiance will result in a slow death. The terrified captives wonder why a lowly disciple would risk such a brutal beating. But as he clutches his bound wrists, a hidden triumph gleams in his eyes. He reveals the iron key stolen from the monster's waist during the chaos. The prize had been hanging right at the predator's waist the entire time. His master commands a silent retreat before the butcher notices the theft. They move with desperate speed, forcing open the heavy doors to their freedom. He calls out to the woman who saved him, urging her to move. Confusion sets in as he realizes his master has vanished into the dark. She waits in the shadows, watching the predictable escape attempt unfold with cold amusement. This self-proclaimed peak expert sneers at the pathetic hope driving the desperate captives. The prisoners trade hushed warnings, unaware that their every move is being mocked. A twisted smile creeps across her face as she finds the boy rebellion genuinely entertaining. She orders her men to watch for the runaways, eager to see their crushed expressions. With a chilling gaze, she demands absolute obedience from those serving her dark whims. But the hunter becomes the prey when a silent shadow suddenly looms behind her. Panic replaces arrogance as she realizes a true monster has breached her inner sanctum. She lashes out with a blood-red whip, desperately trying to create some distance. Terror sinks in because she never even sensed the presence of the woman standing there. Even in this chaotic moment, she remains a cold and unreadable enigma. Her golden eyes flare with a demand that no subordinate dare ignore. She reflects on the dark reasons why she ever shared her lethal arts. A fragment of the past reveals a choice made in another lifetime. The realization of her own legacy brings a flash of sudden intensity. A sharp strike cuts through the silence as the scenery shifts back. Yahello stumbles upon her with a look of pure shock and relief. She instantly shifts into her playful persona to mask the underlying danger. The deadly assassin smothers her disciple in a mockingly sweet embrace. They must move quickly before the pursuing shadows finally corner them both. Dongye gazes at her disciple with a look of heavy, unspoken concern. She vows that she will never allow death to claim him again. Memories of a cold, rainy night long ago begin to resurface. Her piercing blue eyes recall a time before the world knew her name. She remembers finding a young girl lost in the depths of despair. The girl revealed a monstrous power hidden beneath her innocent facade. A finger points toward a man trapped in a cycle of poverty. The peasant trembles as a mysterious figure singles him out from the crowd. He fears his children are destined to inherit nothing but his misery. Masked in shadows, the master manipulator offers him a way to change everything. The promise of a single chance echoes through the grand arena today. A simple hand of cards holds the power to rewrite a man's entire destiny. Dangi stands at the center of the spectacle, basking in the explosive celebration. Greed fuels the dreams of those desperate to rise from the dirt to riches. The gatekeepers watch closely as a mysterious new player finally steps onto the stage. Sioyan makes her grand entrance, ready to claim her place among the legends. But the seasoned warriors scoff at her youth, dismissing her before the trial begins. Stunned by the rejection, the duo realizes their reputation means nothing in this place. They quickly pivot, donning masks to hide their identities behind a veil of mystery. The recruiters remain skeptical, sensing that these newcomers are far more than they seem. The time for hiding behind a veil is finally over. They step into the grand hall, lured by the sweet scent of gold. Every successful mission requires capital, and their pockets are finally full. But the real prize is a hidden document that changes the entire game. Property deeds to an entire inn leave even the most seasoned scammers speechless. With this legal leverage, they now hold the keys to their enemy's kingdom. Somewhere in the shadows, a broken man screams her name in pure agony. The Tang clan motto is simple: pay back every debt with bloody interest. Greed sparkles in her eyes as she prepares to settle an old score. This is only the beginning of a vengeance that will consume them all. Two masters of deception unite their power to become an unstoppable force of chaos. A sudden presence in the shadows catches the attention of a silent, watchful warrior. High-pitched laughter echoes as the pink-haired scammer celebrates her absolute freedom from rules. Her joy turns to pure terror upon recognizing the demon sword of chaos nearby. He coolly explains his mission while mocking her for sneaking into this dangerous place. She desperately defends her maturity despite being caught red-handed by her old associate. Venting her frustrations, she claims martial arts training is the only thing delaying marriage. The young swordsman wonders if letting her run wild is actually a massive mistake. As she boasts about her own strength, he warns her to stay out of trouble. The atmosphere freezes as the legendary lunar sword appears to claim her unlucky prize. Sioyan drags her confused companion into a high-stakes gambling den with a greedy grin. The pink-haired scammer promises to handle the risks while plotting a massive heist. She warns her partner that, in this den of thieves, only one rule matters. Every bet placed here is a choice between instant wealth or a sudden death. The atmosphere thickens as the girl assumes the persona of a fearless high roller. The arrogant opponent sneers, unaware he is being lured into a deadly trap. Hidden behind a disguise, the legendary warrior sharpens her senses for the perfect strike. A silent tap on the shoulder signals that the trap is finally ready. With eyes glowing with predatory intent, she realizes the moment has finally arrived. She screams an all-in bet, risking everything to crush her enemies in one move. The gambler sneers while demanding to see how high she can really go. A terrifying predatory glow ignites within her eyes as the trap is sprung. The cards are revealed, showing a score that leaves the entire room breathless. Shock replaces her confidence as she realizes the gamble has spiraled out of control. With complete indifference, the warrior claims she was never playing by the rules. Her partner snaps back, saying that she only followed the exact orders given. She clutches her chest in agony, blaming a legendary demon for their failure. Frustrated by the loss, she insists their luck was cursed from the start. Fury erupts when she suspects her own ally is finally turning against her. A hooded stranger suddenly blocks their path and challenges them to one final round. Sioyan snaps that they are broke and in no condition to keep playing. The mysterious figure insists that currency is not what he truly desires here. He reveals a terrifying ultimatum by demanding their very souls as the stake. Unimpressed by the dark offer, she immediately shuts him down with total disgust. She insults his intelligence for thinking anyone would ever take such a deal. Elsewhere, rumors of the Chaos Sword Demon begin to echo through the halls. The casino manager showers the young warrior with praise for his intimidating presence. Peace returns to the floor once the dangerous weapons are finally locked away. Their quiet moment is interrupted when their master suddenly appears to check in. Both men freeze in pure terror as her overwhelming aura fills the entire room. Dang Ye reveals a provocative new look, leaving her young companion completely flustered and speechless. He immediately moves to shield her, demanding to know why she is dressed so inappropriately. It becomes clear she ignored the modest uniform, specifically prepared for their secret infiltration mission. She reaches out with a gentle touch, finding his intense overprotectiveness to be quite amusing. Embracing him tightly, she confesses that her only intention was to capture his undivided attention. She leans in with a playful smile, pressing him to admit how he truly feels. He admits he likes the outfit but hates the idea of other men seeing her. Her expression glows with genuine warmth after hearing his surprisingly possessive and honest confession. The manager suddenly suffers a painful strike as the young man lashes out in embarrassment. Realizing his presence is unwanted, the manager quickly retreats to give the pair some privacy. Dang Yi clings to her companion, playfully teasing him about the manager's recent interference. He questions if the previous encounter bothered her, but she remains entirely unfazed. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows prepares to make a move. Behind crimson lenses, a bloodshot eye burns with a terrifying and vengeful intensity. The stakes are raised as silver coins hit the table for a high-risk gamble. Strict rules are established for a game where one side must lose everything. Xiaoyan watches the proceedings with growing suspicion alongside her wary companion. A hooded stranger demands the ultimate prize if they emerge victorious today. In exchange, Xiaoyan promises to reveal the location of the legendary Chaos Demon. She flashes a predatory grin, knowing the lethal trap has finally been set. Xiaoyan laughs, knowing her target is already trapped within the casino walls. Dang Yi remains focused, trusting in the overwhelming power she still holds. The mysterious hooded figure starts the gamble with a single, calculated bet. Suddenly, he raises the stakes by dropping 18 more silver coins. Xiaoyan reels in shock as the stranger risks everything on one hand. The cloaked man remains calm, boasting that his hand will always be higher. Checking her cards, Xiaoyan realizes she holds a nearly unbeatable winning signal. With a predatory snarl, she accepts the challenge and goes all in. She screams for the reveal, certain that her victory is finally secured. But the stranger holds his final card, ready to shatter her confidence. The stranger reveals his final hand, turning the tide of the entire gamble. Xiaoyan screams in agony as a sudden strike blinds her during the reveal. She collapses, accusing the cloaked man of using brute force to secure a win. Fueled by demonic rage, she surges with energy and demands a real fight. The mysterious figure mockingly points to himself, laughing at her desperate accusations. He displays his cards to the room, claiming a legitimate and total victory. Xiaoyan rages that he swapped the deck while her eyes were still stinging. He taunts her further, asking if the legendary gambler is actually just a coward. She flashes a predatory grin, finally ready to play by his twisted rules. Nearby, Yahello and a disguised Dang Yi hear the violent commotion erupting outside. Dang He prepares to investigate, but Yahello demands she stay and recover her strength. Stepping into the courtyard, Yahello realizes the violent commotion is rapidly growing louder. A massive blast suddenly erupts in the distance, shaking the very foundations of the city. Panic-stricken civilians sprint past him, their faces twisted in absolute, soul-crushing terror. Yahello stops a fleeing woman, who frantically begs for mercy from the coming storm. He stands frozen in disbelief as she reveals a simple card game caused this destruction. High above the rooftops, two masters clash with power that defies all human logic. The mysterious cloaked man launches a lethal barrage of crimson cards through the air. Xiaoyan counters with a jagged grin, unleashing her own emerald energy to strike back. Bystanders scream in agony as a high-stakes gamble transforms into a lethal battlefield. Xiaoyan unleashes a forbidden gamble, her eyes glowing with a terrifying, predatory hunger. Yahello watches the absurd display in utter disbelief, questioning the logic of this fight. The aftermath leaves Dang He wounded and gasping, her strength fading as the dust settles. Enraged, Yahello shields his companion while demanding an end to this reckless destruction. Panic strikes the attackers as they realize the legendary demon sword has finally arrived. The mysterious red-cloaked figure crashes down, cornered by the young warrior's overwhelming presence. With cold eyes, Yahello demands the truth from the man who shouldn't be here. The stranger reaches for his hood, preparing to reveal a past they cannot ignore. Silence falls over the battlefield as the true face of their enemy is finally exposed. A nightmare of scars reveals a man broken by the very people standing before him. The scarred warrior erupts in fury, his eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance. Yahello stands unimpressed, demanding to know the identity of this sudden, violent intruder. In the shadows, a wounded mastermind clutches his eye, nursing a permanent, stinging injury. His subordinates tremble, fearing their target realized they were being watched from the start. Despite the pain, the leader believes the legendary demon sword remains completely in the dark. Dang Yi watches silently in her bunny-eared disguise, her cold gaze hiding a lethal secret. The boss barks orders to stay the course, refusing to let panic ruin their plan. Back at the scene, the cloaked man vents his rage on a terrified, helpless elder. He curses the woman who ruined his momentum, unaware he is being watched closely. A sinister scheme unfolds to force these two powerful monsters into a bloody, final confrontation. Greedy mercenaries prepare to strike, while their legendary targets are most vulnerable. Massive bounties have turned every shadow into a potential assassin's lethal blade. The scarred monster erupts in fury, ready to face both warriors alone. A hidden mastermind mocks his enemy's looks, unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly, a flying gambling tile shatters the villain's arrogant and smug composure. A legendary name from the past resurfaces, chilling the hearts of all present. Yahello desperately tries to explain a truth that no one wants to hear. The intruder's trauma boils over into a murderous, blood-red aura of pure hate. Haunted by memories of suffering, the broken man can no longer contain himself. He recalls a pathetic victim who smiled through every single brutal beating. He recalls the twisted satisfaction of lashing a man who only knew how to cry. Trapped by gambling debts, he was forced to sell innocent children into a living hell. Yahello desperately screams that this entire blood-soaked vendetta is nothing but a massive misunderstanding. Expelled from the Green Forest for losing to a nobody, his life spiraled into ruin. He wandered the world as a ghost, hounded by debts he never truly deserved. The humiliation of losing to a man without internal energy burned deeper than any scar. If he lacked spiritual power, he would forge a body of absolute, overwhelming physical strength. From the shadows, the conspirators watch in shock as the two warriors finally clash. Ripping away his cloak, he reveals a monstrous physique perfected through years of hellish training. Faced with this grotesque display of raw power, Yahello can only shield his eyes. The blinding light of his ultimate physique leaves the spectators screaming in absolute agony. He laughs like a maniac, ready to end the sightseeing with a blood-red strike. Yahello screams for his companion to flee before they are both crushed to death. She remains calm, sensing the trajectory of the next fatal blow from the shadows. A massive shockwave tears through the air as the beast unleashes his primal fury. Yahello barely evades a straight punch that carries enough force to shatter solid stone. The assault never ends, as a relentless combo strike forces him into a desperate retreat. Trembling in shock, he realizes the sheer scale of this monster's true physical power. Shrouded in a terrifying red aura, the master proves the gap in power is insurmountable. He realizes that without her supernatural warning, he would already be a corpse. Dang Yi mocks his fear, reminding him that the real nightmare has just begun. She vows to stand by his side until the very last drop of blood. Suddenly, a devastating explosion rocks the foundation of the entire district. Sioyan scoffs at the chaos, trusting the demon sword to handle the mess. Meanwhile, the district guards swarm the area as a brutal melee breaks out. She laughs maniacally, unaware that a vengeful shadow is looming directly behind her. A sudden realization strikes her as the true gravity of the situation sinks in. A heavy iron lock is shattered in an instant by a single, precise strike. Stepping into the silent chamber, she searches for the prize that started this war. There it is, the property deed that holds the key to their ultimate victory. Sioyan gloats over her prize, certain that her cunning has finally paid off. Inside the stolen sack, she discovers the legendary weapons of the world's strongest martial artists. A wicked realization dawns on her that the most dangerous warriors are now completely defenseless. She prepares a lethal surprise, intending to strike while her enemies are at their weakest. But her confidence vanishes in an instant as a cold presence shatters her composure. The hidden layout of the facility reveals they are trapped deep within enemy territory. High above the carnage, the mastermind watches a brutal warrior dodge every incoming strike. He suspects the unarmed swordsman is hiding a secret technique to turn the tide. Fear takes hold, as he realizes their elaborate trap may have already been exposed. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry for reinforcements echoes across the blood-soaked battlefield. Dang Yi decides to end this quickly to save her partner from the brewing chaos. A flurry of needles strikes, blinding the guards before they can even scream. The mysterious bunny-eared assassin emerges from the shadows, leaving her enemies utterly helpless. Her glowing red eyes seal their fate as they recognize the legendary murder rabbit. High above, the mastermind watches in horror as his elite forces are dismantled. Yahello desperately lunges to the right, barely escaping a lethal, blood-red strike. He pivots instantly to the left while shielding his partner from the relentless onslaught. Their frantic movements result in a compromising position that leaves the boss completely speechless. Amidst the life-or-death struggle, they bicker over the sheer absurdity of their current predicament. But their narrow escape only fuels the scarred warrior's primal rage as he pursues. The scarred warrior roars in fury, feeling mocked by his opponent's hidden strength. Yahello desperately carries his partner through the chaos, dodging every lethal strike. Watching from the sidelines, the mastermind finally snaps out of his shocked trance. The relentless chase turns the entire battlefield into a pile of expensive rubble. A chilling realization hits the boss as he sees through their deceptive movements. With a mocking grin, Yahello uses the surrounding crowd as a human shield. Pushed to his limit, the red-haired leader decides to end this petty game. He bellows a command for every available soldier to swarm the escaping duo. The boss orders his men to let the frenzied warrior exhaust their targets. Now, a wall of steel stands between the fugitives and their only hope. Yahello lets out a manic laugh, claiming their secret reinforcements are already in position. The terrified goons realize that the man before them is a true monster in disguise. High above, the red-haired boss declares that their desperate run has reached its end. He offers a hollow mercy, promising survival in exchange for their total, unconditional surrender. The negotiation turns lethal the moment he threatens the life of the innocent girl. Below, the duo watches the unfolding farce, realizing the enemy is falling for it. A primal roar shatters the tension as the scarred warrior unleashes his bloodthirsty fury. Crimson energy explodes across the battlefield, threatening to consume everything in a single strike. Yahello barely manages to protect his partner, breathing a sigh of relief amidst fire. Suddenly, a new player appears on the roof, ready to shatter the boss's confidence. Yahello freezes as a sharp command cuts through the roar of the dying battle. High above, a mysterious figure leaps forth to return his most lethal weapon. He shields his companion, both of them staring in awe at the descending blade. Every second feels like an eternity while they reach for their final chance. The world disappears into a blinding white void as a massive explosion rocks the earth. The red-haired mastermind recoils in horror, his arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. The surviving guards look on helplessly, lost within the thick clouds of rising smoke. A deadly figure slips through the haze, moving like a ghost among the soldiers. Agonized screams fill the air as the remaining enemies lose their sight to the flash. Panic finally takes hold as the boss realizes he has completely underestimated his prey. The master of deception reappears, calling for her partner amidst the chaotic aftermath. Yahello catches the beautiful Seolhwa, holding her close as the tension reaches a peak. Accusations fly as the group realizes their complicated web of lies is finally unraveling. Confusion reigns when the warrior is caught holding one girl while another watches on. He frantically tries to explain himself while his companion enjoys the unfolding social disaster. Seoyeon shifts the focus, demanding answers about the mysterious butcher who caused this mess. The girl in his arms remains unimpressed by the sudden shift in the conversation. Terror strikes their hearts as they witness the gruesome state of a fallen ally. Amidst falling petals, Dangi finally claims her place with an intimate and victorious embrace. The witnesses can only watch in annoyance as the couple ignores the surrounding danger. Yahello surveys the carnage, ready to hunt down the man in charge. Chaos erupts as accusations fly, leaving the warrior caught in a web of lies. Desperate footsteps echo through the halls as the enemy realizes their time is up. Reports of a total massacre arrive, proving they were being toyed with all along. The manager freezes in terror, hearing the name of the legendary Chaos Sword Demon. Like a nightmare made flesh, the warrior blocks the coward's only path to escape. Begging for his life, the boss desperately tries to claim it was all a misunderstanding. A twisted smile spreads across Yahello's face as he prepares to settle the score. There is no mercy in his grip as he forces the traitor to stand. Whispering of blood and debt, he lets the monster within finally take control. The price of blood is paid in silver, a reward for a job well done. Yahello flaunts his wealth while Dangi hides behind another playful, bunny-eared disguise. Elsewhere, the scarred warrior recovers, his eyes burning with a thirst for profitable vengeance. But the peace is shattered by a sudden, desperate scream for everyone to stop. Seoyeon is forced into a humiliating public apology, her pride wounded by her own greed. A familiar shadow resurfaces in the city, searching for a partner who vanished suddenly. Donghye slips into a new skin, preaching survival skills to blend into the crowd. Under the mask of a noblewoman, she carefully manipulates the flow of vital information. Seolha remains blissfully unaware, demanding more tea as the world burns around them. The past and present collide as a confused witness recognizes the legendary dragon priestess. Donghae sighs as her subordinate gambles away a massive salary advance once again. She carefully evaluates her companions while maintaining a cold and calculating composure. The infiltration deepens as questions arise regarding their sudden transfer to the Merchant Guild. Under a new mask, she claims to admire the free life of a wanderer. A sudden realization strikes as the conversation shifts toward the merchant leader's true identity. She smoothly navigates the suspicion, framing their past encounters as a mere sponsorship. The fragile peace shatters when a panicked messenger bursts through the doors in terror. Shock fills the room at the news that the Chaos Sword Demon is imprisoned. Her frustration boils over as her secret persona is reportedly captured yet again. A mysterious name echoes across the peaks, leaving the world in total confusion. A local official preaches about heaven while masking his deep, underlying terror. Every heavy step reveals the burden of managing the people's endless sorrows. The magistrate demands to know what business brings such dangerous guests to his county. Emerging from the shadows, Yahello radiates a presence that could freeze a man's heart. The terrified official falls to his knees, begging the Chaos Sword Demon for mercy. Panic spreads as they realize a mountain-splitting monster has entered their tiny village. A new player steps forward, her arrival signaling a shift in the chaotic balance. With a predatory grin, Sioyan demands the massive bounty she believes she earned. Nearby, the broken and bandaged Gyan Jael remains a ghost of his former strength. The official screams at his subordinates to pay the heroes before things turn deadly. Sioyan steps forward with a wicked grin, demanding the massive bounty she's owed. The magistrate stares in disbelief, unable to process the chaos unfolding before him. She boldly claims the legendary Chaos Sword Demon has finally been captured alive. The official stammers in terror, paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the situation. She realizes her captive isn't actually tied up, and panics for a split second. She quickly fumbles with the warrior's hands, forcing him to play along with her. With a triumphant shout, she displays his loosely bound hands as absolute victory. She commands the official to alert the martial alliance of her incredible feat. Striking a dramatic pose, she introduces herself as the invincible Poison Phoenix. The world's most dangerous monster stands humiliated, waiting for a fat reward. The legendary warrior stares in disbelief at the girl's insane plan to sell him. She insists on dragging him to the authorities just to claim his massive bounty. A complex web of laws ensures the government cannot actually imprison a martial master. The scheme relies on a 2-week delay before the martial alliance can ever respond. In the chaos, she plans to wear a mask and stage a daring rescue. The result is a mountain of gold and a fortune that doubles overnight. He wonders if his companion has finally lost her mind to pure greed. Despite the riches, the warrior refuses to descend into a life of blatant fraud. She erupts in fury, claiming her brilliant scam is actually a righteous act. With fire in her eyes, she reminds him that the world already framed him. The martial alliance betrayed him, turning a simple invitation into a lethal bounty hunt. But Sioyan insists this twisted scheme is anything but a fraudulent scam. A deal is struck, sealing a pact for compensation paid in cold blood. Under the cover of night, Dang Yi prepares to infiltrate the heart of the city. He finds himself locked away, yet the prison cell feels like a sanctuary. For the next 2 weeks, the county jail becomes their secret base of operations. This isn't a capture, it's a total hostile takeover of the local government. Even his closest allies can't believe he fell for such a ridiculous argument. Overwhelmed by her sheer force of will, the powerful warrior finally breaks. Now they wait, wondering if the alliance will fall for the ultimate trap. Sioyan boldly starts her most audacious scam by claiming a legendary warrior's sacred title. Her companion warns that any failure will be met with a brutal, final end. The fake hero mocks the panicked crowd, claiming their greatest enemy is already defeated. Far from the chaos, the Shaanxi branch remains unaware of the coming storm. A desperate messenger arrives carrying a secret that could shatter the entire martial alliance. The magistrate's blood runs cold as he reads the name of the approaching monster. He looks back in horror, realizing the threat has already breached his inner walls. Unaware of the shifting tides, Sioyan laughs at the perceived weakness of her enemies. Yet the true shadow of the Poison Phoenix looms heavily over them all. Thunder shakes the earth as the pieces of the trap finally lock into place. An old master gazes at the horizon, sensing a dark shift in the wind. He realizes the long-awaited guest has finally arrived at his doorstep. But the line between a welcome ally and a deadly foe remains blurred. A scarred subordinate returns with news that could change the fate of many. They celebrate a temporary peace, unaware of the slaughter that follows. The magistrate's joy borders on madness as the trap is finally set. Meanwhile, hidden shadows laugh at the foolishness of those in power. A predator catches the scent of her prey through the cold mist. 2 weeks have passed, yet the weight of destiny feels heavier than ever. Even in the silence, a lingering sense of dread refuses to fade. Yahello can't hide his dread while his partner remains chillingly calm. Seoyeon mocks the terrified official with laughter that hides her true malice. To her, this life-or-death gamble is nothing more than a profitable investment. The trap is set as the unsuspecting targets finally cross the castle gates. A desperate plea for mercy falls on the cold heart of a predator. Hidden behind a mask of indifference, the white-haired demon prepares her blade. The heavy doors creak open, signaling a massacre that no one expected. Greed takes center stage, as the long-awaited bounty finally enters their reach. A quiet moment of parting hides the storm brewing within her soul. One wrong move and she promises a death more painful than hell itself. Seoyeon commands everyone into their final positions to begin the grand deception. They bind their hands to make the staged capture look undeniably authentic. A self-proclaimed hero from the Martial Alliance suddenly interrupts their high-stakes game. The duo stares in shock as their perfect plan begins to crumble. She grows suspicious, realizing this newcomer is a name she has never heard. Refusing to back down, she doubles down on her lies to maintain control. She loudly proclaims that she has finally brought the Chaos Sword Demon to justice. A glowing green needle strikes her down before she can finish the sentence. Convulsions rack her body as the poison takes hold while her partner watches helplessly. From beneath his hat, the mysterious intruder reveals he knew their secret all along. The toxic sting of the poison paralyzes her as her vision begins to fade. A powerful master emerges from the shadows to claim his wayward little sister. Enveloped in poisonous energy, he reveals himself as a member of the Tang clan. He rages at her for abandoning her mission and running with a dangerous demon. Despite the danger, she mockingly rejects him, claiming they are nothing more than strangers. She laughs at his country accent, while he seethes with pure humiliation and rage. Losing his patience, he prepares his lethal hidden weapons to end this pathetic charade. He vows to drag them both back to their family in chains and disgrace. A blinding flash of steel interrupts the execution as the legendary blade finally appears. The air turns cold as he realizes the Sun and Moon Sword has arrived. Seoyeon mocks her brother for thinking he can handle this white-haired monster alone. However, a chilling realization washes over her as the battlefield balance suddenly shifts. The atmosphere thickens with killing intent as a mysterious figure steps into the light. The Tang clan master gazes down at his foolish sister with utter cold contempt. Even the stoic Yahello is left speechless by the sudden appearance of this newcomer. Pure shock replaces the demon mask as she realizes she has been completely outmaneuvered. Malice drips from every word as the hidden predator prepares to spring his trap. The confusion becomes palpable when the intruders realize they are no longer in control. Dang Yi unleashes a terrifying wave of energy to shield her ally from certain death. The room explodes in a flash of violence as the true fight finally begins. A hidden observer mocks the warrior as her disguise begins to fail. She stands as a shield, while the enemy recognizes her stolen treasure. Tension snaps like a brittle wire as the trap finally springs shut. Blue energy erupts as the warrior desperately carves a path towards survival. Her reputation as a monster precedes her, striking fear into every witness. The fraudster's mask crumbles as a legendary nightmare becomes a terrifying reality. Out of the mist steps the Tang clan's ultimate power, the Grand Elder. Glowing eyes and a sadistic smile signal the end for these intruders. As the rain falls, the weight of past failures begins to drown hope. Alone in the quiet, the swordsman questions if his strength is even enough. Dongye unleashes a wave of azure energy that makes her look truly invincible. A thunderous explosion of power tears through the battlefield in a single instant. Despite her overwhelming strength, the white-haired warrior is visibly exhausted and gasping. The Grand Elder watches with a sadistic grin, barely acknowledging the desperate resistance. Yahello sprints through the rain, screaming for his companion as the pressure mounts. He freezes in horror, seeing the legendary fighter finally being pushed to her limit. Witnessing her hold her ground against such a monster is a total miracle. He refuses to believe it, claiming she has slain Elder-level threats many times before. A grim warning follows, explaining that the Grand Elder is no ordinary sect master. She is a celestial force who truly resides among the distant stars. Yahello stands frozen as the terrifying weight of the stars begins to sink in. It starts with a simple breath, awakening the body by cycling raw internal energy. True masters push beyond their limits, commanding energy as easily as their own limbs. They stretch their senses across 1,000 miles to reach the sublime harmony realm. This perfect union with the world is the ultimate dream of every martial artist. But a darker, more absolute power exists for those who grasp the world's principles. By defining existence through their own will, they ascend into a legendary mythic realm. These monsters are the venerable ones who hold the entire universe within their palms. She is one of the 14 heavenly stars, the absolute pinnacle of this world. With a sadistic smile, she commands her needles to bloom and end the struggle. The celestial flower star descends like a vengeful deity upon the battlefield. Dang Yi watches in horror as lethal green needles tear through the air. A devastating explosion erupts as the ground shatters under the Grand Elder power. Far from the chaos, a mysterious ally calmly collects the spoils of war. The Grand Elder laughs amidst the rain, reveling in her absolute dominion. She mocks her opponent, claiming every strike carries the weight of her soul. Dang Yi barely clings to consciousness, her body broken by the overwhelming assault. Yahello watches from the sidelines, completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of it. The monster explains that martial arts follow a cycle she has already transcended. She realizes Dang Yi is a freak of nature, who lacks fundamental self-awakening. The Grand Elder scoffs at the pathetic display of resistance before her. Dang Yi draws her blade, screaming that she will never let them take him. A flicker of amusement crosses the monster's face as she invites the challenge. Suddenly, the young warrior steps forward into the direct line of fire. She welcomes a joint attack, eager to crush both their spirits at once. But instead of striking, he raises his hands in a total, shameful surrender. The battlefield freezes in shock, as even the enemy stops in complete confusion. He tearfully apologizes, claiming his foolish greed dragged them into this nightmare. Desperation turns to horror as Dang Yi screams for him to run away. It is too late, as he finally submits to the enemy's overwhelming power. Dang Yi pleads for mercy, desperate to protect her ally from further harm. Suddenly, a surge of lethal killing intent erupts from her trembling body. She unleashes a terrifying aura, ready to sacrifice everything in a final stand. A piercing scream echoes as she demands the enemy stay away from him. But Yahello watches in total shock, unable to comprehend her sudden outburst. The Grand Elder merely scoffs, unimpressed by their frantic displays of emotion. He reveals a chilling truth, claiming he never planned to fight them at all. Silence falls over the battlefield, as the young warrior stands frozen in confusion. The Elder explains he was only humoring her earlier attempts at resistance. A shocking revelation follows, hinting at a shared history hidden within the shadows. The pink-haired girl collapses in total exhaustion after a failed escort mission. Yahello watches the bickering in disbelief, wondering why these masters act like children. Suddenly, a firm grip tightens on his shoulder, signaling a shift in power. The Grand Elder reveals her true intentions, claiming she would never betray him. A mysterious figure from the past lingers in the shadows of her memories. As the rain clears, the weight of their complicated history begins to settle. The Elder arrives at a shabby tavern, her confident smirk hiding deadly secrets. Yahello follows closely behind, desperately trying to make sense of the sudden chaos. Panic erupts as a frantic man identifies the terrifying figures from the clan. The master laughs off the fear, treating the deadly situation like a reunion. The disguised girl screams in panic, dreading the arrival of the legendary monster. With a chilling smile, the Grand Elder commands the staff to prepare a room. A deadly silence fills the air as the world's most dangerous figures gather. The ally tries to maintain order by offering his respect to the powerhouse. Petty bickering erupts as they fight over who will lead the upcoming mission. Suddenly, a violent strike shatters the table and ends the trivial argument. Overwhelming killing intent flares as the warrior defends the dignity of his clan. His eyes glow with rage, demanding a reason for their constant disrespect. Yahello bluntly explains that she is actually a gambling addict who burns houses. The entire group freezes in shock as the heavy atmosphere completely vanishes. Yahello watches in disbelief as the high-stakes meeting devolves into absolute chaos. Two broken men wail in agony, recounting the hellish torture they endured. One weeps over stolen food and raided sales, his dignity completely shattered. The other roars with fury, unable to forget the vivid nightmare of her presence. A deceptive memory of a sweet child once promised a life of kindness. Reality hits hard as he slams her head down, calling her a total scam. The Grand Elder remains unfazed, dismissing their trauma with a cold, mocking gaze. She claims every brutal lesson was out of pure love for her precious daughter. Dang Yi screams in rage, exposing the training as nothing more than sadistic torture. Yet, a twisted grin reveals that she has become the ultimate, unhinged weapon. Yahello breaks the heavy silence with a blunt question about her true age. She casually reveals that she has been alive for over 82 years. This revelation stands in stark contrast to her youthful face and hidden past. She claims a forbidden rebirth technique has allowed her to defy time itself. But the timeline crumbles when he compares her to his own young master. Her composure shatters upon hearing his master is only 15 years older. The tension peaks as he speaks the name of the woman who trained him. He dismisses her as a third-rate mercenary barely surviving on the fringes. Pure rage explodes as she realizes she has been played by a shameless fraud. Yahello can only watch as her fury reaches a terrifying breaking point. Yahello admits he has no idea where his master actually disappeared to. Dongye erupts in fury, calling him a fool for losing track of his master. He sighs and begins recounting the tragic events from 4 long years ago. They were cornered by the elite sword squad during a desperate midnight escape. As they fled through the darkness, a sudden strike knocked him completely unconscious. He woke up alone in the woods, gasping for air and searching for answers. All that remained of his master was a discarded cloak and her legendary blade. She questions how he can be so certain his master survived that night. He insists that a master of her caliber wouldn't fall so easily. A chilling realization suddenly dawns on her as she connects the missing pieces. Dangyi demands to know the name of the technique his master taught him. Yahello hesitates, trying to recall the specific name of his legendary martial art. Her eyes widen in pure shock at the mention of the everlasting heart sword. He remains oblivious to the weight of the name he just uttered. The truth hits her like a physical blow as the master's lies unravel. Confusion washes over him as he wonders why she looks so completely shaken. Suddenly her pink-haired persona screams in terror, fearing a dark fate awaits her. He coldly dismisses her pleas, ordering her to return to that terrifying woman. Pure dread consumes her as the realization of her new prison sinks in. A mysterious scroll is handed over, sealing a deal that changes everything. Yahello clutches the scroll, his heart racing at the mention of his lost master. Dangyi freezes as the mysterious woman reveals a truth that shatters Yahello's entire reality. A vision of Master Muyang appears, the woman who shaped his very soul. But hidden beneath that familiar face lies a dark history written in scars and secrets. Suddenly, Dangyi gasps for air as a ruthless force crushes her into submission. The white-haired elder demands a choice between a beautiful lie and the cold truth. Yahello stands small against the towering shadow of the monster who truly raised him. Elsewhere, word reaches the Merchant Guild that the target has retreated to Sichuan territory. Panic spreads as they realize a legendary powerhouse of the Dang clan has emerged. Dangyi stares in disbelief, knowing a 14 heavenly star has finally joined the hunt. News of the legendary lunar sword's arrival sends shockwaves through the hidden corridors. Yahello stares at the scroll, finally confronting the terrifying truth of his master's existence. He remembers her as a mere third-rate fighter, yet her poise suggested hidden divinity. But the weight of the past vanishes before a much more immediate, soul-crushing threat. The man who fears no demon now trembles before his wife's icy, silent fury. A vast, insurmountable chasm grows between them as she refuses to even stand near. His hand shakes with desperation, reaching for a warmth that is no longer there. For a woman usually so clingy, this cold shoulder feels like a death sentence. He frantically tallies his sins, knowing exactly why her heart has turned to stone. The great chaos demon is reduced to a pathetic mess, begging for a single smile. She steps into the fray, realizing this confrontation is no ordinary dispute. He is caught off guard as she brings up the other woman in his life. Her cold gaze pierces through him, demanding the truth about his mysterious master. He trembles as she asks what kind of woman raised the world's strongest. A wave of realization hits him. Is she actually burning with hidden jealousy? In his memory, the legendary master appears as a mere third-rate fraud. She was a woman who wore importance like a mask, hiding her true power. A master of escape who always fled, the moment things turned sour. Beneath the constant teasing, she was the only family he ever knew. He recalls a master who prioritized the scholar's brush over the warrior's blade. She was a reckless storm of a woman, utterly devoid of traditional martial discipline. Life in her shadow was a chaotic disaster that defied every known rule. Yet, through the madness, she provided the only genuine affection he ever felt. He finally admits that this mysterious woman was the most precious person he knew. A heavy silence falls as his wife processes the weight of his deep confession. Sensing danger, he frantically tries to reassure her of her own unique importance. Instead of fury, she offers a solemn vow to cherish those he holds dear. In every form she takes, she promises to protect the memory of his savior. The weight of the past binds them together against a world of enemies. A trembling hand betrays the crushing terror of losing the one she loves. With a heavy heart, she desperately begs him to value his own life. He stands stunned as she forbids him from ever being so reckless again. Her intense gaze pierces through him as she demands a sacred promise. He speaks the impossible truth that he cannot obey her command. He confesses that her safety is the only thing he truly fears. A soft smile finally breaks her stern mask as she accepts his devotion. She vows to survive because they now belong to one another. They seal their eternal bond with a passionate kiss under falling blossoms. A mysterious sealed letter remains the final hurdle between them and peace. The group gathers together to finally unveil the secrets hidden inside. Companions tease the couple about their newfound intimacy while they wait. Yahello remains steadfast, choosing to honor his master regardless of the truth. Confusion erupts when the table is suddenly found completely empty. A mischievous girl snatches the scroll away to read it first. She scans the contents and discovers a shocking new directive. Their next destination is the legendary Dragon and Phoenix martial arts tournament. Years have passed since these two legends last crossed paths in the martial world. The cost of forbidden rebirth techniques finally begins to wither the old man's body. He admits to tracking down the woman who once meant everything to him. He watched from the shadows as she stood guard over her precious companion. A single strike could have ended the boy's life right then and there. The boy is a living reminder of the woman who destroyed his heart. Faded memories of a shared past forced the Grand Elder to stay his hand. Their destinies are now hopelessly entwined by a cycle of hatred and love. The boy he spared is the successor to the enemy he hates most. Eavesdropping in the shadows, she hears whispers of a man who shouldn't be here. Rumors spread that this mysterious target has turned a distant village into his stronghold. His influence is spreading across the mountains, demanding tribute from everyone in his path. A dangerous smile creeps across her face as she realizes her prey is within reach. She gently comforts her companion, sensing the growing anxiety within his weary soul. Despite the warnings of those around her, her resolve remains absolutely unshakable. Stepping into the light, she embraces the chaos of a journey fueled by adventure. The real hunt is only just beginning for the master of 1,000 faces. But the path of deception takes a dark turn, leading straight into a cage. Suddenly, the grand journey becomes a nightmare as they are sold like common slaves. Trapped behind cold iron bars, the master of deception faces her darkest hour yet. Her captors laugh, warning that the monsters buying her are far more cruel. Terrifying visions of mundane torture fill her mind as reality finally sets in. She screams for mercy, but the heavy footsteps of her jailers only grow distant. A cold, sudden voice from the shadows shatters the silence of the damp cell. A fellow prisoner emerges, a mysterious figure who was broken long ago. She realizes they both fell for the same pathetic trap to gain power. Shame washes over her as she admits her desperate thirst for basic inner energy. The stranger questions her true identity, sensing a noble bloodline beneath the filth. Adopting a new name, she prepares to hunt the martial artist who started this. A mysterious hooded captive questions the identity of the target she is hunting. Hiding her true power, she feigns the innocence of a lost, sheltered lady. The stranger scoffs, dismissing the master of deception as a mere runaway child. But her unnatural composure in this hellhole quickly raises a dangerous red flag. She playfully mocks the veteran prisoner, asking how many crimes landed him here. He reveals the grim reality that everyone in these cages is just a product. Vast crowds of broken souls wait in the dark for a fate worse than death. The girl acts offended, claiming her beauty was the only reason for her capture. Meanwhile, corrupt officials laugh while counting the gold earned from selling human lives. Her gaze turns cold as she realizes a powerful shadow is pulling the strings. Danghi snaps, refusing to tolerate the humiliation of their current situation any longer. Her eyes burn with a lethal resolve as she rejects a life of submission. The terrified prisoner begs her to stay quiet, but her command echoes through the darkness. Surrounding captives watch in stunned silence as the air begins to vibrate with power. With a single cry, a monstrous shadow tears through the floor with glowing eyes. Far away, the heavy impact of the beast's arrival startles the unsuspecting guards. The veteran criminal screams in horror, realizing he is trapped with something inhuman. She calmly introduces her loyal bodyguard, a spirit beast capable of hiding within shadows. The creature glares with predatory intent, proving this girl is no ordinary runaway. She silences his questions, making it clear that survival is now their only priority. Danghi throws herself into the fray, her purple eyes burning with a fierce command. Yahello watches from beneath his hood, fearing their reckless move will ruin everything. The veteran prisoners look on with cold indifference, unimpressed by the sudden commotion. An old man warns that stirring up trouble here only serves to shorten their lifespans. Yahello realizes the lack of restraints is proof of their captor's terrifying confidence. Suddenly, a panicked guard screams that the two new prisoners have finally broken out. The ruthless madam looks up in disbelief, stunned that her prey had the nerve. She demands to know why her men failed to break their spirits through education. A heavy hand slams the table as the captors prepare a much more brutal lesson. They still believe they are selling merchandise, unaware they have captured a true demon. The guards think they have the upper hand against the mysterious cloaked prisoner. They charge forward with reckless abandon, unaware they are stepping into their own graves. In a flash of blinding light, the entire hallway is painted in absolute carnage. With a single breath, the demon begins his cold and calculated countdown to extinction. The battle ends before it truly begins, as Yahello reunites with his partner. Danghi beams with pride while her spirit beast stands atop a mountain of corpses. She showers him with praise, marveling at the sheer power of his hidden blade. He admits this was all part of the plan to dismantle the clan from within. The surviving prisoners watch in terror, begging the monsters to flee before reinforcement arrives. But even in victory, a dark shadow looms over their desperate escape from this hell. Danghi senses a shift in the air, as her spirit beast growls in warning. Heavy footsteps echo through the courtyard, signaling the arrival of an unexpected threat. A massive wall of armed guards surrounds her, blocking every possible path to safety. She snarls in contempt at the weaklings daring to stand in her way. Terrified captives scream in panic, realizing their slim chance at survival just vanished. A powerful stomp shatters the ground, as the true pressure of a master descends. Yahello emerges from the shadows, his face hidden beneath a shroud of bandages. The atmosphere thickens, as two mysterious figures brazenly step into the light. A scarred man arrogantly claims the title of the legendary demon sword of chaos. Donghae watches in stunned silence, wondering who these delusional idiots actually are. The arrogant fraud mocks the captives, completely unaware of the monster standing before him. Danghae leans into her deception, weaponizing her beauty to distract the delusional swordsman. As guards close in on the escapees, she suddenly halts the impending slaughter. She offers a fake identity, begging the delusional master to take her as his disciple. From the shadows, Yahello watches the performance, knowing the lethal trap is being set. The imposter sneers at her plea, suspecting she is only trying to save her life. He leans in closer, his predatory gaze searching for any hint of a lie. Greed glimmers in his eyes as he realizes this woman is a rare, top-grade prize. A spectral wolf manifests in the darkness as he finally grants her his trust. He laughs at his supposed good fortune, unknowingly welcoming his own executioner into his ranks. The arrogant fraud sneers, demanding a physical price for her supposed discipleship. He reaches out with predatory intent, blinded by his own disgusting greed. She frantically invokes the name of the one man he should truly fear. The air turns cold as the true master finally breaks his silence. A devastating strike connects, shattering the imposter's pride in a single heartbeat. Bystanders can only watch in terror as their legendary hero is humiliated. Standing tall, the hooded warrior commands the fraud to inspect his own broken body. Even his closest ally is frozen by the sheer weight of his killing intent. Reduced to a pathetic mess, the liar trembles at the feet of a god. Desperate to end the nightmare, the elder orders a rain of arrows immediately. Danger strikes from above as Danghae screams for her protector to watch out. Yahello barely reacts, his blade meeting the sudden onslaught with cold precision. Lethal arrows rain down in a rhythm as he counts every single heartbeat. A massive explosion of light erupts as the final strike shatters the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious figure descends from the ceiling, leaving the enemies in shock. Witnesses can hardly believe their eyes as they stare at her divine beauty. Standing amidst the falling petals, she radiates a power that demands absolute submission. He grips the bandages tight, preparing to reveal the monster hidden beneath. Danghae can only whisper in protest as he prepares a world-shaking declaration. He pulls her close, warning them never to tarnish anything before his wife. Danghae radiates a divine grace that masks the lethal power hidden within her soul. Beside her stands the man whose very presence commands the world to tremble. But even masters of deception are shaken when their secret identities are finally exposed. The crowd whispers in disbelief at the man who was bought for a pittance. His terrifying aura erupts as he claims the title of the legendary demon sword. Every eye in the room is instantly captivated by beauty beyond all mortal comprehension. Clad in white, she descends like a goddess onto a world filled with chaos. Her piercing gaze leaves the onlookers paralyzed, unable to look at anything else. Desperate imposters scream in denial as the true legend finally reveals her face. With a gentle touch, she prepares to unleash the monster she alone can control. She towers over him with a chilling question that freezes his very blood. Her grip tightens as he realizes there is no escape from this reckoning. With eyes like burning embers, she declares it is finally time to pay. To understand this madness, we must look back to where it all began. A month ago, he begged for the power to surpass every living master. She accepted his plea with a calm that masked the coming storm, but her initial idea of training involved a menu for stamina, not swords. He demanded the true strength of a warrior, not the comforts of dinner. Her gaze sharpened as she prepared to unleash a technique forbidden by heaven. She revealed the ultimate sword formula while the elders screamed in absolute terror. The Grand Elder erupts in fury, shocked to see the boy standing before him. He admits the young warrior's growth is undeniable, yet a dark truth remains hidden. A mastery of the blade alone will never be enough to survive the coming conflict. Even with a body forged in hell, his current limits are painfully clear. Without a breakthrough, the next stage of power will remain forever out of reach. Disappointment weighs heavy As they realize the missing piece is his internal energy flow, the old master chuckles, revealing that raw power lacks the wisdom of true experience. A sudden realization strikes them both as the stakes of their training finally escalate. He declares that only a battle between life and death can unlock his potential. Her killing intent flares instantly, threatening to end the elder for suggesting such danger. Dang He demands a clear explanation for the reckless path he chooses to walk. Even the Grand Elder watches in silence as she pushes for an impossible answer. He stands firm, knowing the weight of the power he must eventually claim. She finally agrees to his terms, but only under one very specific condition: 5 chances to survive her intervention before the entire training is deemed a failure. To seal the deal, she claims a public punishment that leaves him completely stunned. The crowd erupts in a chaotic mix of pure envy and absolute disbelief. Panic spreads through the onlookers as the line between training and romance blurs. She whispers a promise for later while the spectators demand they finish it now. A sudden, violent command for silence cuts through the madness like a blade. The trembling fraud screams in terror as the true monster finally stands before him. Desperate to survive, he tries to convince himself that a master would never hide. But the cold gaze of the real chaos demon and his partner says otherwise. Fear ripples through the crowd as everyone realizes their lives are now on the line. Pushed into a corner, the imposter draws his blade for a final, suicidal gamble. Dang He gives the signal, trusting her student to end this pathetic charade once and for all. 2 swords are drawn, but only one man possesses the aura of a true king. Spectators whisper in confusion, unable to distinguish the legend from the desperate liar. Even in the heat of battle, she can't help but tease her blushing student. The fraud bares his teeth, clinging to the hope that one dirty trick will save him. Yahello freezes as the weight of the moment finally settles on his shoulders. The desperate fraud lunges forward, betting everything on a single, lethal opening move. Steel screams against steel as the 2 warriors begin their violent dance of death. A wicked grin spreads across the imposter's face upon sensing Yahello's lack of energy. The student grits his teeth, realizing his secret vulnerability has been completely exposed. Driven by pure malice, the liar unleashes a relentless barrage to claim his prize. Ignorant spectators cheer for the fraud, blinded by the flashy but hollow display. Watching in disguise, Dang He silently begs her student to just hang in there. Shifting her appearance, she realizes the imposter is merely a pathetic second-rate amateur. She wonders if his current weakness is caused by the forbidden seal within him. Yahello reveals his plan to enter the legendary Dragon Phoenix Martial Tournament. This invitation is his only path to proving his worth as a true warrior. He confesses that watching her struggle alone in the past nearly broke his spirit. Remembering her standing as a lone shield, he refuses to remain a burden. Years of suffering as a nameless slave fueled a single, burning desire for strength. Now he vows to become a man capable of protecting her against the world. Back in the arena, the imposter's blade crashes uselessly against Yahello's perfect defense. The spectators gasp in disbelief as the supposed master fails to land a blow. Driven to madness, the fraud pours every ounce of malice into his desperate strikes. Yet the boy who shouldn't exist stands immovable, a wall he can never breach. Whispers of the Chaos Demon's brutal past send a chill through the watching crowd. The fraud's blood runs cold as he hears of the demon's legendary, ruthless cruelty. A silent blade slides from its sheath, signaling the end of this pathetic farce. With a single, effortless strike, Yahello shatters the imposter's pride and his weapon. Terror consumes the faker, as he realizes he is trapped with a true monster. Yahello's eyes burn with a demonic light, his patience finally reaching its absolute limit. He coldly declares that even his weakest previous foes were more capable than this. Overwhelmed by primal fear, the coward turns and flees for his very life. The Grand Elder screams in fury as their supposed champion abandons the arena. Left standing in the silence, Yahello simply wonders why his prey suddenly vanished. Dang He blocks the coward's path, exposing the fraud who dared steal a legend's name. She mocks his pathetic retreat, watching him abandon both his pride and his blade. Terror twists the imposter's face as he realizes there is no escape from this nightmare. With a cold gaze, she summons a monstrous shadow beast to finish the job. The wolf's eyes glow with murderous intent, ready to tear the fake apart. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the hall as the coward meets his inevitable end. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as she approaches the true demon sword of chaos. Offering a respectful salute, she reveals her true intentions behind this elaborate charade. The fearsome warrior transforms into a humble seeker, begging to become his loyal disciple. But Yahello simply sighs in exhaustion, wanting nothing to do with her chaotic antics. The sun sets on a battlefield where the true nature of power is finally revealed. A master of deception critiques the fatal flaws in a warrior's rigid sword technique. Yahello realizes his legendary style requires a softness he has yet to fully master. The scheming Chaos Sword Demon finally grasps the secret behind his overwhelming martial strength. Surrounded by her own complex illusions, she watches the monster she has provoked. An outraged Yahello demands answers as his chaotic companion effortlessly disposes of the trash. While the defeated traffickers are led away, the true danger remains by his side. She smiles brightly, claiming it is her destiny to serve as his loyal disciple. But the cold reality remains that he has no room for a dangerous student. Despite his dismissal, the persistent demoness refuses to let her chosen prey slip away. Dang Yi vows to prove her worth through dramatic perseverance and unwavering faith. As dawn breaks, Yahello finds his mysterious companion clinging to him once more. He wakes up confused, wondering where the persistent demoness has disappeared to. He assumes the noble life was too comfortable for her to endure the wild. A sudden offering appears as she returns with a fresh bowl of morning nourishment. She beams with pride, eager to begin her new life as his devoted student. Her clumsy attempt at service ends with a face full of cold liquid. She offers a hollow apology, her dramatic flair masking her true, chaotic intentions. The scheming beauty declares that serving her master is the ultimate path to power. Yahello can only stare in disbelief as his life becomes an inescapable nightmare. The demoness gasps for air, her stamina failing after a grueling pace. She mistakes his casual walk for a legendary movement technique meant for training. Desperate to prove her worth, she insists on preparing a meal for her master. Ignoring his protests, she rushes headfirst into a task she clearly cannot handle. Her attempt at domesticity turns into a blazing inferno that leaves him completely stunned. The chaos continues as she accidentally lures a massive beast right toward their camp. Even a simple dip in the water becomes a life-threatening disaster for the girl. Finally reaching his breaking point, he commands her to return to her noble life. Panicking at the thought of abandonment, she frantically searches for her secret weapon. She reveals a prestigious letter of introduction from the legendary Manhwa sect. A seductive phantom of the girl flashes through his mind like a fever dream. He stares at the map, his patience finally reaching its absolute breaking point. He swats her hand away, demanding she stop these exhausting, childish games. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns cold as she assumes a lethal, protective stance. The girl groans in frustration, her mask of elegance slipping once again. She bows her head in deep apology, desperate to regain his fading trust. He questions her obsession, wondering why a noble would follow a monster. A massive shadow beast manifests beside her, revealing the true power she hides. The sudden revelation hits him like a physical blow, leaving him completely stunned. She finally confesses the truth, admitting she is a wanted criminal on the run. Lethal poison found in her father's cup shattered the peace of her noble life. Though the family head survived the attempt, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Caught in a web of lies, she stood powerless to explain the impossible situation. Every eye turned toward her with murderous intent as she became the perfect scapegoat. He realizes she was merely a pawn, sacrificed in a ruthless family power struggle. A final act of sibling loyalty allowed her to vanish before the executioners arrived. Seeking shelter among the righteous, she realized no place was safe for a ghost. Branded a nationwide criminal, her only hope lay with a man feared by everyone. The legendary demon she feared turned out to be more honorable than any saint. Now a fugitive in hiding, she finally reveals the heavy price of her survival. He stares in disbelief, questioning why she suddenly wants to master the deadly martial arts. She frantically denies any desire for revenge against the family that branded her a criminal. Despite the bounty on her head, she still clings to a naive and desperate hope. She believes her kin only misunderstood the truth and will forgive her one day. But her true motivation is hidden behind a memory of blood and absolute sacrifice. During her desperate escape, she was protected by men who were complete strangers to her. Among them was a nameless warrior who risked everything to guide her through the darkness. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the path of death to ensure her survival. In that final moment, she realized the crushing weight of a life given for hers. A hero died without a name just so she could have a second chance. Haunted by the weakness that cost lives, she wonders if things could have changed. She mourns the name of the hero she never even got to know. Dropping all pride, she falls to her knees before the only man who can help. She refuses to remain a helpless burden while others bleed in her place. With eyes full of desperation, she begs him to take her as his disciple. The sudden request catches the legendary warrior completely off guard. A sharp intake of breath marks the intensity of her resolve and fear. She clenches her hand tightly, waiting for the words that change everything. But his voice is cold and final as he delivers a crushing rejection. He claims he lacks the right to lead another down his path of blood. Her heart stops as the cold rejection takes a sudden, unexpected turn. He offers her a place to stay, but only as a lowly tenant. Overjoyed, She accepts the offer while desperately clinging to his legendary status. The journey begins as heavy wheels carry them toward an uncertain future. Far from the battlefield, the quiet atmosphere is broken by a weary breath. The secret mission concludes as the group finally prepares to return home. Small comforts are shared, though the weight of their long trip remains. Whispers of an upcoming assembly bring a new sense of dread and exhaustion. They realize only a true monster can survive the coming political storm. Even amidst the looming chaos, some still hope for a peaceful journey ahead. Dang Ye watches the man who should be a monster prepare for a grand tournament. Her heart wavers as others notice her growing obsession with the Chaos Sword Demon. She desperately masks her feelings behind the cold logic of a calculated business investment. Yet even a master of deception cannot hide the blush creeping across her face. Her professional composure cracks the moment a cheerful voice pierces through the tension. A mysterious beauty appears, announcing herself as the Chaos Sword Demon's official disciple. Jealousy flares as Dang Yi realizes her master has been hiding secrets of his own. Accusations fly as the household realizes the demon is bringing home even more women. The newcomer's innocent smile only fuels the growing storm of misunderstanding and rage. Yu Yul frantically denies the rumors while his world descends into absolute social chaos. The self-proclaimed disciple beams with confidence, claiming she understands her master's every hidden intent. But the household erupts in fury as the merchant refuses to allow this sudden cohabitation. A cold challenge follows, questioning who truly holds the authority to command this chaotic home. The merchant erupts in rage, while demanding respect for her absolute financial power. Silence descends as the battle for dominance reaches a tense and dangerous standstill. Desperation kicks in as one rival clings to him while the other loses her mind. Confusion strikes when the mention of a legendary tournament reveals the master's unorthodox ties. A new disguise emerges to explain the neutral history of the world's greatest martial trial. Exhaustion weighs heavy on the demon as he is squeezed between two relentless, jealous storms. They must now face the legacy of an ancient association that once gathered the strongest. In ancient times, the Muram Alliance rose alongside a legendary association of power. Boundaries blurred as elite scions and unorthodox monsters fought under one banner. Even then, strict elders struggled to control the wild spirits of the youth. But as the years passed, those rising stars prepared to change the world. They envisioned a future where strength was tested through a different kind of trial. A grand martial arts tournament was declared to unite every warrior under heaven. The ultimate victors would be crowned with the titles of Dragon and Phoenix. Young martial artists stared in wonder as their greatest ambitions finally took shape. The seniors stood firm, demanding that all petty politics be cast aside forever. Now, raw talent will replace bloodlust to finally ease the Muram's ancient tensions. A mysterious informant reveals the Muram Alliance's hidden agenda to expand their influence. Legends like the Golden Phoenix once dominated the stage before the Great Demonic War. Dang He is stunned to learn how the orthodox factions manipulated the world's rankings. Even the Chaos Sword Demon finds himself walking a dangerous path between life and death. A single recommendation from the Supreme Stars is his only ticket into the fray. In disguise, Dang He berates him for barely securing this one fleeting chance at survival. The tension explodes as she demands to know the truth behind his unjust situation. He is being forced into a trap set by the very alliance hosting the event. With authorities closing in, the weight of her past crimes begins to feel unbearable. Cold eyes narrow as she questions if their bond is truly worth the ultimate risk. Her purple eyes tremble as she calculates the true cost of their survival. She wonders if her beauty is the only thing keeping this alliance together. Yahello desperately tries to de-escalate the situation before everything spirals out of control. He admits his hands are tied, because he already promised she could stay. For a man of his word, the path of honor is becoming incredibly awkward. The sudden weight of his commitment leaves his companion completely flustered and blushing. She snaps back, demanding he take his new responsibilities much more seriously. Now they must prove their worth to justify the massive trouble they have caused. She eagerly asks if she is now his disciple or a trusted subordinate. Despite the chaos, a rare moment of peace brings a smile to her face. After 2 weeks in hiding, the master of deception finds a strange peace. But the transition from a deadly assassin to a common servant is brutal. Every day is spent scrubbing floors instead of cutting down her enemies. She waits for the moment her master finally grants her a real weapon. Suddenly, a cold presence enters the room, signaling the end of her chores. A mysterious warrior carries a blade that feels like it could cleave the heavens. The girl can barely look away from the weapon she has always craved. Then comes the offer she never expected from a warrior of this caliber. The neglected meal boils over as a far more important moment unfolds. Grasping the Sun Moon sword, she feels the weight of a legend's true power. She finally takes the legendary blade, ready to test her newfound strength. but the sheer pressure of her aura sends everyone in the room recoiling. In a heartbeat, the impossible happens as the divine metal snaps like glass. Shards fly as the girls watch their only hope shatter into worthless pieces. The master's disciple stands frozen, unable to process the destruction before her eyes. Despair takes hold as she clutches the useless hilt of a broken legacy. Dangi remains eerily calm, her red eyes showing no hint of regret or fear. While her companion wails in agony, the master merely demands the broken remains. With a cold gaze, she orders the girl to hand over the ruined weapon. A martial artist's sword is their life, yet she treats it like discarded trash. She holds the final piece of a legacy that should have been indestructible. The atmosphere turns cold as 3 lives are changed by a single choice. Without hesitation, she prepares to do the unthinkable to the legendary blade. For one last second, the sword glows with the pride of a founder. Then comes the sound of a god's heart breaking into 1,000 pieces. Panic sets in as the realization of this ultimate sin begins to take hold. She turns away, indifferent to the absolute destruction she just caused with her hands. A treasure meant to last centuries is now nothing but smoke and ruin. She claims that even the finest steel is just another tool to be consumed. Far away, the guardian of the sect feels his soul shatter with his treasure. Dangi begs for forgiveness as the consequences of her reckless destruction finally set in. A hysterical elder screams that a true warrior must cherish their blade like family. The chaotic shouting is silenced by an authoritative voice demanding everyone just shut up. An eccentric mastersmith emerges, intrigued by the legendary shards brought to her door. Tears of relief fall as the master agrees to repair the shattered ancestral treasure. Yahello attempts to learn the name of the mysterious woman holding their fate. She dismisses the question, claiming a simple hermit has no use for such titles. Instead, she demands to be called a beautiful, super genius master of the forge. The broken steel reveals the weapon failed, simply due to a lack of maintenance. Dangi's blank stare proves she never understood the basic needs of her own blade. The mastersmith warns that even divine artifacts eventually snap from sheer fatigue. The elder erupts in fury, blaming Dangi for the weapon's sudden, tragic destruction. Sun Yang begs for a discount, but the smith offers it for free. But a price remains as the master insists they stay for special tea. Forging a masterpiece takes time, leaving the group vulnerable and completely unarmed. Dangye remains stoic while the elder wails over the loss of his treasure. Forced to find temporary steel, they enter a shop run by a boisterous blacksmith. Yahello casually asks for legendary materials, leaving the man stunned by his audacity. The shopkeeper laughs in their faces, mocking the idea of finding treasures here. Instead, he presents standard blades, insisting they are enough for any common fighter. Dangi inspects the supposed masterpiece, its edge gleaming with 30 years of craftsmanship. The moment she grips the hilt, the blacksmith's pride turns into a piercing scream. Even Yahello is shaken as the shopkeeper realizes his greatest creation is in danger. She remembers her own legendary blade, a weapon far superior to this ordinary steel. To a master of her caliber, this 30-year masterpiece feels as soft as paper. With a single surge of internal energy, she tests the limits of the blade. The steel shatters instantly, sending lethal shrapnel toward the horrified and screaming merchant. Her overwhelming power reduces the blacksmith's lifelong pride to nothing but worthless dust. Yahello watches in stunned silence as the blade completely vanishes from the hilt. A single coin falls into the bag, paying for a debt of broken dreams. Dangi unleashes a surge of power that no ordinary blade can ever hope to contain. Yahello and the merchant watch in awe as the atmosphere begins to distort, but the cheap steel instantly buckles under the weight of her monstrous internal energy. The shopkeeper stands paralyzed as his prized creation is reduced to useless scrap metal. Little do they know, a mysterious figure watches their every move from the shadows. They spend the following days scouring every legendary smithy in the entire region. Even after visiting the most famous ironworks, Dangi remains completely unimpressed by their crafts. To a master of her level, every single weapon they find feels like a toy. Just as they prepare to give up, a sudden voice calls out from behind them. A strange man approaches, asking if they are finally ready for a truly special blade. Dangi and Yahello aren't looking for legends, just a blade that won't shatter instantly. A mysterious stranger suddenly appears, claiming their timing couldn't be more perfect. Yahello remains skeptical, as the man promises them a weapon beyond their wildest dreams. This eccentric merchant claims to possess the single greatest sword found under the heavens. Suspecting a common scam, the duo decides to walk away from the suspicious offer. But the man begins reciting a dark history from 30 years ago. He speaks of Danyon, the great guardian who served the terrifying heavenly demon. This monster slaughtered thousands before vanishing without a trace at the war's end. While the public believes he is dead, the merchant reveals a much darker truth. The Muram Alliance has finally tracked the movements of this ghost from the past. He recounts how a traitorous attendant vanished into the night with the stolen treasure. Now, this greasy merchant claims to hold the very blade that terrified the world. But the duo isn't buying the story or the insane price tag he demands. He refuses to let them even touch the steel until the gold is paid. To prove his legitimacy, he invokes the name of the legendary New Beggars sect. Dongye recalls the dark history of those who once ruled the underworld's information. The original sect was slaughtered, leaving only a shadow of its former glory behind. To her, these men are nothing more than pathetic frauds playing at being warriors. Losing his patience, the salesman barks at them to make a final decision. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as hidden figures emerge from the shadows to corner them. Yahello steps forward, determined to settle the dispute before things get ugly. The merchant desperately tries to maintain his lie, swearing the blade is legendary. Suddenly, a mysterious stranger claims he is also a member of the Beggars sect. The merchant watches in horror as the man effortlessly seizes the fraudulent weapon. Yahello remains on high alert, while the stranger mocks the useless piece of junk. In a flash of blinding speed, the atmosphere in the room completely shatters. The mysterious figure blurs past Yahello, moving faster than any normal human could. Even the Chaos Sword Demon is stunned by the stranger's impossible, godlike speed. A hand reaches out as the true purpose of this encounter is finally revealed. Dangyi unleashes her true power, finally calling upon the legendary Sun Moon sword style. The mysterious intruder smiles, claiming he only came to fulfill a long-forgotten promise. His straw hat hits the floor as the atmosphere suddenly turns lethal. Before he can react, Dangyi seizes his wrist with a bone-crushing grip. Her eyes burn with murderous intent as she demands to know his true identity. Nearby witnesses tremble in terror upon hearing the name of the legendary sword style. The man instantly drops his guard, claiming to be nothing but a lowly country bumpkin. Even the Chaos Sword Demon is left speechless by this bizarre and suspicious introduction. Angry shouts erupt as the local beggars recognize him as a backstabbing traitor. He casually dismisses their threats, acting as if they are miles beneath his notice. Despite the tension, he remains disturbingly cheerful while standing next to the enraged master. This lowly wanderer claims he only stumbled upon this fate by sheer coincidence. Yahello stands frozen as the man dismisses the weight of a sacred promise. The impostor mockingly questions if the legendary warrior is simply imagining things. Fury erupts as the Chaos Demon demands answers from the suspicious thief. Everything changes when the stranger draws a blade that defies all logic. A terrifying blue aura radiates from the steel, signaling an ancient, overwhelming power. He wears a chilling smile while taunting them about the rarity of true weapons. Dongye watches in silence as she is urged to accept the mysterious gift. The cursed blade is offered as a token of sincerity between potential enemies. But Yahello senses a trap and prepares to shatter this deceptive peace. Yahello pulls her close, claiming the sole right to provide her legendary blade. He marks his territory with a roar, declaring her his wife to everyone present. The air turns heavy as Yahello confronts the thief with overwhelming bloodlust. A chilling realization washes over the impostor as he hears the forbidden name. Nearby witnesses tremble in terror, sensing the arrival of a literal god of war. The stranger erupts in manic laughter, thrilled to meet the legendary Chaos Demon. Panic spreads like wildfire as the weak scramble to escape the coming slaughter. He offers a mock celebration, though Yahello remains wary of this sudden change. Fury burns in his eyes as he defends her from the man's deception. With a sinister grin, the deceiver prepares to reveal his next twisted move. Terrified survivors catch their breath after barely escaping the slaughter with their lives. Fear turns to desperate anger as they realize their headquarters has been completely abandoned. A chilling warning echoes that the once safe haven is now a den of monsters. Elsewhere, Yahello and Dangyi are confronted by a mysterious offer for a legendary blade. The tension rises as the stranger suggests the Chaos Demon personally deliver the gift. Reality sets in for the fleeing men as they name the monsters among them. A sudden, unexpected hand on the shoulder signals the arrival of a dangerous presence. With a manic grin, the impostor demands the dragon fulfill a long-standing promise. The story flashes back 1 year to Kaifeng to reveal a hidden secret. A dark history unfolds as the deceiver first tracks down the Sun Moon successor. Dangyi glares at the stranger, demanding to know the identity of this mysterious intruder. Under the moonlit sky, he admits to missing her legendary performance at the tournament. With a cheerful grin, the man boldly challenges her to a duel right now. Frustrated by her failed search for Huel, Dangyi loses her patience and strikes instantly. Leaving him defeated on the ground, she warns that his life ends next time. Yahello stands baffled, wondering when a promise was ever made to this strange man. The eccentric warrior insists that her threat to kill him was actually a vow. This man is Ha Woon, the divine dragon and most talented star of the Alliance. He is a maniacal collector, driven solely by an insatiable obsession for martial arts. Even the records confirm he is a notorious weirdo obsessed with stealing techniques. Her attempt at hospitality backfires as her tea knocks every guest out cold. The girls tremble with excitement at the thought of facing a legendary dragon. This eccentric maniac lives for the thrill of experiencing forbidden martial arts firsthand. He views the world as a collection of brilliant lights waiting to be captured. Yahello remains speechless as the maniac demands to see a ridiculously named technique. A blade is offered to level the playing field for this unexpected clash. The Chaos Demon admits he currently lacks the internal energy to fight properly. Instead of disappointment, the collector finds the prospect of pure physical skill even better. Steel meets the air as two monsters prepare to trade blows in the dirt. Meeting the Alliance's greatest star here changes everything before the tournament even begins. Yahello stares in disbelief, wondering why a monster like this is out here. The Manic Collector mocks the legend while the sword names grow increasingly ridiculous. With a chilling laugh, the imposter decides to take the first deadly initiative. Steel screams as a terrifying strike descends upon the weakened Chaos Sword Demon. Even without his internal energy, Yahello refuses to back down from this confrontation. He pours everything into a single deflection to survive the Divine Dragon's onslaught. But the opponent's speed is unnatural, shifting his blade with impossible, fluid precision. A shockwave erupts as the guard is shattered by a man who shouldn't exist. Behind that manic grin lies a hunger for martial secrets that defies all reason. Desperation sets in as Yahello frantically tries to reclaim his position before it's over. Dang Yi screams in terror as a deceptive strike catches the warrior off guard. Yahello desperately swings his blade to counter the imposter's overwhelming speed. A devastating palm strike connects, forcing the demon to fight for his very consciousness. Forced back by the impact, Yahello struggles to find footing against this monster. Breathless and bleeding, the exhausted warrior realizes his external arts aren't enough. With a sadistic grin, the fake master draws his steel to finish the job. Onlookers watch in horror as the imposter shifts his lethal technique mid-air. The sheer level of skill on display belongs to a master at the peak. Even with his full power, Yahello wonders if he could survive this onslaught. The chilling truth sets in as the predator closes the distance for the end. The harsh reality of his weakness reflects in the cold steel before him. Against a true dragon, his hard-earned strength feels like a pathetic joke. Watching from the sidelines, his companion can only gasp in absolute horror. The fake master sighs, finding the legendary demon's effort completely underwhelming. Yahello admits defeat, yet he struggles to understand why he was outclassed. The predator reaches out, explaining that raw technique is nothing without soul. His blade lacks conviction, carrying no will to reach the heavens above. To a master of deception, these predictable patterns are nothing but dull. The villain mocks his blocked energy, promising a more lethal reunion soon. With a sadistic smile, he casually evades the final desperate strike. Exhausted and broken, the demon clings to the only legacy he has left. He grips the hilt with a desperation that defies his failing body. His eyes ignite with a murderous crimson glow, refusing to be insulted further. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the tension, commanding the warrior to stand down. His companion steps forward, declaring that the one-sided slaughter must finally end. He shouts in protest, unwilling to let his pride be salvaged by her interference. Before he can strike again, she pulls him into a sudden, silent embrace. Her gaze softens as she whispers the words his soul has longed to hear. The crushing weight of the battle finally lifts, replaced by a momentary peace. Surrounded by his loyal allies, the legendary demon finally stops fighting for today. The long-awaited meeting begins with a challenge to witness a hidden truth. A simple imposter looks on in confusion, completely outmatched by her presence. She demands his sword, her voice carrying the weight of a cold executioner. Offering it freely isn't enough to satisfy the demands of this master. He remains baffled as she refuses to accept anything given out of fear. Even the legendary demon can only stare at the absurdity of her methods. Mana flares as she prepares to seize the weapon through sheer overwhelming power. Faced with certain death, the man realizes he has no choice but surrender. With the blade now in her possession, the first objective is finally complete. The exhausted warrior scratches his head, wondering how things became so complicated. Yahello offers a sincere apology to the man he left in total ruin. The warrior laughs, calling the one-sided beatdown a truly joyful experience. He even claims his broken body is a lucky excuse to avoid work. Feeling responsible, the young demon offers to pay for the man's medical recovery. As he prepares to leave, the warrior admits his earlier indifference was a lie. A confidential secret is offered as a genuine gesture of apology and respect. The demon's final words leave Yahello paralyzed by a sudden, chilling realization. He is snapped back to reality when a familiar voice calls out his name. His companion finally awakens from her daze, her red eyes filled with focus. They gather at the table, reflecting on the lessons learned from this ordeal. Yahello realizes his arrogance grew after defeating only minor threats in the Murim. His companion questions why he held back his most devastating secret sword technique. He slams the table, deciding that her training must begin immediately for survival. With desperate intensity, he declares there is one vital skill she must master. A skeptical innkeeper watches as the warrior begs him to teach her housework. She playfully introduces herself as his disciple, while Yahello remains completely exhausted. He pleads with the chef to stop her from accidentally poisoning the guests. Wearing a new disguise, she confidently prepares to tackle her domestic mission. The master of the house agrees, sensing a chance to exploit their labor. They find the inn unexpectedly packed with customers as the real work begins. The crowded inn buzzes with life, as unsuspecting customers enjoy their cheap meals. A wary warrior listens as the innkeeper warns of a returning pink-haired psycho. Delicate footsteps approach as a strange presence enters the room with a spirit beast. Forced into a ridiculous Western maid outfit, the deadly assassin feels completely humiliated. Yahello stands frozen in total disbelief at the sight of his companion's transformation. The entire room falls silent, while the spirit beast watches the awkward scene unfold. Rage boils over as he screams at the merchant for this blatant lack of conscience. Meanwhile, a mysterious thief in a pink wig flees with the day's stolen profits. He celebrates the successful heist, while mocking the warriors he just left behind. The mask of a girl finally slips to reveal the greedy face of an enemy. The desperate innkeeper screams for a worker who won't destroy his entire livelihood. Adopting a submissive persona, the deadly assassin prepares for her most humiliating trial yet. Switching masks instantly, she demands more gear while the owner watches in total confusion. Despite the embarrassment, she vows to prove her hidden worth to her skeptical companion. To her, even this ridiculous domestic labor is just another form of lethal training. The exhausted warrior can only sigh at the sheer absurdity of their current situation. He bluntly admits that he is far from the hero she believes him to be. A glimpse into his past reveals the shadow of a man forged through blood. Her eyes sparkle with pure admiration for the honest strength he has always shown. He stands in stunned silence as she finds inspiration within his darkest, most painful memories. She gazes at him with pure admiration, honoring the pride within his lethal blade. But the hardened warrior stands frozen as she suddenly addresses him as her master. He can only sigh at the sheer weight of her unexpected and overwhelming devotion. He mockingly questions how she can speak of pride while wearing a maid outfit. Even her spirit beast looks on in despair as they face their greatest enemy: chores. Though he claims he lacks the status to lead, her heart remains completely unshaken. Turning away in embarrassment, he finally grants her permission to follow his every move. Her face lights up with pure joy now that her training has officially begun. Suddenly, the greedy innkeeper cuts through the emotional moment with a cold, hard reality. Mastery will have to wait because their true battle against domestic labor starts now. For one full week, the Shadow Wolf rests while the real battle begins. Dangi throws herself into the relentless swarm of hungry customers at the inn. Every chore becomes a grueling test of endurance far beyond any sword technique. She eventually masters the heat of the kitchen with a terrifyingly intense focus. But her progress is stained by a mass poisoning that nearly ruins everything. The greedy innkeeper screams in joy as her financial debt finally hits home. Miles away, the Chaos Sword Demon senses a strange presence in the air. A mysterious ally notices her burning ears and suspects someone is cursing her. Back at the inn, the manager realizes someone is likely cursing his new worker. Tempers flare as the disguised warriors argue about who truly abandoned the other. The weight of a family command arrives in the form of a shimmering jade. Disguised and defiant, Dangi learns the family head demands her immediate presence. Meanwhile, a terrified man sprints through the pitch-black woods to escape his fate. He pushes through the dense thicket, gasping for air as a shadow stalks him. His eyes bulge with primal fear when he senses the hunter right behind him. Screaming into the darkness, he challenges the invisible monster to show its face. He curses the cowardice of his pursuer, demanding they face him like a warrior. A mocking voice cuts through his bravado as a red shoe crushes the grass. He whips around in a panic, realizing his desperate bluff has failed completely. Dangi emerges from the shadows, ridiculing the rat for wasting breath on useless words. The innkeeper lunges forward, convinced he's finally cornered the elusive assassin. He swings his blade at the pink-haired decoy, laughing at her perceived weakness. Shock paralyzes him as thin, shimmering wires suddenly tighten around his throat. His fingers scramble against the iron threads, realizing he's walked into a trap. The disguised warrior smiles calmly, explaining that the innkeeper has completely misunderstood. He mocks the man's stupidity with a vulgar gesture and a wicked grin. Vast spiritual pressure erupts as the wires prepare to shred him into pieces. With sharp teeth bared, the demon declares that he is simply too good. Suddenly, a brutal blow crashes onto his head, shattering the arrogant display. Dang Yi stares down her disguised subordinate, questioning why he is acting so foolishly. Chaos erupts, as a captured enemy is needlessly consumed by a flashy, unauthorized explosion. The slaughter demon finds himself buried alive, completely restrained by cold iron wires. While the subordinate laughs, his master questions the logic behind this bizarre thirst for vengeance. It seems impossible that a peak realm monster was toyed with by a mere brat. With a wicked grin, the disguised demon mocks the warrior for his pathetic, low-level skills. Cruel laughter fills the night, as the legendary killer is reduced to tears of humiliation. The master realizes her subordinate possesses divine talent, paired with a phenomenal level of stupidity. Amidst the mockery, a mysterious letter is discovered tucked away in the bandit's clothes. To maximize the agony, she prepares to read his secret love letter to the world. But as the words unfold, the playful teasing suddenly turns into a moment of shock. High within the Sichuan mountains, the Tang clan's power reaches its absolute peak. Two figures approach the inner sanctum, carrying news that could change everything forever. The family head looms from his throne, praising the successful hunt of a dangerous rat. Elders declare that her past crimes of desertion are finally forgiven through this bloody merit. Under the mask of obedience, the disguised demon accepts her pardon with a cold heart. But as she prepares to ask for a favor, the atmosphere suddenly turns razor sharp. The master cold-heartedly reminds her that washing away sins is not a true achievement. Fury erupts as he demands respect, refusing to be seen as a mere pushover. Suddenly shifting tactics, she employs a weapon more dangerous than any blade: pure manipulation. Blinded by her calculated charm, the powerful leader grants her every single wish instantly. Dong He watches in silence, realizing the demon's spoiled nature was born from this household. Even the formidable family head flinches when his wife intervenes with a stern word. Seizing the moment, the disguised demon presents a map to his unsuspecting new parents. The leaders of the Sichuan Tang clan examine the suspicious request with heavy scrutiny. Hiding his true identity, the infiltrator beams with a fake, toothy grin of anticipation. But the atmosphere shatters as the master slams his hand down in absolute refusal. A terrifying aura erupts as the powerful patriarch loses his composure over the request. He screams in desperation, terrified that his beloved daughter will leave him once again. Dang Yi can only look on in disgust at the sheer idiocy of this dysfunctional family. Suspicions finally rise as the mother questions who exactly is waiting at their destination. The infiltrator feigns deep gratitude, while secretly plotting a path of bloody vengeance. Realizing the performance is total nonsense, Dang Yi watches the unfolding drama with pure disdain. With a toothy grin, the fake daughter announces her plans for a wild adventure. The patriarch erupts in a desperate refusal, unwilling to let his child vanish again. Even the mother joins the frantic protest, demanding that no one leaves this house. Ignoring their pleas, the disguised demon sprints away toward a far more dangerous destination. He laughs at the thought of the terrified faces waiting for his grand arrival. A mysterious letter marks the beginning of a journey toward the powerful merchant guild. Miles away, Yahello and his companions freeze as a terrible premonition strikes them. A sudden, deathly chill washes over Dang Yi, signaling a storm they cannot escape. A legendary storm approaches as powerful enemies gather in the dark of night. Even a master of deception like Dang Yi senses the weight of this meeting. Yahello scoffs at the arrival of these unexpected and dangerous guests. He stands alone, whispering to a memory he can never truly leave behind. The blood-stained warrior prepares for a fateful reunion with his mysterious disciple. Under the first rays of morning sunlight, the true battle finally begins. He remembers the fleeting warmth of a life before the endless slaughter. A distant song echoes in his mind, fueling his resolve to survive. Now he gazes beyond the horizon, ready to face whatever comes next. A gentle touch offers a hollow promise of safety in a world of blood. He remembers the warmth of a bond that once defined his entire existence. Even now, that lingering love remains his only anchor against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a sharp noise shatters the silence and jolts Dang Yi from her sleep. She scans the shadows, her heart racing as she senses an ominous presence nearby. There is no room for error when her survival depends on a perfect lie. With her new identity perfected, she prepares to step back into the game. She steels her resolve, determined to master her role and survive the night. The master of deception moves into action, ready to face the coming storm. After escaping the shadows, Dang Yi finds herself trapped in Yahello's brutal training regime. The master of deception finally collapses, her body failing under the crushing physical weight. A sudden realization flashes in her eyes as she remembers a vital hidden connection. Nearby, a violent surge of blue energy proves the sword spirit is restless today. Gasping for air, she stops the session to question their true ultimate objective. She wonders if their path to the Grandmaster leads through the upcoming autumn tournament. The heavy burden is dropped as they consider a more direct way forward. Yahello ponders, seeking the ancient origins of his legendary sword style instead. He remembers his master gazing toward the western sky with a mysterious, lingering longing. Yahello is convinced that no one else in this world shares his legendary technique. However, a startling claim from his captive suddenly shatters that long-held belief. The broken demon reveals he encountered another warrior using the exact same forbidden style. Consumed by desperation, Yahello demands to know where this phantom swordsman was seen. A cryptic memory points toward a secret meeting at the Muram Alliance headquarters. He questions if his master had other disciples while his partner approaches in disguise. The master of deception keeps her true face hidden behind a mask of politeness. A mysterious white-haired woman appears, her cold gaze fixed on the rising sun. Yahello finishes his morning ritual, praising his companion for her relentless dedication today. Danghai freezes in shock as she whispers a name that shouldn't be spoken here. Her shock quickly turns to hunger as she blushes over a delicious morning meal. The group frantically scrambles to maintain order during a completely shameless and contextless morning. Slipping into a fresh disguise, the master of deception prepares for the coming storm. Their path leads to a sprawling fortress where the true stakes finally come alive. This is the Young One Merchant Guild, a massive coalition forged in the fires of war. In the past, these merchants were the secret rulers of the lawless western regions. But when their brutal clients fell to ruin, the guild nearly vanished into history. To survive the wreckage, former enemies shook hands and rebuilt a new financial empire. On paper, the 8 merchant groups maintain a perfect, fragile balance of power. But in reality, they only stand together because surviving alone is a death sentence. A hidden hierarchy exists, with the former arms dealers rotting at the very bottom. Long ago, the guild made a desperate choice to erase their bloody, unorthodox past. They swore a sacred vow to abandon weaponry and stay far from the Muram. Now, rumors spread that the Chaos Sword Demon is extorting them for impossible demands. Amidst the confusion, a bizarre proposal is brought forward to the General Assembly. The lowest groups want to resume the forbidden trade of weapons and join the alliance. Even a seasoned warrior like Yahello can sense the stench of a deadly trap. The wheels of a desperate conspiracy turn as a suicide proposal is brazenly offered. Even aligning with the Muram Alliance won't break the syndicate's iron grip on trade. Standing as harmless merchants, they carefully navigate the razor-thin line between two warring factions. Breaking neutrality offers no profit, only the total destruction of every bridge they've built. This selfish grab for former glory makes their true identity as merchants highly questionable. The math doesn't make sense, forcing the undercover duo to question the true objective. Voting power is a complex formula that leaves these small groups powerless and ignored. If the numbers are a lie, then a darker ulterior motive hides in the shadows. Suddenly, the missing piece of the puzzle clicks into place with terrifying clarity. The stars of opposing factions unite to maintain a fragile, strategic balance. Yahello remains skeptical of this flashy demonstration, sensing a hidden trap nearby. They arrive at the Jumuidang to settle business before the Grand Assembly begins. Hidden behind a new disguise, Dangi prepares for the coming storm of politics. Seeking a moment of peace, Yahello suggests they finally take some time to rest. But a sudden snap of tension reveals that rest is the last thing intended. A brutal impact shatters the floor as Dangi delivers a violent, unexpected wake-up call. Amidst the chaos, she sheds her mask while her spirit beast senses a threat. A mysterious new figure appears, demanding to know exactly who has entered her domain.